Chapter 9:17. Gu Jiao took out a small notebook and scribbled, "Eldest brother, is your throat uncomfortable?" The old duke glanced at it and almost exploded on the spot. "Eldest brother what? You've already fallen off your horse." "Pippi Jiao, as long as I don't admit it, I haven't fallen off my horse." Gu Chongqing rarely saw his grandfather suffer a setback. He couldn't help but smile and said to Gu Jiao, "Are you only here to see your godfather?" Gu Jiao thought for a moment. "General Shenyuan already had dinner with us last night." "All right, there's no harm in seeing him again." Gu Chongqing glanced at his livid grandfather and asked his sister, "What else?" Gu Jiao's eyes darted around. Liaochen? Humph. The old marquis snorted angrily and left without looking back. Gu Chongqing looked at his grandfather's back view and sighed. "Grandfather, since you're already here, why don't you pay a visit to Duke Ongwa? Didn't you promise His Majesty to treat Duke Ongwa well in the palace just now?" The old duke didn't stop at all. He made a sharp turn and strode into Duke Ongwa's residence. Gu Chongqing's mouth twitched. "Your reaction is too fast. Were you waiting for me to say that?" When he brushed past Gu Jiao, the old duke glanced at Gu Jiao from the corner of his eyes. It was as if he was saying, "If you want a makeover, make it a complete makeover. You don't even have a mask. Bad review." Steward Zheng was very warm to the two of them and invited them into the residence with a smile. Gu Jinyu was left alone outside. She was all alone, as if she had been abandoned by the whole world. The development of the situation was completely beyond her imagination. She couldn't come back to her senses for a long time. Everyone looked at her with a strange look in their eyes. She had originally thought that the eldest miss would not be acknowledged by the Marquis's household, but who would have thought that she was the one who was not acknowledged? She was doted on by her own grandfather and brother, while she, on the other hand, was disliked by the old Marquis when she called him grandfather. "That's right. I heard that the daughter of the Marquis was swapped with a girl from the countryside. Second miss is the one who came from the countryside. A pheasant is a pheasant. It can't become a phoenix even if it flies to a branch. Isn't it? If she really treated her as a sister, why didn't she tell her that she was the adopted daughter of the House of Duke? She dares to say anything. She just came to complain, right? It wasn't that men couldn't tell, but some men just happened to fall for it." Steward Zheng turned back and glared coldly at Gu Jinyu. "Ha, you're asking for humiliation. Miss, let's go." The maid who had rushed over carefully tugged at Gu Jinyu's sleeve. Gu Jinyu's face was burning. She was more embarrassed than ever. Just because she had embarrassed Gu Jiao in front of everyone, her grandfather and eldest brother would not give her a way out. But didn't Gu Jiao not embarrass her? She was the daughter of the House of Duke and had a glorious life. She was the most pitiful. "Miss, let's go," the maid urged softly. Gu Jinyu awkwardly returned to the Marquis's household. She didn't want to take the jewelry anymore. She wasn't in the mood. She directly returned to her own courtyard. However, she hadn't rested for long when a young maid reported that the madam's personal servant, Nurse Fong, had come. Nurse Fong had gone home to visit her relatives and only returned to Jade Water Alley at noon. She brought some news that she had accidentally heard. When Madame Yao heard about it, she asked her to go to the Marquis's household and call Gu Jinyu over. Gu Jinyu originally didn't plan to go, but when she thought of Gu Jiao's identity, she really wanted to know what had happened to Gu Jiao and how she had become the daughter of the House of Duke. She went to Jade Water Alley. Gu Xiaobao was still taking an afternoon nap. Madame Yao met her in the main room. Ever since she started living in Jade Water Alley, Madame Yao's complexion and spirit improved day by day. She even looked younger than a few years ago. Gu Jinyu's expression was not very good. She calmly sat down on the other side of the table. Madame Yao turned her head to look at her. "Jinyu, I called you over today because I have something to tell you." Gu Jinyu calmly said, "What a coincidence. I also have something to tell Mother." She used to call her mother. Nurse Fong did not like her attitude. No matter how cold-hearted the eldest miss was, she had never been stern in front of the madam. Madame Yao did not care about her attitude. Since she no longer had any expectations, she naturally would not be disappointed. Madame Yao said, "All right, you go first." Gu Jinyu coldly said, "I heard that elder sister has become the daughter of the house of Dukan. Why did mother hide such an important matter from me?" Madame Yao did not ask how she knew. She only looked at her and said, "You don't care about Jiao Jiao. I don't think there's a need to tell you about these things." Madame Yao's unyielding attitude shocked Gu Jinyu. Then, she felt wronged and angry. When a person's good behavior became a habit, then her occasional bad behavior would become a sin. Ha! Gu Jinyu sneered, "That's right. I don't care about her. I'm cruel and unscrupulous. When has she ever cared about me? Does mother only ask of me?" Madame Yao said, "I don't ask of any of you. You have no obligation to care about each other. But since you don't care about her, don't ask about her. After all, Jiao Jiao has never asked about you." Gu Jinyu clenched her fists. "Mother." Madame Yao calmly said, "Are you done? It's my turn to speak now. Jinyu, I've raised you for more than 10 years. Regardless of whether you still recognize me as your mother in your heart, I want to give you one last piece of advice. Marquis Champing's third son is not a good match. You should cancel this marriage as soon as possible." Gu Jinyu mockingly said, "Not a good match? Then who is?" "The son of a lowly assistant minister of the House of Yellow Servants that mother carefully selected for me? Your own daughter can marry the noble young marquis. And I can only give myself to the son of an assistant minister of the House of Yellow Servants. Mother. Just how biased are you?" Madame Yao looked at her coldly. "Isn't the marquis biased? When you blame me for being biased, why don't you think about how your father is always biased towards you?" Gu Jinyu pointed at the second courtyard. "But grandfather and brothers are also biased towards her. Even Gu Xiaobao, that fool, likes her more." Slap. Madame Yao stood up and slapped her across the table. Gu Jinyu's head buzzed from the slap. She looked at Madame Yao in disbelief. "Don't talk about your younger brother like that. He's not my younger brother. He doesn't even cry when he's injured. He doesn't even walk when he's a year old. If he's not a fool, what is he?" Gu Xiaobao was awakened. He obediently sat up and stared blankly at the door. Madame Yao pointed at the door. Her voice was not loud, but her tone was very strict. "Get out." Gu Jinyu covered her red face. Her eyes were red as she glanced at Madame Yao. She left without looking back. Gu Xiaobao was carried out by Yuya. Yuya muttered, "How can she be like this? I kindly reminded her, but she treated it like a donkey. Does she really think that there's a free lunch in the world? She doesn't even think about her own reputation. How can she enter Marquis Champing's residence? If it wasn't for third young Master Quan. Forget it, I don't have anything to say." Nanny Fong said, "She's arrogant and thinks that she's better than eldest young miss in everything. She also wants to be eldest young miss in marriage. Why would she think that there's something wrong with this marriage? Madam has already done her best. If she wants to walk a dead end, let her be." Madame Yao placed Gu Xiaobao on her lap. Gu Xiaobao spread his fingers and patted his chest. He waved his hand and said seriously, "Xiaobao isn't a fool." Those words were heard by her son. Madame Yao closed her eyes in heartache. She smiled at her son. Of course Xiaobao isn't a fool. Xiaobao is the smartest. She turned her head and said with a determined gaze, "In the future, don't call her second young Mississippi. You also don't need to report anything about her to me. From now on, she only had one daughter. Xiaobao and Yan only had one elder sister." Meanwhile, Gu Jinyu angrily returned to the Marquis's residence. When she passed by the small garden, she heard two sweeping servants whispering. I heard about third young Master Quan's matter at old Madam's courtyard that day. That third young Master Quan. Their voices were too soft and Gu Jinyu didn't hear them clearly. However, she inexplicably felt that it wasn't anything good. Really? The other servant turned pale with fright. Then if second young miss doesn't get married, then, what are you doing here? A dignified voice sounded from the other end of the path. The two sweeping servants' expressions changed and they hurriedly looked at each other. The person who came was old Madam's current steward. Her surname was Zhang. Nanny Zhang glanced at Gu Jinyu, who was on the winding path, and then looked at the two sweeping servants. She said sternly, "Are you done? If you're slacking off and acting unreasonable here, I'll chase you out." The two hurriedly nodded and bowed. We won't dare, we won't dare. We won't dare again. Nanny Zhang smiled and greeted Gu Jinyu. Young Mississippi, the people at old Madam's side did not call her second young Mississippi. This made her feel as if she was the only daughter in the residence. This pleased Gu Jinyu greatly. However, when she thought of the conversation she had just heard and Yao Shi's warning, Gu Jinyu felt uneasy. Nanny Zhang, is there anything about third young Master Quan that I don't know? Nanny Zhang said in shock, "Young miss, why do you say this? Did these two old maids talk nonsense?" "I'm just asking," Gu Jinyu said. Nanny Zhang smiled and said, "What do they know? Third young Master Quan is the legitimate son of Marquis Changping. He is talented and upright. Other than, studying has made him stupid. He is too kind-hearted and always takes in some homeless beggars, which makes the Marquis very angry. There's nothing else about him." You're a bit soft-hearted. But being soft-hearted has its benefits. In the future, I'll listen to you. Won't your days in the Marquis's residence be easier? Gu Jinyu asked, "Why didn't you tell me before?" Nanny Zhang waved her hand and said with a smile, "It's not a big matter. Also, I was worried that you would dislike him for being a bookworm. Old Madam watched you grow up. How could old Madam harm you?" Gu Jinyu said apologetically, "How could I? Third young master is diligent. This is my good fortune." "I'm sorry, Nanny Zhang. I shouldn't have doubted grandmother's good intentions." Nanny Zhang held her hand and said with a benevolent smile, "It's good that you understand." Gu Jinyu smiled slightly. "Then, I'll return to my courtyard first." "Go." Nanny Zhang released her hand and smiled as she watched her leave. Nanny Zhang's smile only froze when she disappeared at the end of the path. Old Madam once doted on you, but old Madam doted on her 3 grandsons the most. As long as she could pave the way for her grandsons, why would old Madam care about the life and death of a granddaughter? Chapter 9:18. As for Gu Xiaobao, after sitting on Yao Shi's lap for a while, he began to look around. As if he didn't see anything, he slid down from Yao Shi's lap. "Xiaobao is willing to walk?" Yu was surprised. He walked by yesterday and went to open the door for his older sister. Yao Shi's mood improved a lot when she mentioned the 2 children. Gu Xiaobao staggered to the east room and pushed open the door that was slightly ajar from the wind. He peered inside. Yao Shi followed him. He turned around and shook his hands at Yao Shi, saying seriously, "No." "No what?" Yao Shi asked with a smile. Gu Xiaobao didn't say anything. Gu Xiaobao went to the courtyard to search again, but to no avail. Just like yesterday evening, he went to the courtyard entrance and climbed over the high threshold. He stood up and looked around the alley. Yao Shi looked at him with a smile. He turned around and shook his hands again, "No." Nanny Fong and Yu were also amused by him. Yu teased, "Didn't you say you didn't want older sister yesterday? Why are you looking for her now?" Before Gu Xiaobao fell asleep, Gu Jiao was still there. When he woke up, she was gone. Gu Xiaobao was very confused. Yao Shi knew that her daughter wasn't there, but she still let Gu Xiaobao search inside and outside the house. He had finished 2 months of walking today. Looking at his sweaty appearance, Yao Shi couldn't bear it and asked him, "Do you want older sister?" Gu Xiaobao nodded. The Marquis and Gu Changqing didn't interfere with Gu Jinyu's marriage. Gu Changqing left the capital 3 days earlier than Gu Jiao. At that time, Marquis Gu had just annulled the marriage between Gu Jinyu and Royal Princeton. The Marquis had gone to Chishui Pass in the 8th month of last year. At that time, Marquis Chongping had not returned to the capital to report on his work. When he returned from Yen this month, old Madame Gu was already arranging Gu Jinyu's marriage. Neither grandfather nor grandson said anything. Steward Zheng brought Gu Jiao and the grandfather and grandson pair to the reception pavilion and had someone invite Duke Anghua over. He had been tired from the journey, and Anghua Duke was not a general. It was hard to hide the tiredness between his brows. However, when he saw Gu Jiao, he immediately became alert. "Godfather." Gu Jiao stepped forward and greeted him. "How are you feeling? Are you used to living here?" "I'm used to it," Dukan said with a smile. Dukan, the old Marquis and Gu Changqing also cupped their hands and greeted him. Dukan was in a wheelchair, so he couldn't get up to greet them. He could only cup his hands in greeting. When they were in the Yen Kingdom, they lived in Duke Yen's mansion. Today, even if the emperor did not ask, they would take the initiative to visit. "I'm not meeting Great General Shenyuan," Gu Changqing said. Dukan smiled. "He's in good spirits." Liaochen took him around Jingkong. He said he wanted to see the place where you and Jingkong lived. Gu Jiao nodded. Dukan gestured for the 3 to sit down. Gu Jiao sat next to him. He looked at the old Marquis and Gu Changqing and asked, Right, the emperor of the Zhao kingdom is not angry, right?" The fact that Gu Jiao and Xiao Heng went to the Yen kingdom could be hidden from the world, but not from the emperor. After all, the emperor was Xiao Heng's uncle. After the wedding, Xiao Heng had to bring his wife to the palace to greet him. Gu Jiao couldn't always wear a mask. The emperor called the grandfather and grandson pair into the palace today to find out the ins and outs of the matter. The two of them told the truth about Gu Jiao, performing the operation on Gu Yen, becoming the commander of the Black Wind Cavalry, treating Dukan and being adopted as his goddaughter, the battle at the border, and so on. The whereabouts of Empress Dowager Zhuang and the old chancellor were not mentioned. The emperor only knew that one of them resigned and the other went to the temporary imperial residence to recuperate. The whereabouts of Marquis Xianping, Tang Yueshan, the old Marquis, and Gu Changqing were also mostly concealed. The old Marquis said, "His Majesty is not angry." He was just very shocked. Even after they left, he was still dumbfounded. Dukan was also very surprised. "Your Majesty is really different from the rest." If it was the retired emperor of the Yen kingdom, he probably wouldn't be so magnanimous as to tolerate a daughter of a general going to another country to command the cavalry. Gu Changqing said sincerely, "His Majesty is a benevolent ruler." He wasn't suspicious. This was a double-edged sword. He could tolerate people he trusted unconditionally, like the old imperial concubine Jing in the past, and like his grandaunt and Gu Jiao now. "What about Aheng's background?" Gu Jiao asked. Gu Changqing said, "Grandfather asked around. It seems that Princess Xian Yang didn't tell His Majesty the truth, so we didn't say anything. We just said that he accompanied you to the Yen kingdom. After all, this was an internal matter of the imperial family. As officials, it was inconvenient for them to get involved." The group chatted for a while in the parlor. The grandfather and grandson saw that Dukan hadn't rested well and said their goodbyes. Gu Jiao had originally planned to take Dukan out for a walk, but now she gave up on this idea. She squatted down next to the wheelchair and looked up at Duke An's handsome face, saying, "Adoptive father, rest well. I will come see you tomorrow. When you are feeling better, we will go to the capital for a walk." Dukan smiled dotingly, "All right." The 3 left. Dukan called for a servant to bring over a walking stick. "Let's go to the garden." Manager Zheng quickly stopped him. Oh, my lord, my ancestor. You can't be so tired. They all thought that the Duke was so tired because of the long journey. In reality, they weren't wrong. The journey was very tiring, but the Duke wasn't afraid of hardship. He got up before dawn and practiced walking in the garden. Duke Yen's eyes were firm as he said, I don't want to sit in a wheelchair to send her off. I want to stand up and personally send her to the bridal sedan. The three left the Duke's manor. As for Gu Jiao getting married as the daughter of the Duke, the old Duke and Gu Changqing didn't mind at all, but it wasn't completely true to say that they minded too much. Having experienced life and death together, they knew very well what kind of person Gu Jiao was. She didn't want to climb up the social ladder. Moreover, Gu Jiao had grown up in the countryside and hadn't eaten a single grain of rice from the Duke's manor. She was free to recognize whoever she wanted. It was impossible to bind her with the rules of the world. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been so bold as to become sworn brothers with the old Duke. She was full of power, far more powerful than anyone could see. Jiao Jiao, where are you going? I'll send you off, Gu Changqing asked. He knew that his sister wouldn't go to the Duke's manor, so he didn't ask her to come to the manor. I want to make a trip to the palace, Gu Jiao said truthfully. Gu Changqing said, that's fine. Great aunt misses you. Take my carriage. Go early and come back early. I still have matters to attend to, the old Duke said indifferently. What matters? Gu Changqing looked at his grandfather in confusion. After winning the battle, the emperor had granted him and his grandfather an entire month of leave. He was very free after this, okay? The old Duke said seriously, come with me to Grand Secretary Yuan's home. Upon hearing Grand Secretary Yuan's home, Gu Changqing's expression froze. He had almost forgotten that in order to find an excuse to disappear from the capital, he had acted out a play with Grand Secretary Yuan's granddaughter. Gu Jiao looked at a certain person with schadenfreude, the corners of her lips curling up. If that's the case, you don't have to send me off, so as to not make Miss Yuan wait too long. I have a carriage, so I'll go first. After saying this, she sat in the Duke's manor's carriage. Gu Changqing closed his eyes with a headache, then turned to look at the old Duke. Grandfather, the old Duke put his hands behind his back and strode forward. I've prepared everything for you. Get in. Gu Changqing gritted his teeth. Don't you already know that I went to Jiangnan to find the phoenix and propose marriage to cover up the truth? Back then, he had agreed that if he couldn't find the phoenix, he wouldn't have the face to propose marriage to the Yuan family's little nun. The little nun was dejected and went back to Buddhism, never to marry again. Forget it, I'll go. There aren't any phoenixes anyway. Gu Changqing got into the carriage without fear. As soon as he sat down, he saw 2 bird cages on the floor. Inside each cage was a phoenix that was brimming with energy. Gu Changqing. The old Duke thought, you're still too inexperienced to fight with grandfather. When Gu Jiao arrived at the palace, she realized that she had forgotten to bring the token of Rinshou Temple. The guards at the palace gate were new and had never seen Gu Jiao before. Gu Jiao thought about sending someone to pass the message. At this moment, the family's carriage drove over. My lady. It was Yuya's excited voice. Gu Jiao lifted the curtain and turned to look. Yuya. Xiaobao? Yuya carried Gu Xiaobao down from the carriage. Gu Jiao also hurriedly got down from the carriage. Why are you here? Yuya smiled. After Xiaobao woke up, he was looking for you everywhere. Madam said that you would definitely go to the palace, so she asked me to bring Xiaobao there first. The little guy would still look for her. Gu Jiao unexpectedly pinched Xiaobao's face. Gu Xiaobao's face was cold. What's the matter? Gu Jiao asked with a smile. Gu Xiaobao turned his small body and buried his head in Yuya's arms. Yuya said to Gu Jiao silently, angry. Over. Gu Jiao laughed and carried the little guy over. Xiaobao proudly struggled for a while. When he couldn't move, he took out a pair of small hands to cover his face. He didn't want Gu Jiao to look at him. Gu Jiao was amused by him and laughed out loud. She remembered the first time she left little Jing Kong to go up the mountain. When she returned home, little Jing Kong had the same reaction. What did she do back then? All right, it's my fault today. I apologize to you. Can you forgive me? I need a kiss to forgive you. Gu Jiao nodded meaningfully and kissed Gu Xiaobao's cheek with experience. Gu Xiaobao still didn't remove the small hands in front of his face. Gu Jiao asked, Eh? It didn't work? Gu Xiaobao was very shy. Chapter 919. Gu Xiaobao was a frequent visitor to Renshou Palace. Gu Jiao hugged him and enjoyed the privilege of entering the palace with her face. Gu Xiaobao had used up all his power when he was looking for his sister in Bai Shui Alley, so he couldn't walk anymore. Gu Jiao was strong and was happy to carry him. Yuya helped Gu Jiao carry her things and happily entered the palace. Empress Dowager Zhuang didn't care about court affairs and went to Bai Shui Alley to play cards when she had nothing to do. Her days were leisurely, but she was too worried about Gu Jiao and fell ill several times. It wasn't until the news of the victory at the border that she gradually recovered. Great-aunt. Gu Xiaobao was very close to his great-aunt and reached out to her when he entered the bedroom. Great-aunt disliked children for being noisy, but Gu Xiaobao wasn't. He was a rare quiet child. Great-aunt allowed Eunuch Qin to carry him over. Eunuch Qin smiled and walked forward. Miss Gu, you're finally back. The Empress Dowager missed you every day and didn't eat or drink. If you didn't come back, the Empress Dowager would go to Yan Kingdom to find you. Eunuch Qin tactfully swallowed his words. Give him to me. Eunuch Qin reached out to carry Gu Xiaobao. Gu Xiaobao turned away. He didn't let him carry him. Eunuch Qin sighed. Let me do it. Gu Jiao said. Then, I'll go make tea. Eunuch Qin smiled and left, taking the palace maids with him. Empress Dowager Zhuang was sitting by the window drinking tea. Gu Jiao walked over and sat beside her. She softly greeted, Great-aunt. Empress Dowager Zhuang snorted. Yuya curtsied. Empress Dowager. Empress Dowager Zhuang, yes. Gu Jiao, wait, is there such a difference in treatment? Gu Xiaobao climbed behind Empress Dowager Zhuang and sat for a while. He found it quite boring and climbed down. Yuya placed the food box on the table and carried him out to play. Gu Jiao opened the food box and took out the things inside one by one. Candied plums, made by granduncle. Rose cakes, made by my mother. Empress Dowager Zhuang's face was sour and she was unmoved. Gu Jiao took out a small box from the bottom. Peach cake. I made it. Empress Dowager Zhuang's expression eased a little. But in the next second, her brows furrowed again. Who allowed you to enter the kitchen? Does Ijia lack a peach pastry or something? Do you think the food you cook is delicious? Gu Jiao suppressed the smile on her face and mischievously reached out to grab the box. Oh, then I'll take it back. Empress Dowager Zhuang hugged the peach cake and glared at her with hidden bitterness. Gu Jiao laughed so hard that she fell back into her chair. The sun was shining brightly, and the girl's smile was beautiful. Empress Dowager Zhuang snorted, but the corners of her lips unconsciously curled up, and tears flashed in her eyes. Her Jiao Jiao was back. She was back with her tail intact. A lot of things had happened in the year that Gu Jiao was not in the capital. First, Crown Princess Wen Linlang died of illness. Then, Empress Xiao selected 2 concubines for the Crown Prince. To Gu Jiao's surprise, one of the concubines was actually concubine Roy Wang's younger sister. Her name was Du Xiaoyun. Gu Jiao had a little impression of her because when she first came to the capital, she met Du Xiaoyun several times. Du Xiaoyun was Wen Linlang's loyal supporter and regarded Wen Linlang as the perfect goddess in her mind. She wondered how she felt when she was selected to be a concubine in the East Palace. Du Xiaoyun's belly was very strong. She was pregnant 3 months after entering the palace. Now, she was 5 months pregnant. Empress Xiao once told Empress Dowager Zhuang that if Du Xiaoyun could give birth to a son for the crown prince, she would ask the Empress Dowager to make her the crown princess. In addition, Rui Wang showed his skills in the court and was valued by the emperor. The emperor appointed him as an imperial envoy to Jiangnan to observe the situation of the people. Concubine Rui Wang and her son traveled with him and had already set off. What about Prince Ning? Gu Jiao asked. Empress Dowager Zhuang sighed. He's still the same. He's still confined in the mansion. Ever since Chu Yu separated from him, his temperament changed a lot. I heard that he has been secretly sending people to inquire about Chu Yu's whereabouts. Unfortunately, he didn't find anything. Prince Ning clearly had Princess Ning in his heart. He just couldn't get Wen Linlang when he was young. Unfortunately, he realized it too late. Chu Yu was long gone. It was too late for him to regret. What about Zhuang Yuheng? Is there any news of him? Gu Jiao asked again. You have a lot of people on your mind. Empress Dowager Zhuang said this, but in her heart, she knew that Gu Jiao was worried about her. Whether it was Prince Ning or Commandery Princein, they were both children that she had truly loved. No one expected that Grand Tutor Zhuang, Prince Ning's grandfather, not only did not discipline Prince Ning, but also secretly urged Prince Ning to rebel. Prince Ning fell, Grand Tutor Zhuang was beheaded, and the Zhuang family was exiled. Zhuang Yuheng was first expelled from the family by Grand Tutor Zhuang, and then he performed meritorious deeds. He could have stayed in the capital, but he was exiled without hesitation. When the Zhuang family was at its peak, he gave up his glory and left the Zhuang family. When the Zhuang family fell into a quagmire, he gave up his bright future and returned to the Zhuang family. Thinking of him, Empress Dowager Zhuang felt distressed and regretful. Her heart was filled with emotions, but no one dared to ask or mention it. Only Gu Jiao could make her speak. Empress Dowager Zhuang let out a long sigh. He became a teacher at a small private school at the border. He teaches during the day and helps people write letters at night. He copies official documents and earns a small amount of money to support his family. Although he was exiled, Zhuang Yuheng himself was not a criminal. Therefore, he could teach at a private school. Even so, his days were still very hard. Zhuang Yuheng himself didn't think it was hard. When the people sent by Empress Dowager Zhuang asked him how he was doing, he said that Xiao Lulang had suffered all these hardships before. If Xiao Lulang could endure it, he could too. Empress Dowager Zhuang snorted. You're still competing with Lulang. By the way, Xiao Shui sent you a letter. Gu Jiao, oh? Empress Dowager Zhuang was too lazy to move. She pointed to a place and Gu Jiao went to fetch the letter. There were a total of 6 letters. In ancient times, transportation was not convenient. A letter might take 2 to 3 months on the road. Gu Jiao received 6 letters in the 1.5 years she was gone. It could be seen that the frequency of Xuaningxiang writing letters was not low. Xuaningxiang mainly talked about the back of the mountain and her daily life in the countryside. Her handwriting is better than mine, Gu Jiao muttered. The back of the mountain had been reclaimed. According to Gu Jiao's needs, different kinds of herbs were planted. Some of them were expected to be harvested next year. Go Hua was 5 years old. He was very naughty and always ran around the streets. Xuaningxiang was easy to find. Go Hua got along well with Headmaster Li. He really thought that he was Headmaster Li's biological son. Headmaster Li taught him how to write. Guess what? He actually learned very well. The second to last letter said that her great-aunt sent a letter to Xuaningxiang, asking her to bring her husband and Go Hua to the capital. She said that she would come immediately. The last letter followed closely. Xuaningxiang was pregnant and couldn't come to the capital for the time being. After the baby was born, she would come to visit her great-aunt and Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao listened to the news for an entire afternoon and read so many letters from Xuaningxiang. Suddenly, she felt as if a lifetime had passed. When she first transmigrated, Go Hua was only 1 year old. Now, he was 5 years old. Unknowingly, she had already spent 4 years here. Gu Xiaobao staggered in while she was sighing. He stood in front of Gu Jiao and Empress Dowager Zhuang, looking at Empress Dowager Zhuang with an especially innocent and well-behaved expression. "Great aunt," he called out in a childish voice. Empress Dowager Zhuang snorted. "Oh, what trouble did you get into now?" Gu Xiaobao put his small hands in front of him. His right hand pinched the index finger of his left hand. "No." Just as he finished speaking, Yuya, and a palace maid from Rinshou Palace walked in a panic. The two bowed their heads. Yuya, didn't know what it was and didn't know how to report it. The palace maid braced herself and said, "The phoenix seal is broken." Empress Dowager Zhuang's face darkened. A row of daggers flashed through her eyes. Gu Xiaobao walked forward and hugged Empress Dowager Zhuang's hand. "Great aunt, Xiaobao loves you." Empress Dowager Zhuang's body shook. Who taught him that? Gu Jiao had dinner at Rinshou Palace before returning. Gu Xiaobao was so tired that he fell asleep. He was snoring sweetly in Gu Jiao's arms. Gu Jiao looked at him. "Oh, this child is so cute." Yuya, smiled and said, "Miss, don't be envious. You will soon have a child with the son-in-law." "Her? Have a child?" Gu Jiao was stunned. The Yuan family. Grand Secretary Yuan and the old Marquis were chatting happily in the parlor. Gu Changqing felt like he was sitting on pins and needles beside the old Marquis. Suddenly, he caught a glimpse of a figure flashing by outside the window. The other party seemed to look at him. He understood and stood up. "Sorry, I have to go to the washroom." The old Marquis glanced at his grandson with dissatisfaction. Why did he have to go to the washroom? Grand Secretary Yuan smiled and raised his hand. "It's fine. Go ahead. Zhao San, take Gu to the washroom." "Yes." The manservant called Zhao San led Gu Changqing to the washroom. Gu Changqing said without a change in expression, "I know the way. You go back first. It'll take me a while." "Yes." Zhao San returned to the parlor. Gu Changqing turned around and used his qinggong to arrive at a small garden nearby. The little Taoist nun in Taoist robes had been waiting there for a long time. She was holding a newly published novel. The little Taoist nun closed the half-read novel and turned to Gu Changqing. "You're finally here. If you didn't come, I would have gone to invite you myself." He said, "You had someone call for me just now?" "Yes." The little Taoist nun nodded. He asked, "Is something the matter?" The little Taoist nun glanced behind him, then gave the maid beside her a meaningful glance. The maid understood and walked to a nearby spot to keep watch. The little Taoist nun asked, "How did your grandfather talk with my grandfather?" "They." Gu Changqing recalled how the two elders had hit it off so quickly. His expression was complicated. "I'm sorry. I didn't expect my grandfather to find a phoenix. Give me some time. I'll find another way to break off this engagement." The little Taoist nun paused, then probed, "If you break off the engagement, won't you have to get married in the future?" "What?" Gu Changqing didn't understand why she would ask such a question. The little Taoist nun explained, "What I mean is that our original plan had a loophole. It's not that easy for me to return to the Taoist temple, especially since my grandmother threatened to kill herself a few days ago. It's the same for you. Even if you break off the engagement with me, your family will arrange another marriage for you until you get married." Gu Changqing fell silent. Yuan Baolin was right. As the heir to the Marquis estate, he would inherit the Marquis estate in the future. His grandfather wouldn't give up on his marriage. Yuan Baolin thought for a moment, then asked, "Are you still the same as before? Don't you want to get married?" Gu Changqing nodded resolutely. Yuan Baolin said, "Me too. I don't want to get married. What's so good about men? I've seen women live to a ripe old age, but all of them die young. Treasure your life and stay away from men." Gu Changqing was speechless. He had nothing to say to that. Yuan Baolin hugged the storybook in her hands. She rolled her eyes and looked at him with a mischievous smile. "Since you don't want to get married and I don't want to get married, why don't we work together?" Gu Changqing gave her a deep look. "You mean?" Yuan Baolin took a few steps forward and said calmly, "In any case, it's fine as long as we can deceive them. In the future, if you have someone in your heart, or if I have someone in my heart, it won't be too late for us to separate." Gu Changqing hesitated for a moment, then said, "But this isn't fair to you. It wasn't a big deal for a man to separate, but if a woman separated, she would more or less suffer criticism. Even if she was Grand Secretary Yuan's direct granddaughter, she still couldn't avoid this secular custom." Yuan Baolin laughed and said, "You don't need to worry about this. Honestly speaking, I don't care what others think of me. Their gazes and words can't hurt me. Just tell me if you agree or not, okay?" This maverick nature was rather similar to his younger sisters. Gu Changqing knitted his brows. This matter had nothing to do with him, but for her, it was indeed. Yuan Baolin said frankly, "Don't look down on women too much, and don't use your way of thinking to measure me. I know what I want. Unless you don't want to work with me, then pretend I didn't say anything." Gu Changqing pondered for a moment. He looked at her with a complicated expression and gave his choice. Chapter 920. After Yuan Baolin returned to her room, her younger sister, Yuan Tong, walked in. Her younger sister held her arm and whispered, "Sister, do you really agree to this marriage?" Yuan Baolin pulled her hand away and lay down on the chaise lounge. She leisurely flipped through the half-read novel, "Yes." Her younger sister was surprised and sat down next to her. "But sister, didn't you say that you won't marry in this lifetime?" Yuan Baolin sighed, "Grandmother threatened me with death. What can I do?" Yuan Tong nodded and pinched her handkerchief. "Speaking of which, he really found the phoenix for you. This means that he is serious about you." Yuan Baolin flipped a page and continued to read the book. She said indifferently, "He didn't find it." Yuan Tong was puzzled. "How do you know that he didn't find it?" Yuan Baolin said, "I just know." Yuan Tong frowned and stood up. "Then I'll go tell grandfather." "Wait." Yuan Baolin took down the book, looked at her, and said casually, "Don't ruin this marriage. I'm going to marry him." Yuan Tong frowned. "Sister, there are so many good men in the world. Why do you want a dishonest man?" Yuan Baolin said helplessly, "You don't understand." Yuan Tong pouted and pinched her handkerchief. "I don't understand. I only know that once sister gets married, it will be my turn soon. In the future, the Yuan family will become my maiden family. I won't be able to see my parents every day, and I won't be able to talk to sister like this." Yuan Baolin continued to read the novel. Yuan Tong thought of something and took a deep breath. "If sister and Gu Shizhi get married, won't I and that bumblebee's relative?" Yuan Baolin asked, "What bumblebee?" Yuan Tong stomped her foot. "His younger brother. That rude and annoying person." Yuan Baolin turned a page. "Oh, is there such a person? I forgot." Gu Qingfeng, who was completely forgotten by his sister-in-law, after leaving the palace, Gu Jiao went to Vermilion Bird Avenue to visit Princess Xinyang and Shangguanqing. Shangguanqing was recovering well. The remaining poison in his body was almost cleared. He should be able to stop taking the medicine for the last month. In the future, he would pay more attention to his diet. There would not be too big of a problem. The three of them sat in Princess Xinyang's room. Gu Jiao inadvertently looked around. Princess Xianyang faintly said, "Don't look. Ahang is not there." Shang Wanqing sat on the right side of his princess mother. He picked up the book on the table and covered his left face. He whispered to Gu Jiao, "I know you're here, so I sent him away. I don't want you two to meet before the wedding." Gu Jiao said with a bitter face, "Oh." Yuya carried the sleeping Gu Xiaobao in the courtyard to enjoy the cool air while Eugene fanned Xiaobao. Xiao Yi had not yet fallen asleep. She lay in the cradle alone and played with her feet. From time to time, she would make a small sound. She was a baby with a strong presence. As long as she was awake, she would not stop. She was the complete opposite of Gu Xiaobao, who could not even be bothered to cry. Yao Shi gave birth to Gu Xiaobao. It was as though the family had not given birth to a child. Princess Xinyang gave birth to Xiao Yi. It was as though the family had given birth to twins. Gu Jiao went to the side of the cradle to play with her. She stopped scratching her feet. Opening her gem-like eyes wide, she stared at Gu Jiao without blinking. She was about to grow her first tooth. Recently, she had been drooling quite a bit. Gu Jiao remembered that Gu Xiaobao was not so fat when he was 5 months old. Her little arms were like lotus roots, white and tender. She wanted to pinch them. "Can I pinch them?" Gu Jiao asked Shang Wanqing, who had also come to the side of the cradle. Shang Wanqing sternly said, "Of course you can't. Children have soft skin and tender flesh. What if you break them?" After saying that, he glanced at the princess mother, who was sitting in front of the coffee table drinking tea. Using his body to block her view, he whispered to Gu Jiao, "Feel free to pinch them." Xiao Yi, who was suddenly betrayed by her brother. Gu Jiao pinched and pinched. Oh, it felt so good. Xiao Yi was a lively baby. She loved to laugh and cry. Usually, if her brothers pinched her like this, she would have wailed and complained to her mother. But today, she gave her sister-in-law enough face. After Gu Jiao pinched her little arms, she raised her little feet high, as if asking, "Here, Gio. Here, do you want to pinch?" With the two little ones playing with Yi, Princess Xinyang went to do her own things. When only the two of them were left in the house, Shang Wanqing asked Gu Jiao, "Oh right, how's my mother?" Gu Jiao, who was pinching Xiao Yi's hand, paused. She turned her head and looked at him strangely. "Why didn't you ask just now?" Shang Wanqing coughed lightly and said, "The princess mother was here just now. I was afraid that she would be jealous." "Gu Jiao, you know quite a lot." Shang Wanqing raised his eyebrows and said, "Of course. Everyone is like that bookworm younger brother, who doesn't understand women." Gu Jiao said honestly, "But I feel that he understands the two mothers much better than you." Shang Wanqing's face darkened. How could she undermine him like this? Gu Jiao took out a folded letter from her purse and handed it to him. "This is a handwritten letter from the Empress. See for yourself how she is doing." Shang Wanqing took the letter and glanced at Gu Jiao from the corner of his eyes. He snorted and said, "You're still talking about me. Why didn't you take out the letter just now?" Gu Jiao's expression did not change as she said, "I forgot." Shang Wanqing, When Gu Jiao and Shang Wanqing were talking, they neglected Xiao Yi, who was in the cradle. Xiao Yi pulled Gu Jiao's hand unhappily. It was as if she was saying, "Don't talk to stinky brother, talk to me." Gu Jiao curved her lips and carried Xiao Yi. Gu Xiaobao liked to drink milk. Gu Jiao carried him for an entire day, so her body was also stained with a faint milky fragrance. Xiao Yi smelled the familiar scent. Her two chubby little hands grabbed Gu Jiao's lapel and plunged into Gu Jiao's arms. Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao thought that Xiao Yi was hungry, so she carried her to the greenhouse and gave her to Princess Xinyang. Xiao Yi, who suddenly returned to her mother's arms, was dumbfounded. That was an instinctive reaction. She hadn't played enough with her sister-in-law yet. Then, she was pressed into her mother's arms. Great, with milk, everything is fine. Xiao Yi ate happily, completely forgetting about her sister-in-law. There were a total of 3 letters from Shangguan Yan. 2 were for the 2 brothers, and the other one was for Princess Xinyang. The letter to the 2 brothers mainly described the current situation of the Yan kingdom. It also mentioned her ascension to the throne and chatted about daily life. In addition, because the war had just ended, the new emperor ascended the throne, and it was time to deal with the 10 great clans, so the court was busy. She was deeply sorry that she couldn't attend Xiaohang and Gu Jiao's wedding. In fact, everyone knew that the current situation of the Yan kingdom wasn't as light as she described it. The power of the 10 great clans was enough to give her a headache for a while. There was another reason why she didn't attend the wedding. She was worried that Princess Xinyang didn't want to see her. In the study, Princess Xinyang sighed, "It's all in the past. I've already let it go." Gu Jiao left, leaving only the 3 of them in the room. In her arms, Xiao Yi looked at her with wide eyes, as if trying to understand what happened to her mother. Shang Guanqing shook his head and said, "I'm afraid you have to tell her yourself. Otherwise, with my mother's temperament, she will never be able to understand." Princess Xinyang suddenly said, "When are you going back?" Shang Guanqing stared, "Why? Mother, are you driving me away?" Princess Xinyang looked at her daughter in her arms. "You 2 brothers are with me. Your mother will be lonely by herself." Shang Guanqing raised his eyebrows. "Then why don't my brother go back?" Princess Xinyang looked up at him. "Your brother found a wife from the Zhao country. Do you also want to find a wife from the Zhao country?" Shang Guanqing said seriously, "It's not impossible. I can consider someone like you, mother." Princess Xinyang was in a very sad mood when talking to Shang Guanqing, but she didn't know whether to laugh or cry at his last sentence. But then again, Shang Guanqing did have plans to return to the Yan kingdom. His mother was on both sides, and he had thought it through. He would live on one side for half a year. Anyway, he liked to run around. At the end of the 3 letters, they all mentioned the same thing, the identity of the 2 children. She wasn't sure which of the 2 brothers would be willing to be the prince of the Yan kingdom. Perhaps both of them would be willing, or perhaps neither of them would be willing. She respected the choice of her 2 sons, and she would gladly accept any result. This was also something that Princess Xinyang had been brooding about, so she hadn't told the emperor of the Zhao country about the 2 children's identities for the time being. Princess Xinyang said, "Your mother doesn't have any objections." "Actually, I don't have any objections either. You go and discuss it with your brother." Shang Guanqing's eyes flashed. "You don't need to discuss it with my father?" Princess Xinyang's face fell. "Who is who? Aren't you both his sons? What does he have to lose?" Shang Guanqing touched his nose resentfully. He had just mentioned it, and look at how angry his mother was. A day and a night had passed, and his mother was still angry. She didn't know if it was because the mention of her father reminded Xiao Yi of this person. She turned her head to look outside, and even wanted to sit up. Princess Xinyang regretted mentioning her father in the middle of the night. Wasn't she asking her to look for her father? Xiao Yi, who needed her father to coax her to sleep every night, became emotional at will. Her small mouth pouted, and she cried. Chapter 921. Little Yi was a very determined baby. If she wanted to cry for her father, she would definitely cry. Other children would get tired after crying, but she was full of energy and didn't have such a situation. Princess Xinyang occasionally felt that she was spoiling her too much. She might as well let her cry. After crying a few times, she would understand that this trick didn't work on her. But this child was stubborn. She wouldn't stop crying even when her voice was hoarse. Marquis Xian Ping appeared at the door of the study in time and walked in arrogantly to show off his status in the family. Did Yi find her father? Yi really likes father the most, right? He asked, asking for a beating. Princess Xinyang glared at him and expressionlessly handed her daughter to Shang Guanqing. Sheng Wanqing sighed inwardly. His bookworm brother really didn't have it easy these years. He was always sandwiched between his parents. The little fellow was crying so much that he pursed his lips and hurriedly carried her to his father. She stopped crying once she was in her father's arms, but her expression was full of grievance. This made Marquis Xian Ping's heart ache. He hugged his daughter and looked at Princess Xinyang disapprovingly. Qin Fengwan, you, Princess Xinyang shot daggers at him. Marquis Xian Ping changed the topic seamlessly. How can you raise your daughter so well? Her father was completely defeated. The siblings turned their faces away and couldn't look anymore. On the other hand, Gu Jiao appeared to have left Princess Xinyang's residence, but in fact, she secretly returned. She leaped into the courtyard with one hand and walked around Xiao Heng's room. He's really not here. Princess Xinyang really went all out to make this fiancé and fiancée follow the rules. Gu Jiao pursed her lips and returned to the carriage. Gu Xiaobao probably wouldn't wake up tonight and would sleep until dawn. Gu Jiao pinched his little arm. It felt different from when she pinched little Yi. He wasn't as fat as Yi. The two of them got off the carriage. Yuya carried Gu Xiaobao into the courtyard first. Just as Gu Jiao was about to cross the threshold, a slender hand reached out from her side and gently grasped her wrist. She turned around and saw Xiao Heng pressing his index finger to his lips as he gestured to her. She understood and said to Yuya, I'm going to buy something. I'll be back in a bit. Yuya, exclaimed in confusion. When she turned to look at Gu Jiao was no longer outside the door. Why didn't you buy it on the way? She mumbled as she carried the sleeping Gu Xiaobao into the house. Madame Yao was currently making a wedding outfit for little Jing Kong. The reason was that little Jing Kong had once seen Xiao Heng's wedding outfit at Princess Xinyang's home. He thought that if his bad brother-in-law had it, he should have it too. Where's Jiao Jiao? Didn't he come back with you? She put down the needle and took her son. Yuya, replied, she's back. Just as she reached the door, Miss remembered that she forgot to buy something and went out again. I see. Madame Yao did not suspect anything and carried Xiaobao back into the house. Oh right, Yuya, go get some hot water. I'll give Xiaobao a bath. Understood, madam. Yuya, happily went to get the water. On the other side, Gu Jiao was being held by a certain little duke who was getting more and more scheming by the day as they walked along the busy streets of Chang'an. Tonight, there was a small lantern festival and the streets were very lively. Gu Jiao wore a veil and walked side by side with him amidst the endless crowd. Feeling the unique night breeze of Zhao country, she could not help but feel a sense of tranquility. It's not easy to be able to walk on the streets without any worries, she said softly. Xiao Heng's eyes were filled with her. He smiled and said, it's been hard on you, my dear fiancé. Gu Jiao raised her eyebrows and said, likewise. Xiao Heng laughed softly. His face was picturesque, like jade and like an immortal. In the past, he was always cold and cheerless, but he did not know when it started, but as long as he was with her, he could always unconsciously smile. The two of them holding hands were covered by Xiao Heng's wide sleeves. Gu Jiao said, sometimes, I feel like I've known you for a long time. Xiao Heng nodded his head, it's been a long time, 4 years. Gu Jiao thought for a bit, that's right. Xiao Heng looked at her with a smile, of course it is. Gu Jiao said thoughtfully, but the first time I saw you, I had an unusually good impression of you. Xiao Heng teased her, because I'm handsome. This girl always said that he was handsome. Gu Jiao thought for a bit and could not think of a reason to refute. Her good impression of him might have originated from his face. After all, she was obsessed with appearances, right? Although she did not know how many times her godfather had told her not to always look at a man's face. Xiao Heng did not know that she was really thinking about this problem. He said with emotion, in these 4 years, we've been apart more than together. If I'm not on the road to take the exam, then you're on the road to war. Speaking of which, why did you believe that I would pass the exam? He even jumped into the cold lake for a county exam paper. Gu Jiao said, I don't know, I just thought that you would pass the exam. It doesn't matter if you don't pass. I said before, I'll take care of you. Xiaoheng looked at the road and then looked at her. The corner of his mouth hooked up. Then, my dear wife, please take care of me in the future. Gu Jiao curled her lips and said, we're not married yet. Aren't you calling me wife too early? As soon as her voice fell, a large man carelessly bumped into them. Xiaoheng used one arm to protect Gu Jiao, but he did not dodge and was hit by that person. That person raised his hand and was about to punch Xiaoheng, but Gu Jiao grabbed his wrist and threw him to the ground. That person fell on his back and scolded angrily, who is he to you? Gu Jiao fiercely said, my husband. Xiaoheng's lips hooked up and his eyes sparkled with a smile. This was just a small interlude. That person was not Gu Jiao's opponent and left dejectedly. The two of them continued to go to the Lantern Festival. Suddenly, a man and a woman seemed to be quarreling at a stall in front of the alley. The man's voice sounded familiar. The two of them could not help but look in that direction. Who would have thought that they would see Gu Qingfeng stand up from the stool in front of the small table, surnamed Yuan? What nonsense are you talking about? Am I talking nonsense? Your big brother is just dishonest. He was clearly not the one who caught the phoenix, but he still pretended that he did. What phoenix or not phoenix? How ridiculous. Gu Qingfeng had been outside the whole day and knew nothing about his big brother's engagement. Yuan Tong put her hands on her hips and said, stop pretending. If it wasn't for my sister not letting me say it, I would have already complained to my grandfather. Gu Qingfeng sneered, go ahead and complain. Yuan Tong stomped her feet and said, I'm doing this for my sister's sake. Gu Qingfeng mocked, oh, your sister's face is so big. Yuan Tong did not reply, but immediately took back the initiative. I don't want to be relatives with someone like you. Gu Qingfeng laughed, you think I want to be relatives with you? Yuan Tong gritted her teeth, big hornet. Gu Qingfeng did not back down, round tube. No, I think you're so dumb, you should be called Tong. Who are you calling Tong? Yuan Tong was so angry that she grabbed a stool and threw it at Gu Qingfeng. Gu Qingfeng was someone who practiced martial arts, so naturally he would not be hit by her. He dodged around the table and said proudly, come on, come on. Tong. 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 Yuan Tong was really angered by him. She had never seen such an annoying person in her life. Gu Jiao and Xiaoheng both recognized each other's identity. They did not expect Gu Qingfeng to know her, and seemed to have a deep relationship with her. The two of them had a tacit understanding and did not try to stop the fight. Gu Qingfeng and Xiaoheng were the same age and turned 20 last year. When he was the monarch of the Yan kingdom, it was the state preceptor and duke who performed his coronation ceremony. He was the first person in the world to have these two host his coronation ceremony. But looking at him, even though he had turned white, he still looked like a child. What are you thinking about? The two of them continued to walk forward. Xiaoheng saw Gu Jiao's thoughtful expression and could not help but ask her. Gu Jiao said, I'm thinking about how to make it up to you if I'm not there when you perform your coronation ceremony. The coronation ceremony was a man's coming-of-age ceremony in ancient times. It was very significant. Xiaoheng and Shang Guanqing turned 20 last year in December. At that time, Gu Jiao was preparing for the war against the Jin kingdom at the border. Xiaoheng suddenly lowered his head and whispered in her ear, make it up to me on our wedding night. His voice was low and full of magnetism, making her little ear feel numb and itchy. She raised her hand and touched her little ear, oh. Xiaoheng smiled, no, you're not going to refuse? What if I want you to do something bad? Something very, very bad. Gu Jiao said seriously, anything is fine. Xiaoheng took a deep breath, Gu Jiao, Jiao, you don't know anything about how bad men can be. He was no longer the innocent boy in Qingchuan village who would not have any evil thoughts when he slept with her in the same bed. He had grown up. He had grown into a very, very bad wolf who wanted to eat her at any time. Chapter 922. The novel will be updated faster. There are all kinds of novels that you can't find on the internet. By the time Gu Jiao returned to Jade Water Alley, it was already 2 hours later. Since she was putting on an act, she really did buy something, a few sticks of tunghulu. She carried the candied haws to the door of her house. She was surprised to hear a conversation in a low voice coming from the alley. Go in. It was little Jing Kong's voice. I don't dare. It was a young man's voice. Gu Jiao thought it was a little familiar, but she didn't immediately remember. Little Jing Kong sighed like an old man. You have to face up to your mistakes. The young man said hesitantly, but my hair hasn't grown out yet. Jiao Jiao. You're back. Why are you so late? Old Lady Zhou came out of Andy Sun's house and saw Gu Jiao carrying the candied haws. The conversation in the alley stopped abruptly, followed by the sound of fleeing footsteps. The young man had left. I went to buy some candied haws. Gu Jiao bent down, took a stick of candied haws, and handed it to old Lady Zhou's grandson. The grandson looked up at his grandmother with longing in his eyes. Old Lady Zhou felt embarrassed, so Gu Jiao said, take it. Xiaobao will come and play with you tomorrow. Hearing Gu Jiao's words, old Lady Zhou smiled and accepted the candied haws. She let the grandson thank her and accept it. After Gu Jiao said goodbye to old Lady Zhou, little Jing Kong happened to come out of the alley. Jiao Jiao. He jumped in front of Gu Jiao and gave her a hug. He was obviously more than 6 years old, but he still looked like a 5-year-old. It was easy for him to act cute. When he saw the candied haws in Gu Jiao's hand, he blinked his big eyes. Wow. Jiao Jiao, you went to buy candied haws. Gu Jiao had to say yes. Otherwise, he would be jealous if she told him that she was going on a date with his bad brother-in-law. Are you going to school tomorrow? Gu Jiao asked. It's a holiday tomorrow. Little Jing Kong said. It's okay to sleep a little later. Gu Jiao asked him to pick a stick of candied haws. He picked the second biggest one and left the biggest one for Gu Xiaobao. It was a good opportunity to boost his younger brother's strength. Gu Jiao held his hand and walked home. By the way, who were you talking to just now? Little Jing Kong held Gu Jiao's hand with one hand and licked the candied hawthorn with the other. He said, Brother Qinglin. Gu Qinglin? Gu Jiao remembered this person. He was the youngest son who was raised the most by concubine Ling. He always thought that it was Madame Yao who killed his mother, so he always bullied Gu Yan. Later, he was ruthlessly stabbed by concubine Ling, who he trusted and was closest to. Since then, he was disheartened and wanted to become a monk. When little Jing Kong was halfway through shaving his head, the old duke came back. He tucked his tail between his legs and went back to the mortal world. I remember that his hair has grown out. Gu Qingfeng bought a lot of hair growth agents from her. Little Jing Kong said, originally, it had grown out. But during the new year, he played with firecrackers and blew up his hair. Gu Jiao hit the nail on the head and asked, did he play with firecrackers or your black fire pearl? Little Jing Kong blinked, my black fire pearl. Gu Jiao, little Jing Kong said innocently, but I fixed it. I saw that his hair was messed up by the explosion, so I shaved it for him again. And then it didn't grow anymore. Little Jing Kong licked a mouthful of sugar-coated haws. Oh. I suddenly remembered that I haven't fed little Jiao yet. I'll go feed little Jiao now. After saying that, he raised his head and looked at Gu Jiao cutely. Jiao Jiao, you're so beautiful today. I can't extricate myself from your beauty. My heart is bursting with joy. Gu Jiao, well, little Jing Bao's sweet words have solved the case. Wait. Gu Jiao stopped little Jing Kong, who was running into the house. Little Jing Kong rolled his eyes and turned around with a smile. Jiao Jiao, is there anything else? See, how could she lose her temper in front of such a well-behaved, cute, and sensible child? Gu Jiao thought for a while and asked, what is he doing here today? The next day, Gu Changqing and Gu Qingfeng got up early. Last night, Gu Qingfeng had returned home too late. Gu Changqing had already gone to bed. He had only confirmed the marriage that Yuan Tong had mentioned with his elder brother this morning. Elder brother, are you really going to marry the daughter of the Yuan family? He asked Gu Changqing. Gu Changqing had just finished the horse stance. His handsome face was dripping with sweat. He took the handkerchief from the servant, wiped the sweat on his forehead and neck, and said, "What's wrong? Do you have a problem with it?" Gu Qingfeng snorted, "What problem can I have? I'm not your father." Gu Changqing looked at him coldly. He shrank his neck, smiled awkwardly, and changed the topic. "Elder brother, didn't we agree to go to Clearwater Alley today? That girl has been resting for 2 days. In other words, they could come and disturb them now." Gu Changqing raised his eyebrows and said proudly, "I saw Jiao Jiao yesterday." Gu Qingfeng glared, "What? Didn't we say we were going today?" "You actually went behind my back," Gu Changqing said. "Who told grandfather to call you to go to the palace and you didn't go? When grandfather and I came back from the palace, we ran into her visiting Duke Ongwa." Gu Qingfeng felt like he had missed out on 100 million yuan. Especially when his elder brother was showing off. "Really? Elder brother, why are you so childish?" Gu Changqing glanced at his younger brother and walked away proudly. Gu Qingfeng gritted his teeth and returned to his own courtyard. As he was packing up, Gu Qinglin came over. "Why are you up so early today? Are you going to school?" he asked. Gu Qinglin scratched his head. "It's a holiday today." "Oh, then Gu Yan is also on holiday." As he spoke, he opened the cabinet door and stuffed an extra box into his bag. "I don't know if the Imperial College will let it in." "It will," Gu Qinglin said. Gu Qingfeng forgot to ask how he knew and stuffed another box into his bag. "I'll go out with elder brother later. You stay at home and study." "Oh." Gu Qinglin lowered his head. "What's wrong?" Gu Qingfeng sensed that something was wrong with his younger brother's mood. Gu Qinglin hesitated. "Nothing, I'm going to study." "Weird." Gu Qingfeng watched his back as he turned and left. He packed up the box and went to meet his elder brother at the gate. It was rare for little Jing Kong to have a holiday, so Xianyuan Qi and Liaochen also came over. Liaochen was dragged over by his father. Otherwise, he wouldn't want to face the little monk who could recite scriptures better than the abbot. Xianyuan Qi was teaching the 3 young men martial arts in the backyard. Liaochen was lying on a rattan chair to cool off. Gu Xiaobao was carried by Yu Ya, to find Granny Zhou's grandson. Gu Jiao went to the clinic. Yao Shi was making snacks for the children in the kitchen. Xianyuan Qi was teaching them the most basic fist technique. He demonstrated it once and then taught them one by one. Little Jing Kong learned it the fastest, followed by Gu Xiaoshun. Gu Yan was the slowest. He barely learned it. Xianyuan Qi saw that the 3 children were sweating profusely and knew that it was about time for the day. Little Jing Kong's talent surprised him. Xiao Lu really left behind a very outstanding descendant for the Xianyuan family. The 2 brothers went to the backyard and greeted Xianyuan Qi and his son. Then, they greeted Gu Xiaoshun and the other 2. Then, they went to the kitchen to greet Yao Shi. Elder brother, watch me do it." Little Jing Kong couldn't wait to show off his newly learned fist technique to Gu Changqing. Gu Changqing and Marquis Xian Ping had taught little Jing Kong some martial arts. He learned a lot of different things, but he practiced them very well. This was a hard-working child. His movements were smooth as flowing water. "Oh, not bad." Gu Qingfeng exaggerated. Little Jing Kong nodded. That's right. I'm the best at it." Gu Xiaoshun was not very familiar with some of the moves. He practiced them silently at the side. Xianyuan Qi corrected him from time to time. Only Gu Yan went back to the house with a long face. Gu Changqing followed him. Behind him, he said considerately, "Actually, I know this fist technique too. I can teach you too." Gu Yan turned his face and snorted. "Who wants to learn it?" The moves just now didn't require a lot of space. Gu Changqing demonstrated it to him in the house. Even if Gu Yan pretended not to care at first, he was gradually attracted to it. "Try it," Gu Changqing said to him. "I'm not going to try." Gu Yan refused to lose face in front of Gu Changqing. Gu Changqing smiled gently. He raised Gu Yan's arm and helped Gu Yan get into a stance. "I said I'm not going to practice. Tighten the waist and abdomen." He pointed at Gu Yan's soft stomach with his slender finger and pointed at his thin back with his other hand. Gu Yan took a deep breath unconsciously. "Like this." Gu Changqing came behind him and grabbed his arm. He led him through the first move. He leaned on his brother's arm and felt the details of each move. "So it's like this?" When he looked, he could only see the front or the back. It was always hard to combine the two. But after Gu Changqing grabbed his arm and did it once, he felt like he had suddenly seen the light. With Gu Changqing teaching Gu Yan one-on-one, Gu Yan finally learned the first half of the set of fist techniques taught by Xianyuan Qi. Not only that, he also previewed the second half in advance. Although it was not as smooth as the first half, he was still able to do it. He immediately went to show off to little Jing Kong. Little Jing Kong looked as if he was struck by lightning. He was in disbelief. Even Brother Yan could do it? No way. He wanted to practice more. Jade Water Alley officially started the inner volume. Gu Xiaobao came back from his afternoon. He looked for his sister the moment he entered the house. But his sister was not there today. Gu Xiaobao clenched his little hands and looked up blankly. One brother, two brothers, a row of brothers. Gu Changqing had not seen Gu Xiaobao for a long time. He still remembered the first time he saw him. He was trembling in his arms. Now that he had grown up, he should not be like that anymore. Gu Changqing bent down confidently and carried the dumbfounded Gu Xiaobao up. Gu Xiaobao did not tremble like before, but his whole body was stiff. "Big brother, he still looks scared of you. Let me do it." Gu Qingfeng carried Xiaobao over. Sure enough, Gu Xiaobao relaxed once he was in Gu Qingfeng's arms. Gu Changqing did not believe it and carried him again. Gu Xiaobao froze again. Gu Changqing, ha ha ha. Gu Qingfeng laughed with his hands on his hips. "Big brother. Xiaobao still doesn't like you." He carried the little guy back into his arms and said proudly, "Xiaobao, you like second brother the most, right?" Gu Xiaobao looked at him seriously, as if he was thinking about his words. Suddenly, Gu Xiaobao stretched out his hands and pulled his ears until they were protruding. Gu Qingfeng. In the year that Gu Jiao was not around, the business of the Magical Hands Hall was booming. Xiao Song, who had followed Gu Jiao to the capital to make a living, had become a rather famous signboard. Many people came every day. The second master was a genius in business and was already preparing to open another Magical Hands Hall on Cheng and Main Street. In addition, the courtesan Mo Qianxue, who had been recuperating in the medical hall, had left. Hua Xiao had also disappeared from the capital. The second master did not know where the two of them had gone. For some people, they might be separated for a lifetime. The imperial edict for Gu Jiao and Xiao Heng's wedding was brought forward. As Xiao Heng had said, it was on the 18th of June. At the end of May, Marquis Gu finally finished his assignment at the Ministry of Works. He had already heard the news of his father and son's triumphant return. He first washed up in the Marquis residence and changed into dry clothes, intending to pay his respects to his father. In the end, he saw Gu Jinyu's servant girl rushing over to see him. "What is it?" he asked with a frown. "Marquis, Miss, she, she. The servant girl stammered, hesitating to speak. Marquis Gu frowned and went directly to Gu Jinyu's courtyard. Ever since Gu Jinyu's true colors were exposed, Marquis Gu had suffered a blow. He could not accept that the daughter he had doted on for so many years was so scheming. He was angry with Gu Jinyu. But Gu Jinyu knelt down and cried about her difficulties, saying that she was only the adopted daughter of the Marquis residence. Her grandfather and brothers all did not like her. Even her mother only had her own daughter in her heart. She had no choice but to play some tricks to protect herself. She had already lost everything except her father. She did not want her father to hate her. If even her father did not want her, then there was no reason for her to live. She hit her head on a pillar and blood splattered everywhere. Marquis Gu's heart softened and he forgave his daughter. But there was still a knot in his heart. When Marquis Gu went to Gu Jinyu's side, Gu Jinyu's eyes were swollen from crying. "Jinyu, what's wrong?" Marquis Gu came to her side and asked. Gu Jinyu's eyes were red and swollen. She said in grievance, "Father." Marquis Gu said, "Don't cry. Speak properly." Gu Jinyu choked with sobs. To the side, Chun Lu added oil to the fire. "Marquis, you probably still don't know. Eldest young miss has returned. She even recognized someone else as her father. Now, she is no longer the daughter of our Ding and Marquis residents." Marquis Gu's face sank. "What?" Gu Jinyu choked out, "I saw it with my own eyes. Elder sister has become the daughter of the country. She wants to marry again as the daughter of the country." Marquis Gu clenched his fist. "Unfilial daughter. Where is she putting the Marquis residence's face?" Chun Lu said, "Actually, eldest young miss can just marry. Why must she humiliate Ding and Marquis residence? There are so many places in the capital. Of all the places she could have bought, she had to buy the one opposite our Marquis residence. She even deliberately humiliated second young miss in front of all the servants." Gu Jinyu scolded, "Chun Lu, don't say any more." Chun Lu sternly said, "Today, second young miss wants to beat this servant to death. This servant also has to say it. Second young miss has become the daughter of the country and flaunted her dowry in front of the Marquis residents and second young miss. She also deliberately caused the old Marquis to misunderstand and make the old Marquis feel discord towards second young miss. Not only that, her wedding date was originally in the 10th month. In order to steal second young miss limelight, she changed the wedding date to the same day as second young miss wedding." Gu Jinyu wiped his tears. "I've endured everything else, but why did elder sister change the wedding date to the same day as mine? I know I can't compare to her. I also never wanted to compare to her. I only hoped that father and mother could attend my wedding, but now. Marquis Gu coldly said, "She really changed the wedding date?" Gu Jinyu's tears dripped down. Chun Lu met elder sister and mother at the jewelry store. She said that my wedding date had been set. It was the 18th of the next month. A few days after that, elder sister's imperial edict to change the wedding date was issued. It was the same day as my wedding date. Marquis Gu's fists clenched so tightly that they cracked. Preposterous. That stupid girl. She was clearly going against Jinyu on purpose. She knew that Yao Shi doted on her and would definitely not give up on her wedding. That way, Jinyu would not have a mother at his wedding. Marquis Gu did not even bother to pay his respects to his father and went to Jade Water Alley without another word. "Stupid girl, did you bully Jinyu again? Who told you to change the wedding date? Who told you to move to the opposite side? Get out of." He pushed open the courtyard door and saw a courtyard full of big shots. His voice stopped abruptly. Today, Xianyuan Qi and Liao Chen came to teach the three young men martial arts as usual. The old Marquis came over to tease Gu Xiaobao. Empress Dowager Zhuang came to play the leaf card and brought along little Hong Hong who could not be shaken off. The old Chancellor and Duke and were also there. The two of them were leisurely sipping tea and playing chess. Not to mention the big shots of the Yen Kingdom, Just the Empress Dowager and Emperor of the Zhao Kingdom made his legs go weak. What was going on? Why were there so many hidden dragons and crouching tigers in this small courtyard? Empress, Empress, Empress Dowager, why Your Majesty? Your Majesty, Father, 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 you're here too. He couldn't stop stammering. Hearing him call the old Marquis Gu father, Dukan understood who he was. That Marquis Ding, and of the Zhao Kingdom, who was extremely biased. Dukan learned a little about his actions from Gu Shaoshan and knew that this person deserved a beating. Sure enough, the first day he returned to the capital, he came to the Jiaojiao to denounce him. Dukan said indifferently, I bought the house. The Emperor of the Zhao Kingdom said seriously, I changed the wedding date. Empress Dowager Zhuang said coldly, I have to ask you if you agree to it first. Marquis Gu, who was finally cheated by Gu Jinyu. Is it too late for me to leave now? In the end, Marquis Gu would propose a beating with his father and Xianyuan Qi. The day before the wedding, Gu Jiaojiao moved into Duke En's mansion. As for the location of the wedding, after a discussion among the elders, it was decided that the wedding would be held in Marquis Xuanping's mansion and the wedding room would be set in the princess's mansion. As for where the young couple would live after the wedding, it was up to them. Dukan was familiar with the wedding customs of the Zhao Kingdom and everything was done according to the local customs. The mansion was filled with red lanterns with the word "she" and the flowers on both sides were replaced with the beautiful red peonies. These peonies were very expensive and a pot was enough for an ordinary family to eat and wear for several years. Dukan didn't feel any heartache when spending money on his daughter. He didn't think it was too much. He earned every single cent of the money. He didn't steal or rob. It was his freedom to spend all of it on his daughter. It was late at night. Dukan sat quietly in his wheelchair in the courtyard and looked at the moon. Xianyuan Qi walked over. You haven't slept yet. Dukan turned his head and smiled. Second uncle can't sleep either. There was a stone stool beside him but Xianyuan Qi did not sit down. He looked up at the endless sky and said emotionally, I didn't expect that she would get married. Dukan smiled. Second uncle, what do you mean? Of course Jiao Jiao will get married. Xianyuan Qi sighed. That's right. She is Jiao Jiao. Dukan was slightly stunned. What did second uncle mean? Did he know that Jiao Jiao was Yinin? Can you stand up tomorrow? Xianyuan Qi suddenly asked. His thoughts were interrupted. Dukan lowered his head and smiled self-deprecatingly. Second uncle knows. Seeing you practice every day, it seems like it's very tiring. Dukan thought that he would say, actually, you don't have to work so hard. Whether you stand or sit to see her off, her feelings for you won't change. Unexpectedly, he said, you know, back then, eldest brother and I were very opposed to your marriage with Ah Zi. Ah Zi is a wolf on the grassland and you are a sparrow in a cage. The two of you are not suitable at all. It was easy for him to say a long sentence. But you are very brave, just like Ah Zi. Ah Zi did not misjudge you. Ah Zi married the right person. I hope that she also married the right person. The next day, just after 3 in the morning, Aosher went to pick up the perfect woman and went to Duke An's residence together. Gu Jiaojiao, who was sleeping soundly, was gently patted awake by a pair of gentle hands. Jiaojiao, it's time to get up, Aosher said softly in her ear. Gu Jiaojiao opened her eyes in a daze. Yuya came to the bed with a brand new phoenix coronet and robes. The dazzling red light was immediately reflected in Gu Jiaojiao's eyes. Gu Jiaojiao was stunned. Yuya said with a smile, young miss, you are going to get married. Chapter 923. This book's newest chapter is not finished yet. That's right, today was the day of her and Xiao Heng's wedding. Oh, I've never gotten married before, so it's quite novel. Her sleepiness immediately disappeared and her eyes sparkled. Yuya and Yao Shi heard her words and thought that she was saying that she had never held a wedding when she was a commoner. The two felt their hearts ache. Eldest young miss, your hardships are over and your happiness has come. In the future, you will not need to suffer any more hardships. Yuya sincerely comforted her. Yao Shi's heart felt sour, and her nose felt sour. She could not hold back her tears when she heard Yuya say, wedding. She did not know if it was because her heart ached for her daughter's suffering or because she did not want her daughter to get married. She had not raised her enough. It really was not enough. The daughter that she had only found after being separated for 14 years was getting married in less than 4 years. Madam, don't cry. Yuya comforted her, her voice suddenly choked up. If you cry, I will also cry. It was so strange. She clearly was not sad, but seeing Madam cry, she also felt sad. Gu Jiao stared blankly at Yao Shi, not understanding why she was crying. The perfect Madam had seen this scene many times and smiled at Yao Shi, saying, Madam, young miss is getting married to the capital and not far away. If you want to see young miss, isn't that easy? That's true. Yao Shi wiped away her tears, feeling a little embarrassed that she had lost her composure in front of her daughter. Fortunately, it did not affect her daughter's mood. Yao Shi patted the back of Gu Jiao's hand and said, I've already had someone prepare the hot water. Come, let's go bathe and change. We still need to bathe? Gu Jiao made a sound of surprise and got out of bed to go to the washroom. The bathtub was newly made and gave off a woody fragrance. Above the large tub of warm water, flower petals gently swayed. The room was filled with a gentle fragrance. Yuya helped Gu Jiao bathe. Gu Jiao was not used to having someone serve her at home. This was Yuya's first time seeing her young miss's body up close. If she did not see it, she would not know, but once she saw it, her tears immediately. There were too many scars on Mrs. body. Even though she had completely healed, and most of the scars had faded to the point where only a shallow mark was left, she still felt an indescribable pain in her heart when she thought about how these scars had come about. Eldest Miss always said that she was fine and that everything was fine. It turned out that they only reported the good news and not the bad news. Why are you crying? Gu Jiao heard Yuya sobbing and turned to look at her. Why are you sad? Do you miss your parents? Yuya sobbed and shook her head. No, this servant doesn't miss father and mother. Oh, then why? Gu Jiao asked. Miss, does it hurt? Yuya's fingertips landed on a shallow scar on her right shoulder. Gu Jiao shook her head. It doesn't hurt anymore. Yuya held back her tears and did not ask further. For some reason, she suddenly thought of Gu Jinyu. What right did Gu Jinyu have to compare with Elder Miss? Had she risked her life for the country, or had she taken a knife for the people? He hadn't done anything proper, but he had caused a lot of trouble. You're unhappy. Gu Jiao sensed Yuya's emotions. Yuya said, I'm not unhappy because of Mississippi. I'm just thinking of someone who always compares herself to Miss. Forget it, let's not talk about her. Today is Miss's wedding. Yuya has to think of something happy. Gu Jiao nodded. Okay. After bathing, Yuya helped Gu Jiao change into her wedding dress. Today was her wedding. From the inside to the outside, every piece of clothing was red. The wedding dress was the one that little Jing Kong had sold the gold abacus to buy for her. The original size was a little big, but now it was just right. Ever since she came to ancient times, her clothes were very simple to make it easier for her to work and fight. She had never worn such bright colors. When she walked out from behind the screen, everyone in the room felt their eyes light up. The 10 Perfections matron had sent many brides. To be honest, in terms of figure and facial features, there was no one more pleasing to the eye than the one in front of them. However, she had a red birthmark on the left side of her face. It was really a pity. Yao Shi looked at her beautiful daughter. She was only wearing a wedding dress and had not even put on the veil, but she almost could not hold it in. She turned around and took a deep breath to calm her emotions. Then, she smiled at her daughter. Jiao Jiao, come and sit. Let Lady Tsun comb your hair. The 10 Perfections matron's surname was Cen Gu Jiao went to the dressing table and sat down. She was also stunned by her own appearance. Dressing like this was not bad. The 10 Perfections matron was amused by Gu Jiao's expression. She thought to herself, this girl is really different. She is not shy at all and is as straightforward as a child. The 10 Perfections matron went in front of Gu Jiao and opened the small makeup box she had brought. She gently said to Gu Jiao, I will also call you Jiao Jiao like your mother. Okay. Gu Jiao said. The 10 Perfections matron smiled and said, before I comb your hair, I will first help you twist the noodles. What is twisting noodles? She had only heard of bandit suppression. It is this. You might not be used to it the first time. The 10 Perfections matron's voice was very gentle, making people have a good impression of her. She took out a long white thread. With her left hand, she twisted it a few times with her right hand. Then, she began to twist Gu Jiao's face. Gu Jiao was in so much pain that she was quivering. The little ahog on the top of her head stood up. After all this time, she was just plucking my hair. Ao Shi was originally very sad, but when she saw Gu Jiao's dumbstruck appearance, she could not hold back her tears and began to laugh. Gu Jiao was soulless as she allowed the 10 Perfections matron to twist her little face. The little commander of the Black Wind Cavalry, who killed enemies without blinking an eye, was actually pressed to a chair and had his hair plucked. Who would believe this? Because the 10 Perfections matron liked her, she even twisted her face twice. Just as they finished twisting the noodles, senior servant Fong came out of the kitchen with a steaming hot food box. Madam, eldest Mississippi, she smiled and bowed. Yao Shi asked, so fast? Didn't you just go? Senior servant Fong smiled and said, Dukin ordered the servants to prepare it a long time ago. After a pause, she whispered to Yao Shi, I heard the servant say that Dukin did not sleep for the entire night. Yao Shi sighed, he really cares about Jiao Jiao. Senior servant Fong said, eldest miss is worth it. Originally, she was worried that eldest Miss's heart was too cold and that the madam would not be able to warm it up. Later, she found out that eldest Miss's personality was cold, but her feelings were also very sincere and pure. If she was good to someone, then she would be good to them regardless of the cost. Mother, mother. Gu Xiaobao woke up and was carried in by Yuanyang. He originally wanted to find his mother, but he saw Gu Jiao in the bronze mirror. He widened his dark eyes and stared at her for a long time as if he was in disbelief. He twisted his small body and got down from Yuanyang's arms. He walked in front of Gu Jiao and raised his small head to carefully examine Gu Jiao. Oh. He spread out his small hands and waved, she's gone. Gu Jiao curved the corners of her lips, older sister is not gone. He was startled by this familiar voice and looked at Gu Jiao again. Gu Jiao smiled and said, call me older sister. Gu Xiaobao did not call her that. He walked unsteadily to Yao Shi's side and pulled Yao Shi's hand to Gu Jiao's side. He did not forget to use his other small hand to point at Gu Jiao's wedding dress. He waved his hand and said, I'm not wearing it, I'm not wearing it. Yao Shi smiled sadly, older sister is getting married, so she needs to wear it. Gu Xiaobao was stunned. Children did not understand the meaning of marriage, but subconsciously, they seemed to understand that this would become a kind of separation. I'm not wearing it. He waved his small hand seriously and pointed at Nurse Fong, nurse, wear it. The person Gu Xiaobao disliked the most was Nurse Fong, who chased after him all day long and did not let him touch or play with anything. He told Nurse Fong to leave quickly. Older sister was not leaving. Everyone in the room did not know whether to laugh or cry. Gu Xiaobao was not a child who would throw a tantrum. He did not cry when he saw that his opposition was futile. Instead, he stood next to his older sister and grabbed the corner of her clothes. It seemed that as long as he held on tightly enough, his older sister would not be able to leave. After the well-behaved woman finished wringing the noodles for Gu Jiao, she began to comb Gu Jiao's hair and makeup. Gu Jiao had returned from the border and stayed at home for more than a month. Her skin had long turned white and her cheeks were tender and white. Coupled with her black hair that was as bright as satin, even the most perfect woman would be stunned by her beauty. The well-behaved woman had never seen such delicate skin and soft black hair. She gently held Gu Jiao's long hair in the palm of her hand, picked up a new comb, and gently combed it. First comb to the tail. Second comb to the eyebrows. Third comb to the children and grandchildren. Fourth comb to meet a noble, Marquis Ding An's manor. Gu Jinyu also got up and began to prepare for today's wedding. She changed into a bright red wedding dress and sat in front of the bronze mirror. The well-behaved woman, Lady Sun, was helping her with her hair. She had originally wanted to invite Lady Tsun, but Lady Tsun had been invited away. Old Madame Gu's personal servant, Nurse Zhang, came over before dawn. She was busy in the room and took over her mother's duties. As for her mother, she had gone to attend her good older sister's wedding. It sounded nice and fair, but in the end, wasn't she biased towards her own child? Warm laughter came from outside the manor. This was not the first time. There had been a few times just now. Who is so noisy? Grandfather and grandmother are still resting. Gu Jinyu asked Chun Lu as Lady Sun helped her with her makeup. Chun Lu muttered unhappily, "It's not from our manor. It's from the Duke's mansion." Gu Jinyu bit her lip. Why is it so noisy over there? Exactly. What's so great about getting married? It's so lively the second time. Does she think that no one knows she married before? Lady Sun did her makeup silently. The news about these two daughters had already spread in the capital. How could it be shameful for a real daughter to be stranded among the commoners, regardless of whether she was poor or rich, to be married to the same person twice? This was fate. It was fate. As for why it was so lively in the manor, that eldest daughter had status. She was awake. Everyone in the manor was awake. Unlike this second daughter, who still had to care about old Madame Gu and the old Duke's mood. Where's father? Gu Jinyu asked. Grandfather would not come to see her. Grandmother's health was not good, so it would be difficult for her to come over. Only father was left. If father was not around when she got married, she would be laughed at by her husband's family. I wonder if the Duke's injuries have recovered. Chun Lu said softly. Ever since the international double fight, Marquis Gu had been lying in bed for a month. Yesterday, when Chun Lu went to greet him, he still needed someone to help him walk. Go take a look. Gu Jinyu said. Yes. Chun Lu hurriedly left. She had just reached the entrance of Marquis Gu's courtyard when she saw the old Duke glowing with health and vigor. She was delighted. The old Marquis was clearly here to send off the young miss to get married. She walked forward excitedly and was about to bow to the old Duke, but he had already entered his son's courtyard without looking back. In a moment, the old Duke pulled out the limping Marquis Gu by the ear. She said in a daze, "Is he carrying the Marquis to send Miss off?" Chun Lu guessed half of it right. The old Duke was indeed going to send her off, but not to Gu Jinyu. On the other side, Gu Changqing and Gu Qingfeng also got up from their respective courtyards. The two finished washing up, changed into new clothes, and tidied themselves up to look handsome and elegant. Especially Gu Qingfeng, he even used perfume to style his hair to ensure that he looked the most handsome today. There was still some time before daybreak. Gu Qingfeng did not plan on waking Gu Qinglin, but when he opened the door, he saw a neatly dressed Gu Qinglin. You're up so early?" he asked in confusion. Gu Qinglin stammered, I want to go with you." Gu Qingfeng said seriously, "Where are you going?" "I'm going to the Duke's residence opposite." Gu Qinglin replied. "Yes, I know." Gu Qingfeng crossed his arms and narrowed his eyes. and you're still going? Don't you dislike interacting with them? He was referring to Lady Yao, Gu Jiao, and Gu Yan. It's been so long, why are you still bringing it up? Gu Qinglin muttered sullenly. He raised his hand to scratch his bald head and stammered, but if I stay here, I have to agree to grandmother's request, to carry Gu Jinyu. I don't want to carry her. Gu Qingfeng looked at his brother suspiciously. Just as he was doubting, Nanny Zhang's voice came from outside the courtyard. Is third young master awake? Second miss is almost done, it's time for third young master to go over. Gu Qinglin hurriedly leaned close to his brother and whispered, Did you hear? Did you hear? Gu Qingfeng's eardrums almost blew a hole. He hurriedly waved his hand, Okay, I heard. He hated Gu Jinyu and naturally did not want his brother to carry her to the bridal sedan. He grabbed Gu Qinglin's wrist and used his qinggong to bring him out. We'll definitely be the first. After they left the residence and landed, Gu Qingfeng let go of Gu Qinglin's hand and proudly patted his own. Gu Qinglin counted with his fingers. The first one? Then who's not human? Gu Qingfeng, in the new courtyard of Marquis Xuanping's residence, Princess Xinyang tied the ribbon and red flowers for little Jing Kong's wedding gown and put on a small groom's hat for him. A mini version of the little groom was born. Little Jing Kong came to the Marquis's residence with the new bed a few days before the wedding. His original task was to press the bed. After that, he decided to stay in the Marquis's residence to ensure that no one else had slept on the bed before the wedding. He guarded Jiao Jiao's bed day in and day out. This coincidentally gave him a chance to pick up the bride. Xiao Heng changed his clothes himself. The moment he entered the room, he saw a little groom who was dressed exactly like him. The corners of his mouth twitched. What do you want? He asked. I want to get married to Jiao Jiao. Little Jing Kong put his hands on his hips and said confidently. Xiao Heng chuckled, the groom has to ride a horse. You don't have a horse, so you can't go. Who said I don't have a horse? Little Jing Kong looked at the gate and shouted loudly, Little Shi. The horse with a small braid, a big red flower on its head, and red lipstick on its lips rushed into the courtyard. Xiao Heng looked at the extremely eye-catching horse and his body trembled. Wasn't this horse not brought to Zhao country? How did it appear? The 3-year-old horse king, who had maxed out his tracking skills, was not a problem at all. In fact, the horse king had just appeared. Gu Jiaojiao had chosen a gentle little black horse for little Jing Kong. But last night, when little Jing Kong went to find the little black horse, he accidentally found the horse king who was secretly forcing the little black horse to lead the way to Gu Jiaojiao. Little Shi. Hearing this demonic voice, the horse king was so scared that it did a split on the spot. But it was of no use. Little Jing Kong decisively caught it and brought it to Marquis Xuanping's residence. At this moment, there was a child's saddle on the horse king's back. It was drawn by Gu Jiaojiao and given to Gu Shaoshan to make it. Little Jing Kong walked out valiantly and said politely to the guards in the courtyard, Please give me a hug, thank you. The guards picked him up and put him on the horse's back. He skillfully fastened the buckle and said proudly, I'm going to pick up Jiao Jiao. Everyone in the courtyard couldn't help but laugh. How could Xiao Heng lose to a little monk? He snorted and went out of the courtyard. Then, he turned over and rode the tall horse. Little Jing Kong was a cute little groom. Xiao Heng was a handsome young man of the Xiao family. He was dressed in bright clothes and rode a majestic horse. Everything in the world was overshadowed by him in an instant. His handsome face still had a trace of clean youthfulness, but his eyes had more of the calmness and charm of a mature man. Looking at him like this, Princess Xinyang suddenly felt a strong sense of melancholy and reluctance to part with him. Her son had grown up. He had really grown up. At 5:00, Gu Jiaojiao pursed her bright red lips for the last time. The well-rounded woman looked at the beautiful bride and nodded with satisfaction. Then, she put the veil on Gu Jiao's head. Almost at the same time, the sound of gongs and drums came from outside the residence. Yuya's eyes lit up. The son-in-law is here. Chapter 924. There are novels with connotations that can't be found online here. Is the son-in-law here? The bride stood up abruptly. Mrs. Sun's veil was not put back on. Mrs. Sun composed herself and said to Gu Jinyu, "Miss Gu, sit down first. The son-in-law shouldn't be here so soon, right? It's not the auspicious time yet." Gu Jinyu realized that she had lost her composure. She slowly sat back in her chair and said, "Chun-Lu, go take a look." "Yes, Mississippi." Chun-Lu turned and left. She came back very quickly. Her expression was ugly. She gripped her handkerchief tightly and lowered her head in silence. Gu Jinyu had messed up the phoenix coronet just now. Mrs. Sun was helping her put it back on. She glanced at Chun-Lu and asked, "What's wrong? If you have something to say, say it. Don't hesitate." The sound of gongs and drums became louder. Chun-Lu reported softly, but was quickly drowned out by the noise outside. Gu Jinyu reminded herself that today was her wedding day. She had to be happy and not angry. "Louder," she said to Chun-Lu. Chun-Lu braced herself and repeated in a slightly louder voice, "It's not Third Master Quan outside, it's the young Duke of Zhaodu." It really was the son-in-law. But it was not the second son-in-law, but the eldest son-in-law. Gu Jinyu clenched her fists. There were still at least 2 hours before they set off. Was Xiao Heng mistaken? He couldn't have foolishly come so early on purpose. They were already husband and wife in the countryside. Was there a need to act as if they had never been married? "Miss Gu, don't move." Mrs. Sun was a step too late. Gu Jinyu was so angry that she trembled. The phoenix coronet caught her hair, and she gasped in pain. Mrs. Sun had been a perfect married woman for so many years, but she had never encountered such a situation. Although it was not serious, it was not auspicious. She naturally did not dare to say it out loud. She smiled and said to Gu Jinyu, "Your hair is loose. I'll comb it for you again." Gu Jinyu also knew that he had lost his composure and could not blame a perfect woman. He took a deep breath to suppress his anger and said to Chun-Lu in a normal tone, "That's right, didn't you call my father just now? Father hasn't woken up yet?" How would Chun-Lu dare to tell him that the Marquis had long been taken away by the old Marquis? "Go and urge father. I'm almost done here," Gu Jinyu said as he looked at the beautiful woman in the bronze mirror. Chun-Lu hesitated for a moment, but still summoned up the courage to explain. "Both the old Marquis and the Marquis have left the residence. The Crown Prince, and the 2 young masters have also gone out." "What?" Gu Jinyu's expression changed. This time, Mrs. Sun reacted quickly and stopped in time. She didn't hook her hair. "Where did they go?" Gu Jinyu asked coldly. Chun-Lu lowered her head and said in a voice that was almost smaller than a mosquito, "I heard from the old woman guarding the door that the old Duke and the others have all gone to the house of High Duke." Gu Jinyu was so angry that she pulled off the phoenix coronet on her head and slammed it on the dressing table. The people in the room were so frightened that they didn't even dare to breathe loudly. Mrs. Sun suddenly regretted accepting this job. She had good fortune in her life. She had sent so many brides, but this was the first time she had met someone like this. All the men in the family had gone to attend the eldest young Miss' wedding. They did not leave any face for the second young Miss. It was not good for her to meddle in other people's domestic affairs. She could only put on a smile and take the phoenix coronet. She said to Gu Jinyu, "Don't be angry. You just got married today. You should be happy. You will soon be marrying into your husband's family." This time, Yi did not need to interact too much with his maternal family. She swallowed the last sentence. "You are right. When I get married, I will have nothing to do with Marquis Ding and Fu." In any case, Mrs. Sun had already seen quite a bit of a joke. She might as well be more indifferent and save some face for herself. After the wedding, I will be leaving the capital and going to the fief with Third Master. Third Master is the Marquis of Chumping's most beloved son. Presumably, my days won't be too bad. Old Madame Gu's trusted aide, Granny Zhang, was still in the room. She dared to speak like this. It was clear that she was deliberately throwing a tantrum. Granny Zhang smiled and did not speak. Mrs. Sun, am I beautiful? Gu Jinyu looked at herself in the bronze mirror. Mrs. Sun said, beautiful. Of course you are beautiful. Gu Jinyu continued, how do I compare to my elder sister? Mrs. Sun was stunned. To be honest, she had seen that eldest young miss before. Last month, she had gone to Miracle Hand Hall to get medicine. She had accidentally heard a servant call her eldest young miss. She had asked around and found out that she was the rumored adopted daughter of Dukan. She was also the true daughter of Marquis Ding and Fu. She shook her head and smiled. She sincerely said, second young miss, your beauty is far above that of eldest young miss. Gu Jinyu touched her flawless face and calmly said, no matter how much she tries to please grandfather and my brothers, she's still just an ugly freak. This. Mrs. Sun did not dare to agree. That eldest young miss face was damaged, but to say that she was ugly was not entirely true. The eldest young miss had a cold and indifferent temperament. It was very special. In the Duke's Fu, Gu Jiao had finished her preparations and could set out. According to the customs of the country of Zhao, Gu Yan and the others could block the door for Xiaoheng, but Xiaoheng had already bribed his brothers-in-law. The problem in front of them was not whether or not the groom could take the bride away, but who would carry the bride onto the bridal sedan. In the reception pavilion, Gu Changqing and the others were engaged in an intense debate. I am the eldest brother. Of course, I should carry her. Gu Changqing said, unwilling to pass on this responsibility. He did not expect that his suggestion would be opposed by everyone, including Gu Yan. Except for Gu Qinglin. If it was in the past, Gu Yan would not fight with him. But this matter concerned his elder sister. Gu Yan also joined the ranks of the competition. She and I are fraternal twins. We are the closest. I will carry her. Gu Shaoshun was usually the most peaceful person. Today, he was not to be outdone. My sister and I grew up together. No matter what, I should carry my sister onto the bridal sedan. Gu Changqing, Gu Qingfeng, and Gu Yan all turned to look at him and said in unison, you have already carried her once. In the countryside. Gu Shaoshun touched the bridge of his nose. No, Gu Qinglin opened his mouth. That, the other four, you shut up. Gu Qinglin closed his mouth, feeling wronged. As the brothers argued until their faces turned red, Gu Changqing suddenly felt that something was wrong. He looked around and found that there was only the expressionless Marquis Gu left on the chair in the reception pavilion. His grandfather, who should have been waiting in the reception pavilion with Marquis Gu, was nowhere to be seen. Where is grandfather? He asked Gu Qinglin. They were arguing so fiercely. Only Gu Qinglin did not join them. Gu Qinglin said, grandfather went out. I think he went in the direction of the courtyard you were talking about. Gu Qingfeng also looked at him. Why didn't you say so earlier? Gu Qinglin pursed his lips. I wanted to say it, but you all told me to shut up. Gu Changqing and Gu Qingfeng looked at each other and their hearts skipped a beat. Grandfather went to carry sister. How could we forget that grandfather is that girl's sworn brother? Gu Qingfeng gritted his teeth. Grandfather, you are too much. Gu Changqing flashed out. Hey! Wait for me. Gu Qingfeng followed closely behind. Gu Yan and Gu Shaoshun also quickly chased after them. Gu Qinglin looked at them and then at his father, who was still in a daze. He reached out to the door. Wait for me. The group of people pulled each other, desperately trying to shake each other off. When the brothers arrived at the courtyard where Gu Jiao was waiting to get married, they were very surprised to see the back of their grandfather. Why didn't he go in? Grandfather, why are you in a daze? Gu Qingfeng walked forward and asked as he followed his grandfather's gaze to the courtyard. Then, he was also stunned. On the path covered with red silk, Dukan sat quietly in his wheelchair, facing Gu Jiao's boudoir. Everyone around him looked at him nervously. Xianyuan Qi and Liao Chen stared at him without blinking. The people outside the courtyard couldn't see his expression, but they could feel that he was using a lot of strength. He supported himself with both hands on the armrests of the wheelchair and stood up little by little. It was obvious that he used a lot of strength. Even so, he didn't immediately sit back down. Instead, he stubbornly took a step forward. Then, 2 steps, 3 steps. When he went up the steps, he almost fell. Steward Jing gasped in shock. Xianyuan Qi and Liao Chen's fingers twitched. He raised his hand, indicating to everyone that he was fine and that they didn't need to come over. After he steadied himself, he walked up the steps with 10 times more difficulty than normal people. Seeing him appear at the door of the boudoir, Ao Shi was so shocked that she couldn't speak. Gu Jiao heard the slow but firm footsteps. She blinked under the veil and a slender hand reached for her. Jiao, father will send you off to get married. In the Xianyuan family, there was a custom of the father carrying his daughter when she got married. When Xianyuan Zi married Dukan, who was still heir Jing, Xianyuan Li carried her to the bridal sedan. He had once promised Zi that there would be a day when he would personally carry their daughter to the bridal sedan and give her to a man she could entrust her life to. 3 years of being in a vegetative state had tortured him to the point that he didn't look human. He had finally recovered a bit, but he still couldn't compare to a normal person. His legs were sore and weak. It was difficult for him to support himself, not to mention carrying someone on his back. However, even though he walked very slowly, he walked very steadily. When he was alone, he could fall countless times. But when he carried his daughter, he couldn't fall even once. Gu Jiao lay on his thin back. She could clearly feel the muscles all over his body exerting strength. With every step, his legs trembled slightly. It was very difficult for him to walk. In just a few steps, he was already sweating profusely. Why don't we? Gu Qingfeng couldn't bear to watch. He wanted to go forward and help, but he was stopped by Gu Changqing. Gu Changqing shook his head slightly at him. Gu Qingfeng sighed. Okay. Dukan carried Gu Jiao to the gate. Seeing that it was him who carried the bride out, Xiaoheng and little Jing Kong were also surprised. Little Jing Kong even forgot to babble. Dukan carried Gu Jiao on his back and solemnly told Xiaoheng, from today onwards, I will give my daughter to you. Don't let her suffer, and don't let her shed a single tear. Xiaoheng solemnly replied, I promise you, father. Although he was her foster father, he was more like her biological father. He deserved to be called father. Dukan sent Gu Jiao to the bridal sedan carried by 8 people. Black Wind King also followed. Today was Gu Jiao's big day, so it also wore a big red flower. In the mansion, Madame Yao held Gu Xiaobao's hand and watched Gu Jiao leave in the bridal sedan from afar. Her tears fell uncontrollably. Liao Chen, Xianyuan Qi, the old duke, and Gu Changqing all came to the gate to see Gu Jiao off. After greeting them one by one, Xiaoheng got on the horse. Little Jing Kong was not familiar with his child's saddle and could not undo the buckle. He sat on the horse and waved to everyone. I'm leaving. Goodbye, foster father. Goodbye, granduncle. Goodbye, master. Goodbye, big brother. Goodbye, brother Qingfeng. Goodbye, brother Yan. Goodbye, brother Xiaoshun. Goodbye, brother Qinglin. Goodbye, brother Yan, grandfather. It was so tiring to wave goodbye to so many people. Everyone, hurry up and go, little guy. Your horse is almost blinding us. The Horse King walked away valiantly with brisk and proud steps. It hopped to Black Wind King's side. Black Wind King, who was wearing a big red flower, had a look of disdain. "Stay away from me." The sound of drums and gongs went further and further away. After the commotion, the long street was unusually quiet. Gu Qingfeng gave a few instructions to the guard at the side. The guard understood and went to Marquis Ding An's residence to drive a spacious carriage over. He walked down the steps and came to the side of the carriage. He did not hear any movement behind him, so he turned to look at everyone. "Hey! Why are all of you in a daze? What are you doing?" Gu Yan asked him. He grabbed the reins and checked the two horses pulling the carriage while saying, "It's a big day, what do you think?" "Of course, we're going to Marquis Xian Ping's residence for the wedding banquet. There's no rule that says the bride's family can't go to the wedding banquet. If you don't want to go, then forget it. I won't force you. You don't have to wait for me to come back tonight." "I'm not drunk." Before he could finish his words, he sensed that something was wrong. He turned his head around with a swish. Everyone got on the carriage. Even Gu Xiaobao was sitting obediently on Gu Yan's lap. He was dumbstruck. "It can't be. At least leave a seat for me." After they had walked for a full 2 hours, the Quan family's procession finally arrived. Gu Jinyu was carried onto the bridal sedan by the wedding nanny. The procession was a man wearing a navy blue brocade robe. He smiled warmly and said, "I am second brother. I've come to escort third brother's bride." Beside the bridal sedan, Chun Lu could not help but ask, "Why didn't third young master come personally?" The man smiled and explained to Gu Jinyu in the bridal sedan, "Third brother injured his foot last night. Younger sister, please forgive him." Gu Jinyu tightened her grip on her handkerchief and said in a normal tone, "I know. Thank you, second brother." On the same street, two brides were getting married. Actually, the procession for Marquis Changping's procession was very lively. There were over 100 people, but compared to Gu Jiao's procession, it was not enough. The Ghost Face Army, the Black Wind Cavalry, the Shadow Troop, and the Gu family's troops escorted the bridal sedan on the long street. Those who knew would say that it was a marriage alliance between two countries, but those who did not know would think that it was a military parade. Little Jing Kong woke up too early and fell asleep on the way back to the Marquis's residence. The adorable little groom sat on his little saddle and pecked at the rice grains like a little chick. The next moment, he was sprawled on his back and drooling. The commoners along the way laughed. The future god of war's indescribable sleeping posture was watched by the entire city's commoners. It was another black mark in their history. Xiao Heng looked at the little fellow in amusement. He carried him down and placed him on Gu Jiao's bridal sedan. He slept like a log and completely missed the upcoming ceremony. When they arrived at the residence, the servant girls carried little Jing Kong down. Xiao Heng held Gu Jiao's hand and helped her down the bridal sedan. The wedding nanny handed over a red silk ribbon and handed it to the newlyweds. The two entered the residence with the red silk ribbon in their hands. The sound of firecrackers filled the entire street. In the residence, there was a hubbub of voices. Xiao Heng whispered next to her, "Don't be nervous." Gu Jiao replied, "Okay." The wedding nanny reminded her, "The bride, please step over the brazier." Gu Jiao stepped over easily. The wedding nanny smiled and said, "The bride, please step on the tiles." Gu Jiao asked Xiao Heng in a low voice, "Should I break it or not?" The wedding nanny heard it and smiled, "Break it. The more broken, the better." The last sentence was nonsense. In fact, it was enough to break it. As soon as she finished speaking, Gu Jiao stepped down and crushed the tiles into powder. The wedding nanny was speechless. Xiao Heng was speechless. The two entered the Mingguang Hall. Marquis Xianping and Princess Xinyang sat on the main seats. Today was his son's wedding. It was rare that Marquis Xianping did not cause any trouble. He sat obediently from the morning until now. Xiao Heng and Gu Jiao stepped over the threshold and walked in. The wedding nanny said, "First, bow to heaven and earth." Xiaoheng and Gu Jiao turned around tacitly and bowed to the door. The wedding nanny said, "Second, bow to your parents." The two turned around again and bowed to Marquis Xianping and Princess Xinyang. Princess Xinyang's eyes flashed with tears. Marquis Xianping did not look at her. He just gently held her hand. There was no ambiguity in it. Princess Xinyang wanted to cry even more. She did not understand why. The wedding nanny said, "Husband and wife, bow to each other." Xiaoheng and Gu Jiao looked at each other. There were no excessive words or solemn vows. The two stared deeply at each other through the red veil. After 4 years, they finally waited for this moment. The two bowed deeply to each other. "Thank you for marrying me. Thank you for marrying me. Please take care of me for the rest of my life." Princess Xinyang's tears finally fell with a pitter-patter. Marquis Xianping held her hand tightly. The wedding nanny raised her handkerchief and said with a smile, "Send it to the bridal chamber." Chapter 925. Xiaoheng held Gu Jiao's hand and went to the princess's residence amidst the cheers of the men. Princess Xinyang had renovated the Lanting courtyard, which had the best view, to serve as the couple's residence after their wedding. The red silk on the ground had not been broken since they entered the residence and had been spread all the way here. Even the wedding of Princess Xinyang and Marquis Xianping hadn't been like this. The main reason was that Princess Xinyang refused to let anyone spread the red silk inside. Now, for the sake of her son and daughter-in-law, the two residences were almost connected. It was the most intimate time in 20 years. "Be careful." When they arrived at the entrance of the courtyard, Xiaoheng softly reminded Gu Jiao to step over the threshold. Gu Jiao nodded and stepped over. The quality of the veil was too good. It was impossible to see through it. She could only walk carefully under Xiaoheng's reminder. It was still early. The peonies and begonias in the courtyard were competing with each other in the sun, filling the courtyard with their fragrance. The two maidservants lined up on both sides bowed to the two of them. Yuya hugged Gu Jiao's small medicine box and followed behind them. Today was Gu Jiao and Xiaoheng's big day. Even the Black Wind King was wearing a big red flower, so the medicine box was no exception. It was a celebratory medicine box today. The medicine box was as quiet as a chicken in Yuya's arms. However, Yuya's heart was unable to remain calm. Wow, so big, she couldn't tell the difference between the Marquis residence and the Princess residence. She only felt that they had been walking for a long time, but they still hadn't reached their destination. Moreover, this mansion was just too beautiful. The fake mountain is the same as the real thing. She inadvertently blurted out her thoughts. Xiaoheng smiled and said, "It's a real mountain." Yuya was startled. "A real mountain?" Xiaoheng nodded. "Yes, Jinshan." Princess Xinyang was a very particular person. She didn't want fake things. The stone mountain in the princess's residence had been dug up and transported from elsewhere. The green hills were already there. Even the lotus pond was original. Wild lotus flowers bloomed in it. The Lanting courtyard was near the lotus pond. Just now, when he passed by, a gentle breeze blew across the water surface, bringing with it the fragrance of lotus flowers, which was very refreshing. After entering the bridal chamber, Xiaoheng held Gu Jiao's hand and sat down on the wedding bed. This was the bed that little Jing Kong had pressed down on before. According to the folklore, letting the little boy press down on it would allow the newlyweds to have a baby sooner. Little Jing Kong did not know the meaning behind it. Anyway, he was more than willing to sleep on Jiao Jiao's bed. When the maidservant saw the young master and young madam coming over, she tactfully retreated. Suddenly, only the two of them were left, and the room suddenly became quiet. It wasn't the first day the two had met, nor was it the first time they were alone, but the feeling was very different from before. Perhaps it was because this time, they could become a real husband and wife. Thinking about what would happen next, Xiao Hang's heart surged with anticipation, and he was a little nervous with Shiyi. Your heart is beating so fast. Under the veil, Gu Jiao suddenly spoke. Xiao Hang was slightly stunned. He lowered his head to look and saw that a certain person's slender fingers had unknowingly placed on his pulse. She was indeed a physician. She could take someone's pulse anytime, anywhere. He opened his mouth. For a moment, he didn't know how to resolve the awkwardness in front of him. My heart is also beating very fast. Gu Jiao pulled his fingers over and placed them on her fair wrist. Her skin was cold, but Xiao Heng only felt that his fingertips were burning. His heart was beating so fast that even his breathing was irregular. Young Mississippi, Yuya-er's voice came from outside the door. What's the matter? Gu Jiao asked. Yuya said, someone came to the front hall and urged the young master to hurry over. It was still daytime, so it wasn't time for the wedding night yet. Xiao Heng still had to entertain the guests at the banquet. Gu Jiao said, oh. Hearing her emotionless tone, Xiao Heng couldn't help but laugh. He said to Yuya, got it. Have them wait a little longer. Yes, young master. Yuya, happily went to pass the message. She knew it. In the young master's heart, her young miss was the most important. Are you tired? Xiao Heng asked Gu Jiao. I'm not tired, Gu Jiao said. She wasn't being polite. She really wasn't tired. The phoenix coronet and robe were very heavy for a normal woman, but it wasn't as heavy as her armor. She hadn't complained about being tired even after wearing her armor and fighting for a day and a night. What was so tiring about getting married? She still had a lot of energy. Rumble, her stomach growled. Xiao Heng smiled and said, you haven't eaten for half a day. You must be hungry, right? I'll have someone go get some food. Gu Jiao said, Yuya, can go get it. You go entertain the guests at the front. Xiao Heng's lips curled up as he looked at her. Are you sure? Gu Jiao nodded. Go early and come back early. Yes, if you don't go, they'll punish you with alcohol. It was Eugene's voice. Eugene smiled as she walked in with a box of food. Yuya, smiled and bowed to her at the door. And Eugene. Eugene smiled and patted her hand. You should go eat something too. I'll be here. Yuya, shook her head. No, I have to take care of the young miss. Eugene said gently, don't worry, I'll take good care of her for you. Yuya, looked at Gu Jiao in the room. Then, listen to Aunt Eugene, Gu Jiao said. Give it to me, Eugene said to Yuya, Since Gu Jiao had spoken, Yuya, was no longer stubborn. She stuffed the small medicine box tied with red silk and big red flowers into Eugene's arms. Thank you for your trouble, Aunt Eugene. Bye, Eugene called over the servant girl beside her. The servant girl took Yuya, to eat. Eugene carried the box of food into the room and said to Xiao Heng, young Marquis, I'll be here. You should go quickly. Xiao Heng glanced at Gu Jiao and said softly, I'll be back soon. Gu Jiao nodded. Xiao Heng left the Lanting courtyard. Eugene took out the pastries in the box one by one. She put them on a tray and placed them next to Gu Jiao's hand. Gu Jiao didn't like sweet food, so these pastries were very light. She took a piece of crab cake and put it under the veil. Eugene poured her a cup of scented tea. She took the cup and asked, And Eugene, what are you looking at? Eugene was shocked. How did you know I was looking around through the veil? Eugene smiled embarrassedly. Ah, nothing. The princess said she'll come see you in a bit. As soon as she finished speaking, Princess Xinyang walked over in her luxurious clothes. Eugene retreated. Princess Xinyang sat down on a stool by the bed. Seeing that Gu Jiao was almost done eating, she coughed lightly and handed over the bundle in her hand. What is it? Gu Jiao asked. Princess Xinyang looked a bit embarrassed. Fortunately, Gu Jiao was wearing a veil and couldn't see her expression. She said in her usual tone, "See for yourself." "Oh." Gu Jiao took the bundle and opened it. She was instantly dumbfounded. "You came here under such a hot sun just to show me this?" Princess Xinyang suppressed the discomfort in her heart and lightly said, "Look at it first. If there's anything you don't understand, ask me." "What's there to not understand?" Gu Jiao muttered. Princess Xinyang curled her lips. "Still stubborn? I heard from your mother that you two have never consummated your marriage. The mark on your face is not a birthmark, it's a chastity mark." Princess Xinyang would never read this kind of book. But for her son and daughter-in-law to successfully consummate their marriage, she could only throw caution to the wind. She was a fastidious person. She didn't like those vulgar and rough picture books on the market. She spent a lot of money to hire an artist to draw it, and it was very beautiful. Even she wouldn't be disgusted by it. Moreover, the paper she used wasn't coarse paper that cost one tael on the market, but the extremely expensive water pattern paper. More importantly, this book wasn't a black and white picture, but a colored picture. "You really don't have anything to ask?" she lightly said. Her tone was calm, but her heart was embarrassed. But who told the two little ones to be inexperienced? If Shangguan Yen was here, she would definitely let them learn without a teacher. Princess Xinyang couldn't let it go, so she was able to do such a feat. Gu Jiao gave her face and asked, "Can you first put ginger and onions, then blanch it?" Princess Xinyang frowned. "What ginger and onions, blanch it?" Gu Jiao handed the book to her and pointed to a page. "Here, marinated pork belly." Princess Xinyang was startled. She took the wrong book. Princess Xinyang closed her eyes in annoyance. In order not to be discovered, she put a cookbook on top of the book to cover it up. She hurriedly returned to her courtyard. Just as she arrived at the door, she saw a tall and sturdy figure sitting in her room. It was Marquis Xianping. Marquis Xianping didn't seem to notice her arrival. He was concentrating on reading a book on the table. When Princess Xinyang saw the painting on the page, she was so shocked that she staggered and almost fell to the ground. Marquis Xianping didn't move his gaze away and continued to stare at the book without blinking. As he read, he turned the pages and said, "Qin Fengwan, Qin Fengwan, I really didn't expect you to like reading erotic pictures." Princess Xinyang walked over with a red face and snatched the book. "Who let you into my room?" Marquis Xianping looked at her strangely. "Didn't you ask me to come?" "When did I?" Halfway through her words, she realized something and suddenly turned her head to look at Yujin at the door. Yujin lowered her head resentfully. "Just now. Yi was crying a lot. You had something to do, so I went to call the Marquis over." She gritted her teeth and hid the book behind her back. "But I didn't let you go through my things." Marquis Xianping defended himself. "It's just on the table. No, Qin Fengwan. It's no big deal that you like to read this. Who doesn't have a hobby?" She said coldly, "I don't like to read it." "If you don't like to read it, then why are you reading it?" Marquis Xianping looked her up and down. Her face was so red that it was dripping blood. After being married for so many years, this was the first time he saw her so embarrassed. In a flash, he understood something and said in realization, "You want to learn?" Princess Xinyang was confused. "Huh?" Marquis Xianping took a step forward, and Princess Xinyang subconsciously took a step back. She forgot that there was a table behind her and her butt pressed against the edge of the table. Marquis Xianping placed one hand on the table behind her, and his powerful aura enveloped her. She was used to being so close to people, so she instantly held her breath. He stared at her and smiled. "Or are you hinting something to this Marquis?" "Qin Fengwan, don't tell me you haven't been plotting against me for a long time." Princess Xinyang. The wedding at Marquis Xianping's estate was very lively. There were hundreds of tables set up, and the entire estate was packed with people. Empress Dowager Zhuang and the emperor also came. Empress Xiao had received permission to go home to visit her relatives. His colleagues from Hanlin Academy also came over. Feng Lin, Lin Xingye, Du Ruhan, and Ning Ziyuan pulled Xiaoheng to drink several cups. They were all a little drunk. Du Ruhan said drunkenly, "You rascal. I told you, you're not Lulang, right?" "Huh? I didn't say anything wrong, right?" Feng Lin. He slapped Feng Lin's back. Feng Lin was already drunk and looked up in a daze. "Huh? Ah, drink more." Du Ruhan raised his wine cup. "Let's have a drink with the young Marquis." Lin Xingye leaned on the table. "Let's have a drink." Lin Xingye and Feng Lin were married. Feng Lin was a father, and Lin Xingye's wife was pregnant. Du Ruhan studied hard and didn't think about marriage for the time being. They had just found out about Xiao Yolang's true identity not long ago, so it would be a lie to say that they weren't shocked. But after thinking about it carefully, they felt that it was reasonable. How many geniuses could there be in this world? The young Marquis took up 9 out of 10 points of wisdom, and the remaining 10 points were divided among all of them. Drink. Drink. Ning Ziyuan made Du Ruhan drink 2 more cups, and Du Ruhan completely collapsed. There were still a few colleagues at the table who hadn't collapsed. Ning Ziyuan winked at Xiaoheng. "Leave it to me. Go." Xiaoheng bowed to Ning Ziyuan. "Thank you very much. I don't dare to accept the young Marquis's bow." Ning Ziyuan hurriedly held him. Xiaoheng patted him on the shoulder and left gratefully. At the other table, the Gu family, who had discussed in the carriage that they would go to the bridal room to make a scene, were all stopped by Sheng Guanqing. In terms of martial arts, Sheng Guanqing was no match for Gu Changqing, Gu Qingfeng, Xian Yuanqi, and the old Marquis. But in terms of drinking games, 100 masters together couldn't even compare to one of his fingers. With his own strength, he had successfully defeated a table of bigwigs. Xian Yuanqi, the old Marquis, and the others were lying on the lawn. The army of the Gu family was completely wiped out. Sheng Guanqing sat on a stool with one foot on the corner of the stool. He casually raised his head and took a sip of wine. Being invincible is so lonely, Liaochen, who was sitting on the treetop, sneered in amusement. Sheng Guanqing said, "Monk, what are you laughing at?" Liaochen laughed. "Have you forgotten that I'm not drunk yet? It's not certain if that boy can walk to the bridal room tonight." "Oh, really?" Sheng Guanqing raised his eyebrows and looked at Liaochen with a faint smile. Liaochen narrowed his eyes. "Why are you looking at me like that?" Sheng Guanqing smiled evilly. "Turn around." Liaochen turned around. Under the bright moonlight, Taoist Qing Feng, who was wearing a dark blue robe, stood in the wind. His expression was cold, and his eyes were full of murderous intent. Liaochen's scalp went numb. Taoist Qing Feng looked at someone on the treetop and said word by word, "You said you would wait for me in Qing capital. You broke your promise. If I didn't break my promise, would I be hunted down by you?" Liaochen clenched his fists and looked at Sheng Guanqing. "Did you get him here?" Sheng Guanqing spread his hands innocently. "I don't have that ability." It was his stinky younger brother. Even he had been bribed by his stinky younger brother's new gun. Otherwise, who would be willing to drink for that boy? Humph. As night fell, Xiaoheng returned to the bridal room. The dragon and phoenix candles had been lit, and the room was covered with the word happiness, reflecting the charming candlelight. Xiaoheng used the jade rui to gently lift her veil. A delicate and bright face came into his sight. He had never known that she could be so captivating. It wasn't that she wasn't beautiful in the past, but tonight, in her phoenix coronet and robe, she was extremely beautiful. He looked at her and couldn't look away. Gu Jiao also stared at him in a daze. He always wore cool clothes. She didn't know that he could be so handsome in a bright red wedding robe. He smiled gently. Wife, it's time to drink the wedding wine. Gu Jiao was dazzled by his smile. They hadn't even drunk yet, but she was already drunk. Xiao Heng poured the wine. He thought of something and asked her, will you get drunk again? He remembered that this girl could never drink more than 1 cup. I won't, Gu Jiao said. There was some hangover medicine in the medicine box. She had just taken it. The two of them drank the wedding wine. The sound of singing could be heard from the stage in the front yard. Occasionally, it would be accompanied by the excited cheers of the guests. It came from the distant sky, making the already quiet courtyard seem even more peaceful. The two of them didn't make a sound. They didn't make a move. They just sat on the bed obediently. Xiao Heng pressed his palpitating heart and asked her, what are you thinking about? Gu Jiao honestly said, I'm counting. Xiao Heng looked at her in confusion. Why do you need to count? Gu Jiao counted with her fingers. The book says that women need to be reserved, so I can only eat you when I count to 100. Xiao Heng's eyes deepened and his breathing almost stopped. Then how many have you counted now? He asked in a hoarse voice. Gu Jiao counted and said, 59, 60, 61. He couldn't wait anymore. The remaining 39 would take his life. Jiao Jiao, you don't need to count to 100. The book is a lie. He raised his slender hand and gently held the back of her head. He lowered his head and covered her soft lips. The moonlight was gentle and the night was endlessly dark. The large red curtain was slowly lowered and the clothes scattered on the ground. There was a tempting fragrance. On the branches outside the window, Xiao Jiu used his large wings to cover his head. Shame, shame. On the tall candlestick, the dragon and phoenix candles shed tears, looking like the blood of a virgin. Chapter 926. For the young Marquis wedding, the Marquis Manor was lively for an entire night. The opera troupe changed shifts 3 times, and they sang until smoke came out of their throats. Only when the sun began to rise did the performance end and everyone leave. Xiao Yi was so noisy that she could not sleep. She cried in her room until the middle of the night, causing Princess Xian Yang to also sleep late. When she opened her eyes, she found that the sky was already bright. Massaging her aching forehead, she said, "Why didn't you wake me up earlier?" Eugene helped her up and gently said, "You slept too late last night. It's still early. How about you sleep a little longer?" Princess Xian Yang tiredly waved her hand, "I can't sleep anymore. In a moment, Aheng and Jiao Jiao will be coming over to offer tea." On the first day of the wedding, the daughter-in-law had to offer tea to her parents-in-law. Only like this could she be considered to have received the approval of the family. Although Princess Xian Yang approved of Gu Jiao, she was a person that valued rules. Etiquette could not be ignored. After she finished washing up, she changed into a set of dignified clothes and sat down in front of the dressing table. Eugene came behind her and began combing her hair. She said, "You also didn't sleep well, right? You don't need to be on duty today. Have Hua Ping come over." Eugene smiled, "I slept well. I wasn't here last night." Speaking to this point, she paused and looked at her own princess in the mirror. Sure enough, the princess' expression was ugly. She gently coughed and no longer spoke, silently combing Princess Xian Yang's hair. As she combed, her expression began to look a little off. Princess Xian Yang saw it from the mirror and strangely asked, "What's with that expression?" Eugene's eyes flashed, "I don't have it." Princess Xian Yang, "You do." Eugene opened her mouth and braced herself to say, "You, next time, have the Marquis pay more attention." Pay attention to what? Just as Princess Xian Yang finished asking, she looked in the mirror at where Eugene was staring. It was her neck, and there was a bright red mark on it. She inhaled sharply, finally understanding where Eugene's expression came from. She sternly said, "It was a mosquito bite. It's not what you think." Eugene continued combing her hair. Oh. When she heard Eugene's tone, she knew that Eugene did not believe her. She sighed and said, "It's really a mosquito bite." "Whatever you say." Eugene raised her eyebrows. She tied her combed hair into a bun and fastened it to Princess Xinyang's head with a white jade hairpin. "The Marquis only left last night." Princess Xinyang gritted her teeth. "That's because Yi made a ruckus for half the night." Eugene smiled. "If you say so. Anyway, I don't believe it." Princess Xinyang found it hard to defend herself. Just at this moment, Marquis Xianping came over looking refreshed. Men and women were indeed different. They had both gone to bed in the middle of the night. She was exhausted, but he was full of energy. Princess Xinyang glanced at him and discovered that there was a red mark on his neck that was similar to the one on her own. Marquis Xianpingho sensed her gaze. "Qin Fengwan, why are you looking at me like that? Is there something on my neck?" He looked at himself in the bronze mirror. "When did you bite me? No wonder it's so itchy." Eugene snickered. Princess Xinyang glared at her. Eugene held back her laughter. "Marquis, was it a mosquito bite? It couldn't have been a human bite, right? You two were too intense last night." Eugene really misunderstood. Nothing happened last night. There were just too many mosquitoes. Now that she thought about it, Yi's crying wasn't entirely because the troop was too noisy. She might have been bitten too. But what should she say to make Eugene believe her? Princess Xinyang was so gloomy that she wanted to beat someone up. Her current appearance was another matter in Marquis Xianping's eyes. He sat lazily on the dressing table and smiled coldly. "Qin Fengwan, are you suspecting that I went out to find another woman last night?" Princess Xinyang looked coldly at Eugene. "Look at what you've done." Eugene pinched the comb. "Ah, I think I heard Jing Kong's voice. I'll go check on him." With that, she fled the scene like a wisp of smoke. Princess Xinyang was too lazy to explain. It was useless anyway. He would have 100 reasons why he wouldn't listen. "You can go find whoever you want. It has nothing to do with me." She stood up coldly and walked toward the cradle. Marquis Xianping looked at her back and suddenly said, "I didn't. I come to your place every night. Where would I have the time to find another woman?" Princess Xinyang held the cradle and didn't look back. She said coldly, "If you want to go, then go. I'll take care of Yi myself." Marquis Xianping raised his brows. "That won't do. You can't coax her." Princess Xinyang took a deep breath and secretly warned herself to calm down. She mustn't beat him to death. Otherwise, Yi wouldn't have a father. "Then why did you come here in the morning?" "Yi doesn't cry in the morning." At least she could pinpoint one of his faults. Marquis Xianping sighed innocently. "Today, your daughter-in-law served tea. You didn't go to the Marquis estate, so I had no choice but to come to the princess estate." Princess Xinyang clenched her fists. Truly, an irrefutable reason. For the sake of her son and daughter-in-law, Princess Xinyang suppressed her raging anger and didn't bicker with a certain fellow who deserved a beating. The two of them sat down in the room. Xiao Yi opened her eyes and saw her beautiful father. She was so happy that she danced for joy. "Where's Qing?" Marquis Xianping asked Qin Fengwan while holding his daughter. Princess Xinyang said, "She hasn't come yet. She should have taken Jing Kong out. Otherwise, Jing Kong would be looking for Gu Jiao everywhere." Marquis Xianping, "Then, Princess Xinyang, don't talk anymore." Xiao Yi, "Wah, you too." Both father and daughter obediently shut their mouths. The two of them exchanged glances. Marquis Xianping looked bitterly at his daughter in his arms. "Your mother is so fierce." Xiao Yi looked at her father aggrievedly. "Your wife is so fierce." Princess Xinyang dressed herself up and prepared to welcome her new identity. However, She waited from morning to noon, and then from noon to night. The sun had already set, but the two of them still hadn't come. Marquis Xianping stood up with a smile and brushed his wide sleeves. As expected of my son. Princess Xinyang. Lanting courtyard. Xiaoheng slowly woke up in the twilight. In fact, he had already woken up once. Looking at Gu Jiao sleeping soundly in his arms, he didn't have the heart to wake her up and fell asleep again in a daze. Thick curtains covered the doors and windows, and the room was dark, making it impossible to tell whether it was day or night. Until a trace of golden twilight penetrated through the gaps in the curtains, leaving bright spots of light on the red gauze canopy. The spots of light faintly fell on her tightly shut eyes. He raised his hand to block her eyes. He maintained this posture of blocking the light for her for an unknown amount of time. His arm was stiff, but he didn't feel tired. If it wasn't for, he could still, the person in his arms moved, and an unclear murmur came out of her small mouth. Jiao Jiao, are you awake? He asked softly. Gu Jiao opened one eye and looked at him before quickly closing it again. I'm not awake. I still want to sleep. Wait, why is my voice so hoarse? My voice doesn't even belong to me. My legs don't seem to belong to me either. I can't move. It's so sour. What happened last night? The first half of the wedding night was normal. Although the couple didn't have any practical experience, they had plenty of theoretical experience, so they still managed to complete the ceremony. But the first experience wasn't very good. The two decided to try again. At this time, Gu Jiao was thirsty and accidentally drank the flower wine instead of water. After that, the scene went out of control. Xiaoheng had no choice but to dismiss all the servants in the courtyard and ordered them not to return without his orders. This was also why no one went to Princess Xinyang to report the situation in Lanting courtyard during the day. Gu Jiao vaguely remembered that she opened the medicine box, but she didn't know what she took from it, or that indecent medicine box had conjured up something indecent for her again. Xiaoheng said, "You're awake." Gu Jiao closed her eyes. "I'm not." Rumbled Gu Jiao's stomach growled. The spot of light moved to another place and no longer shone directly into her eyes. Xiaoheng put down his stiff arm and gently stroked her soft face. "Get up and eat something." Gu Jiao moved her slender legs. Xiaoheng gasped and said hoarsely, "Jiao Jiao, don't move." Gu Jiao stopped moving. It wasn't that she was obedient, but that she really didn't have the strength to move. How could it be more tiring than fighting a war? She wouldn't feel so sore and weak even if she fought a whole night. What did she do last night? While thinking, she secretly opened her eyes and inadvertently glanced at the pillow. Who knew that she would almost choke? What did she see? Little doo-doo. She endured the soreness in her arm and stealthily walked over with 2 fingers. She planned to take the box back when Xiaoheng wasn't paying attention and destroy the evidence. "It's used up," Xiaoheng said calmly. 2 boxes. Gu Jiao. Chapter 927. It was a small box of 3 in a box with various flavors. Little Marquis said that he liked the blueberry flavor the most. He used to think that it was a golden sore medicine, but he didn't expect it to be used like this. As an ancient person, he naturally didn't know how to use it, so it could only be. Gu Jiao hated that she couldn't bang her head on the pillow and die. She was going to lose her memory. She was going to lose her memory. The sky was completely dark. Gu Jiao was very tired. It wasn't the kind of tiredness that one would feel after a battle, but a kind of soreness and weakness that she couldn't describe. "You didn't control yourself," she complained first. "Young people need to control themselves." Xiaoheng nodded with a smile. "Yes, it's this husband's fault." "Then, in order to express my apology, this husband will go and get some food for my wife?" Gu Jiao raised her small chin and said seriously, "Seeing that your attitude can be considered sincere, okay." The light in the room was dim to begin with. After that ray of twilight slipped away, the room was completely dark. Xiaoheng was worried that the light would hurt her eyes, so he didn't light the lamp. He tidied up and planned to go to his mother's courtyard to pay his respects. He also planned to ask the chef to make some hot food and send it over. Just as he arrived at the entrance of Lanting courtyard, he bumped into Eugene, who was carrying a food box. Eugene came to deliver food for the two of them. It had been an entire day, so they would starve if they didn't eat. A trace of embarrassment flashed across Xiaoheng's face. Fortunately, there was the cover of the night. He pretended to be calm and greeted Eugene. "And Eugene." Eugene couldn't hold it in any longer and burst out laughing. Sleeping so late, everyone knew what was going on. Xiaoheng could only lie flat and let himself be mocked. This was just Aunt Eugene. When he saw his parents later, that would be, Eugene glanced at him and smiled. "All right," the princess and the marquis took Yi out. "You can come and pay your respects tomorrow." Xiaoheng heaved a sigh of relief. Eugene passed the lunchbox to him and told him and Gu Jiao to eat while it was still hot. Before she left, Eugene looked at him meaningfully and pointed at her neck. Xiaoheng understood. He coughed lightly and returned to the Lanting courtyard with the food box. Gu Jiao had fallen asleep again, the kind that couldn't be woken up. Xiaoheng placed the lunchbox on the table, cleaned up the room, and lit a weak oil lamp. He carried the oil lamp in front of the bronze mirror and looked at the place that Eugene had reminded him of. He suddenly smiled, this girl. He placed the oil lamp on the table and lifted the curtain to see how she was doing, only to find that her body was even worse than his own. This was awkward. "So it's really because I didn't control myself." He quickly covered Gu Jiao with a blanket. Gu Jiao felt hot and turned over. Her face, which was originally facing the inside, suddenly turned to face him. Earlier, the room was too dark, so Xiaoheng didn't have a chance to see her face. Now that he used the light of the oil lamp to take a closer look, he was so shocked that he directly picked up the stool on the ground. "Who are you?" "Oh." Gu Jiao groaned in her sleep. He was startled and seemed to wake up from a dream. He carefully looked at her face again. It was her lips, nose, and eyebrows, but the blood-red birthmark on the left side of her face was gone. It was white and flawless. She was as beautiful as a sleeping fairy. Xiaoheng was stunned. He even forgot about the stool in his hand. His hand loosened and the stool fell on his shoulder. He cried out in pain and quickly grabbed the stool to prevent it from falling on the ground and waking her up. He looked at the blood on the brocade handkerchief and his gaze fell on her beautiful face again. He muttered in disbelief, "It really is the chastity mark." Gu Jiao didn't know anything about her appearance. She slept until the morning of the 20th. Xiaoheng had woken up early and was sitting in front of the window reading a book. The morning light shone through the window and fell on his handsome face. Seeing such a pleasing scene early in the morning, Gu Jiao was in a very good mood. Xiaoheng had been in this pose for half an hour and his body was almost stiff. Finally, he was able to show his perfect and handsome side to a certain someone. He calmly put down the book and turned to look at her with a faint smile. "You're awake. Did you sleep well? Are you tired?" Her husband looked really good when he smiled. Gu Jiao couldn't help but curve her lips. She didn't know how enchanting her smile was. "I'm much better," she said. "I'm someone who has fought in a war, so I still have some strength." Then she stood up, but her legs gave way and she fell back down. Gu Jiao, Xiaoheng, Gu Jiao sat for a while and finally got used to it. She looked at the pajamas on her body and said, "Did you put it on for me?" "Yes." Xiaoheng nodded. Gu Jiao said, "Thank you." Xiaoheng smiled gently, "It's my honor." Shouldn't he be blushing, saying that if you mind, I won't make decisions on my own next time? Gu Jiao narrowed her eyes and looked at a certain someone. His skills had improved. However, this kind of husband was also very interesting. Gu Jiao looked away and asked, How many days did I sleep? 2 days, Xiaoheng said. You slept for so long. No wonder your voice is not hoarse anymore. Gu Jiao muttered to herself and asked seriously, then, did I miss serving tea to the princess and the marquis? She remembered that before she got married, her mother had reminded her that she had to serve tea to her parents-in-law on the second day of the wedding. If the other relatives in the residence were also present, then she had to go and greet them. Old Madame Xiao and Old Master Xiao had both passed away. The second branch and Marquis Xuanping's 2 illegitimate sons were far away in the east guarding the border. There was no one else in the residence that she needed to meet. Xiaoheng said, "It's okay. They weren't here yesterday. Are they here today?" Gu Jiao asked. Xiaoheng smiled gently, "You have rested well. They are here." Gu Jiao did not like to look in the mirror after she came to ancient times because of the birthmark on her face. Out of sight, out of mind. Therefore, even after she finished washing up, Gu Jiao still did not notice the changes on her face. Xiaoheng chose the latter between telling her and letting her discover it herself. Yuya heard the movement in the room and came in to help Gu Jiao wash up. As soon as she entered the room, she was stunned. She looked at the unfamiliar woman in the room and said, You are, what is it?" Gu Jiao asked strangely. It was the young Miss's voice. This person, young Miss? It was no wonder that Yuya did not recognize her. The birthmark on her young Miss's face was too iconic. If the birthmark suddenly disappeared, anyone would suspect that the wrong person had entered the room. "Young Miss, you. She stammered and could not speak. She looked at the young master beside her. The young master shook his head slightly at her. She understood and suppressed the stormy waves in her heart. She said, "Why did you come out like this? You are married. You can't comb your hair like this." Gu Jiao was a fool in the village. No one asked her what kind of hairstyle she wore. After coming to the capital, her family knew that she and Xiaoheng were not a real couple. Therefore, they did not force her to comb her hair like a married woman. "I don't know how to," Gu Jiao said. It was very difficult to comb a married woman's hair. "Let me do it," Yuya said with a smile. Gu Jiao directly sat down at the square table. She did not go to the dressing table. Yuya took a comb and combed her hair like a married woman's. However, she still looked like a little girl. Her face was young and tender. Yuya said, "Children always look like this when they comb adults' hair." "Gu Jiao, you speak as if you are older than me." Xiaoheng and Gu Jiao went to Princess Xinyang's place to serve tea. Marquis Xianping was also there. When the two of them saw Xiaoheng walk in with a little fairy, they were both stunned. Marquis Xianping's first reaction was that the bride had been changed. He almost kicked his son out. He had only been married for 2 days and he had already brought another woman to his parents. Who was he trying to anger? Xiaoheng said, "Father, Mother, Jiao Jiao and I are here to pay our respects." Marquis Xianping? Gu Jiao whispered to Xiaoheng, "Why are father and mother looking at me like that? Is there something on my face?" Xiaoheng whispered back, "There is nothing on your face." Huh? Gu Jiao did not understand. The husband and wife looked at their son and had a tacit understanding not to expose him. Gu Jiao went to hug Xiao Yi. Xiao Yi touched Gu Jiao's face and looked left and right. "Wah. That's it?" Gu Jiao offered tea to her parents-in-law, and Princess Xinyang gave Gu Jiao a huge red packet. Marquis Xianping was also generous for once. He was generous, but it was definitely not Qin Fengwan who plundered him. Most of the servants in the residence had never seen Gu Jiao's true appearance, but that did not stop them from hearing about it from others. A purchasing manservant said, "I heard that our young madam's appearance is extremely ugly. She's not worthy of our young marquis." There were a few craftsmen surrounding him. One of them said, "It can't be. Who did you hear that from? The manservant said, I heard it from someone from Marquis Ding Anne's residence. It was their second Mrs. Maid who personally told my sister-in-law. The craftsman said, how does your sister-in-law know someone from Marquis Ding Anne's residence? The manservant said, she doesn't know them. She just happened to meet them at the jewelry store. That maid said, what's so great about her? She's so ugly. If she marries over, she'll be disliked by the young Marquis. The craftsman said, then why does the young Marquis want to marry her? The manservant sighed. The young Marquis is indebted to her. Moreover, her luck is good. She's the daughter of a noble family and is well matched. The young Marquis can only accept his bad luck. Hey. The craftsman tugged at his sleeve. What? He asked. The craftsman pointed not far away. The appearance you said was ugly, is it like that? Everyone looked in the direction he was pointing at and gasped in shock. In the midst of the flowers, the young Marquis in a crescent-white brocade robe and a woman in a green dress walked over hand in hand. A gentle breeze blew up her light muslin skirt. If she didn't walk out of the mural, she must have fallen from the ninth heaven palace. A sentence floated in everyone's mind, this is ugly? Are you **** blind? After serving tea to her parents-in-law, the two entered the palace to greet her grand-aunt and the Empress. Empress Dowager Zhuang fell this morning. After receiving the news, everyone rushed over. The Empress, the old Chancellor, and the whole family in Bisui Alley, except for little Jing Kong. He was taken to the capital for a 3-day tour by Shengguan Qing. Empress Dowager Zhuang was fine, but eunuch Qin was crushed and limped. Empress Dowager Zhuang gave him a few days off. She didn't want the young couple to worry, so she didn't send the news to the princess's residence. Who knew that the young couple would come today? Newlyweds, are you sure you don't want to spend a few more days in the residence? After the Empress left, Gu Xiaobao was taken to the back by the palace maid to play with eunuch Qin's little tortoise. The rest of the people sat under the trees in the garden. Gu Jiao used to be a frequent visitor to Renshou Palace. All the old people here had seen her before, but no one recognized her today. If she wasn't held by Xiaoheng, they wouldn't have dared to let her in. Empress Dowager Zhuang, who was lying on a rattan chair and secretly eating preserved fruits, saw a certain little one who had transformed into a fairy. She raised her eyebrows and said meaningfully, "Oh, you consummated your marriage?" Her little great-granddaughter could finally be put on the agenda. She wanted the chubby type, one who was cuter than Xiao Yi. Yao Shi made an N sound and nodded in a daze, I think so. The old chancellor stroked his beard. He was very shocked and happy, that's great, I can hold my little grand disciple now. Gu Yan sighed regretfully, my brother-in-law got off too easy. Gu Xiaoshun scratched her head with a confused expression, am I the only one who doesn't understand what you're saying? Also, that person, is she really my older sister? I don't dare to recognize her. Gu Jiao had announced long ago that she and Xiaoheng had consummated their marriage. Of course, she could not slap her own face at this time. Even if nobody believed her at that time, she did not know. She had always thought that she had been wearing her little disguise properly. She puffed out her small chest and said with a stern expression, I already told you. Heng and I have already been a true married couple for a long time. We have already consummated our marriage in the countryside. Gu Yan, liar. Yao Shi, impossible. Empress Dowager Zhuang, you haven't. Gu Jiao's small body stood perfectly straight. Her eyes were resolute, and her aura was incomparably strong and confident, how could I not? Could it be that it's written on my face that I have only just consummated my marriage? Everyone nodded in unison, that's right. Gu Jiao. Chapter 928. Something was wrong. Everyone's reaction was not right. Gu Jiao asked Xiaoheng in a small voice, did you spill the beans? Xiaoheng coughed softly and said in a low voice, no. He could not take the blame for this. Then what is going on? Gu Jiao muttered in confusion. No matter how smart she was, she would not have guessed that the birthmark on her face was actually a chastity mark. After all, who put the mark there? And after all, who put such a large mark? Xiaoheng could not bear to see her continue to be kept in the dark. He planned to tell her the truth about the chastity mark. Who knew that just as he was about to speak, Gu Xiaobao was carried over by a palace maid. Gu Xiaobao was sweating from the sun and the palace maid carried him over to change his clothes. He immediately saw the fairy-like Gu Jiao. Children always had no resistance to beautiful things and would be uncontrollably attracted to them. He twisted his small body and got down from the palace maid's embrace. He was a lazy baby and could not walk more than 5 steps a day. It was clear how attracted he was to someone who could get off the bed voluntarily. He came to Gu Jiao's back and walked around Gu Jiao. He raised his small head to take a look. Then, he exclaimed in surprise, "Oh? Xiaobao?" Gu Jiao's lips curved. She bent down and reached out to lift the little guy up. Gu Xiaobao widened his black gem-like eyes and blinked as he looked at Gu Jiao. He looked at the left side of her face and then looked at the right side of her face. He was certain that the person in front of him was his older sister, but it seemed like something had disappeared from her face. He turned his head to look at Madame Yao and his great-aunt. He waved his small hand and said seriously, "Nothing." "Xiaobao, what do you mean nothing?" Gu Jiao asked him. Gu Xiaobao looked at her again and pointed at her face. He waved his small hand and said, "Nothing, Fei Fei." "What Fei Fei?" Gu Jiao still did not connect the dots to her birthmark, but Gu Xiaobao's reaction made it obvious that there was something wrong with her face. She passed Gu Xiaobao to Xiaoheng and turned to enter her room in Renshou Palace. Everyone exchanged glances. Gu Yan counted, 3, 2, 1. Just as he finished counting, an earth-shattering scream came from the room. Wah, bang! It was much louder than Xiaoyi's, and the roof was almost blown off. The birds on the trees fluttered their wings and fled in all directions. The fallen leaves scattered all over everyone. Xiaoheng removed the leaf from Gu Xiaobao's mouth and raised his eyebrows. "Your reaction is much better than mine." When Xiaoheng led Gu Xiaobao into the house, Gu Jiao had already stopped. She sat quietly in front of the dented bronze mirror. Actually, it was just a birthmark, but for some reason, the difference between having it and not having it was so great that even Gu Jiao herself did not recognize it. When she first saw an unfamiliar face in the bronze mirror, it completely overturned her understanding. She thought that she had seen a ghost and punched down. After punching, she realized that the person was herself. She slowly turned around and looked blankly at Xiaoheng. "Husband, they say that a woman who has been nourished by love is the most beautiful, but I'm thinking, isn't this nourishment a little too much?" Xiaoheng chuckled softly. He bent over slightly and covered Gu Xiaobao's small ears with both hands. He could not help but say, "It's the chastity mark." Gu Jiao's almond eyes widened. Chastity mark? Xiaoheng laughed helplessly. Mother knows more about this matter. Gu Jiao quickly went to ask Yao Shi. Thanks to her, Gu Xiaoshan also heard the whole story. Gu Jiao's small face darkened. "So it's the abbot. What's going on? Do all the monks in your temple drink wine?" After drinking, they even gave people the chastity mark. Their hands trembled and they lit up such a big pile. Gu Jiao said, "I'll settle the score with him when we get back." "But how did Ah Yen know?" Gu Xiaoshan asked. That day, when Yao Shi confessed the situation to Xiaoheng, Gu Xiaoshan and Gu Yan were not present. The ones present were Grand Aunt, the old Chancellor, Gu Changqing, and Gu Qingfeng. "I guessed," Gu Yan said. He did not like to study, but it did not mean that he was not smart. On the contrary, he was very observant and meticulous. Nothing in the family could be hidden from him. Gu Jiao pursed her lips. "Why didn't you tell me earlier?" Thinking of how she had shamelessly said that she had consummated her marriage with the chastity mark in front of them, it really was a black history that could not be erased. Yao Shi held her daughter's hand and said with unconcealable relief, "Mother's Jiao Jiao has finally become beautiful." In fact, no matter what Gu Jiao looked like, it was the best appearance in her eyes. But if one could have a good appearance, who would not want it? She had once been angry with the abbot, but she later thought about it. In the countryside, where there was no one to protect her daughter, an ugly appearance was not a bad thing. Otherwise, with this face, who knew how many disasters it would attract? Grandaunt? Gu Jiao cleverly looked at Empress Dowager Zhuang. "Do I look good?" Was she showing off just like that? Empress Dowager Zhuang snorted. More arrogant than a little monk. Naturally, she looked good. Although she had guessed that she would no longer be ugly after removing the chastity mark, she did not expect her to be this beautiful. Her beauty had been completely sealed by the chastity mark. She was still young and her facial features had not fully developed. When she grew older, she would become more and more beautiful. Perhaps one day, she would be extremely beautiful. She was already old and did not know if she could stay with her for that long. Gu Jiao and Xiaoheng went to pay respects to the emperor and empress. As expected, the emperor and empress Xiao were both shocked. They asked Gu Jiao what had happened to her face. Gu Jiao cared about her face, so of course, she didn't say that it was her chastity mark. "I used some medicine to remove it," Gu Jiao said. "What kind of medicine? Is it so magical?" Empress Xiao expressed that she also wanted it. Gu Jiao, "No, you don't want it." "Auntie, how is little Qi these days?" Seeing that the topic was about to develop in an indescribable direction, Xiaoheng quickly changed the topic and asked about Qin Chuyu. Qin Chuyu and little Jing Kong studied in the prodigy class of the Imperial College and were very close friends. There was also the youngest son of the Minister of War, Su Tsong. At the mention of her son, Empress Zhao's attention was successfully diverted. "He's almost 10 years old, but he's still as noisy as when he first entered the Imperial College." The two came from the emperor and stayed at Rinshou Palace for a whole day. When it was almost dark, they said goodbye to their grandaunt. Gu Xiaobao stayed in Gu Jiao's arms and did not want to get down. "Come back with me, okay?" Gu Jiao teased him. "Okay," he agreed. "Yao sure. You don't want your mother anymore?" Gu Jiao looked at him with a smile. "You just called me sister." Gu Xiaobao, "I didn't." Gu Jiao, "You did." "You did." Gu Xiaobao, "I didn't." Gu Jiao, "You didn't call me what?" Gu Xiaobao, "Sister." Gu Jiao, eh. Gu Xiaobao, who was tricked, Gu Jiao laughed and carried the adorable Gu Xiaobao into the carriage. Halfway through the journey, Gu Xiaobao fell asleep in her arms. Yao Shi carried Gu Xiaobao over and said to the two, "It's getting late. You should go back quickly." The two bid farewell to Yao Shi, Gu Yan, and Gu Xiaoshan took another carriage back to the princess's residence. The two planned to pay respects to the princess and the marquis first. When they entered the courtyard, they were told that Marquis Xianping and Princess Xinyang had taken Xiao Yi to see the lanterns. Gu Jiao said, "Oh, the second spring is here. Is that how you use it?" Xiaoheng looked at her in amusement. This look made him unable to look away again. She was like a little peach that had just ripened. Her entire body was filled with an alluring scent. Gu Jiao sensed his burning gaze and asked strangely, "Why are you looking at me like that? Are you still tired?" He asked softly. Gu Jiao did not realize that he was asking if she was still tired from entering the palace. She shook her head and said, "I'm not tired." 2 hours later, the maids in Lanting courtyard all left the courtyard with red faces. They did not need to be on duty tonight. Marquis Champing's residence. Gu Jinyu had just finished bathing and was wearing a cold, tight-fitting red nightgown as she sat on her wedding bed. "Chun Lu, do I look good like this?" she asked. "You do." Chun Lu said sincerely. It was not flattery. Her young miss was really becoming more and more beautiful as she grew. Her body had also matured. Her figure was graceful and her skin was smooth. How could the word beautiful be enough? Go to the study to see third master. Gu Jinyu said. Yes. Chun Lu quickly left. About half an hour later, Chun Lu returned sheepishly. Is third master still not coming over? Gu Jinyu asked expressionlessly. Chun Lu said awkwardly, third master is coughing badly. He said he's afraid that his illness will affect young Mississippi. He wants young miss to sleep first. He'll rest in the study tonight. Illness, it's illness again. Gu Jinyu clenched the handkerchief in her hand. She had married into the Marquis of Changping's mansion on her wedding night. It was fine if the groom did not come to pick her up, but he did not come to their wedding night either. Chapter 929. 3 days after she married, he was sick for 3 days. Until now, she was still a virgin. Gu Jinyu calmed her emotions and instructed Chun Lu, go and tell third master that I am in good health and am not afraid of getting sick. Invite him to my room to rest. For a woman to say such words, it could be said that she was throwing away all her pride and face. If he still did not come, she had grown up in a house. No one knew better than her how difficult life could be for an unfavored woman. She could not follow in the footsteps of those women. Yes. Chun Lu braced herself and went to the study again. However, the results were the same. Third young master Quan still insisted on resting in the study. Chun Lu said, but third master said that he will rest well tonight and accompany Miss home tomorrow morning. Hearing this, Gu Jinyu's expression softened. Third master is really sick. He does not want to pass his illness on to me. He dotes on me. Chun Lu hurriedly nodded, that's right. Third master dotes on Miss. Otherwise, why would he cut his finger and let someone take the bleeding to the Marchioness? Gu Jinyu sighed, you are right. Third master is considerate. I should not let my imagination run wild. Chun Lu smiled, that's right. This servant will wait on you to rest? Gu Jinyu did not object. Chun Lu let down the bun on her head. Gu Jinyu asked, what do you think is going on with my sister? Marrying the same person twice. Only she could think of that. Chun Lu snorted and said, in my opinion, the young Marquis has long been tired of her. Anyone who has looked at the same face for 4 years will be tired of it. Moreover, she is so ugly. The young Marquis had no choice but to marry her. She is the benefactor of the Empress Dowager and His Majesty. She also used her good medical skills to treat Yen Kingdom's Dukan. Other than this, she has no other skills. In my opinion, young Marquis only marrying her as a decoration. As time passes, she'll suffer. Gu Jinyu lowered his eyes and straightened the corner of his clothes. She and the young duke have been married for 4 years and still have no children. Tell me, why is that? Chun Lu combed her hair with a fine-tooth comb and said disdainfully, of course it's because she can't give birth. It turned out to be a hen that couldn't lay eggs. Young miss, don't worry. Her days in the Marquis's estate won't be easy. Gu Jinyu sighed faintly. She's my elder sister after all. I still hope for the best for her. The next day, Gu Jiao woke up late again. While she sat in front of the dressing table and was combed by Yuya, Xiaoheng had already been busy for more than 2 hours. He had prepared all the gifts for the return trip. In addition, Princess Xinyang and Marquis Xianping had also paid their respects. His parents teased him, saying that he was going to have a nephew soon. Xiaoheng smiled but didn't say anything. He didn't tell his parents that they had used protection, except for the first time, which wasn't a good experience. But they probably wouldn't fall for it that time. The probability was too small. Breakfast was red bean and barley porridge, carrot and mutton buns, scallion rolls, crab cakes, and some exquisite and delicious side dishes. The two had good appetites and ate a little of everything. Gu Jiao still went to sit with Princess Xinyang. Marquis Xianping was also there. Marquis Xianping usually didn't come over in the morning. Ever since he came once on the day of the tea ceremony, Xiaoyi knew that her beautiful father could also come in the morning. Thus, she started looking for her father every day when she opened her eyes. "Are you used to living here?" Princess Xinyang asked Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao said, "I'm used to it. It's all very good." Lanting Courtyard was decorated according to Gu Jiao's preferences. Some details that Gu Jiao herself didn't notice were noticed by Princess Xinyang in Jadewater Alley. Princess Xinyang was the same as her grandaunt. She never said anything and hid her love in the details. In truth, mother doesn't have to live here the entire time. Gu Jiao was referring to the Princess Manor. Princess Xinyang understood her meaning and said, "It's nothing. Previously, I moved out of here because Aheng died. When I came to the Princess Manor, I would think of Aheng. Now that Aheng has safely returned and Qing has also returned, there's nothing but. Being too close to a certain person had no other shortcomings." She silently glanced at Marquis Xianping. Forget it, this person didn't seem to be asking for a beating recently. Marquis Xianping was currently holding his daughter in the corridor to enjoy the cool air. He inadvertently turned his head and met Princess Xinyang's gaze. He raised an eyebrow. "Qin Fengwan, you're peeking at this marquis again." Princess Xinyang clenched her fists and took back her earlier words. This person was truly asking for a beating. Princess Xinyang didn't want to see him again and coldly said, "Don't you need to go to court?" Marquis Xianping smiled. "This marquis is on vacation." Princess Xinyang chuckled. "What vacation?" "Aheng is getting married, not you." Marquis Xianping looked at the daughter in his arms and shamelessly said, "Maternity leave." Princess Xinyang. Gu Jiao and Xiao Heng came out of the Princess Manor and sat in a carriage headed to the Duke's Manor. Today was also the day Gu Jinyu would return home. She wasn't as willful as Gu Jiao, who could get up whenever she wanted. Before the sun rose, she went to her mother-in-law's place to set the rules. After serving her mother-in-law breakfast, she returned to her own courtyard to check the gifts for her return home. After everything was tidied up, third young Master Quan finally got up. At this time, they had already paid respects to old Madame Gu and Marquis Gu and were preparing to return home. The carriage had barely taken 2 steps when Gu Jinyu heard the sound of horses galloping in their direction. Speaking of which, it was strange. She wasn't familiar with Gu Jiao, but every time it was her horse, she could always tell. It was the Black Wind cavalry that had fought on the battlefield. They carried a fierce murderous aura. Even though they were far away, the horses of Marquis Champing's manor were still a little frightened. Gu Jinyu lifted the curtain to take a look and happened to see a group of carriages stop in front of the Duke's manor. Xiao Heng, who was dressed in a white brocade robe, led Gu Jiao, who was dressed in a green robe, out of the carriage. Gu Jinyu snorted sarcastically. That girl knew martial arts. Did she still need someone to help her? They were so careful. Did they treat that girl like a treasure? "Stop the carriage," Gu Jinyu said. Third young Master Quan, who was resting with his eyes closed, immediately opened his eyes and asked in confusion, "What's wrong?" Gu Jinyu smiled gently and said, "I saw my sister and brother-in-law. I want to go and greet them." Third young Master Quan asked, "Young Marquis?" Marquis Champing's manor was in the eastern region and had some connections with the Xiao family. This time, because the wedding was coincidentally on the same day, they couldn't attend each other's wedding. However, he heard from his family that they still sent congratulatory gifts. Third young Master Quan said, "All right." The two of them got off the carriage. Third young Master Quan got off first and left immediately, completely ignoring Gu Jinyu. There was no harm if there was no comparison. This was how they got off the carriage when they came to the Marquis's manor. Gu Jinyu didn't feel that anything was wrong. However, when she saw how Xiaoheng treated Gu Jiao, she immediately felt unbalanced. She gritted her teeth and glanced at Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao was wearing a veil today, covering most of her face. Only her bright forehead and exquisite eyes were exposed. Sister, brother-in-law, what a coincidence. She took Third Young Master Quan's hand and walked towards them. Third Young Master Quan frowned and pulled his hand back. Gu Jinyu felt awkward, but she didn't show it on her face. She continued to smile and said, Sister, are you coming home today? Why are you so late? Don't tell me you slept until late in the morning. Do you still think you're an unmarried girl? Third Young Master Quan greeted Xiaoheng with an eager gaze, Young Marquis. Xiaoheng nodded slightly. The two families weren't close, but they weren't hostile either. It was just that he was impatient with Gu Jinyu's words. Gu Jiao asked in return, do I have to get up earlier than the rooster when I'm married? Gu Jinyu choked. Gu Jiao asked Xiaoheng in a small voice, but isn't it not good for me to get up so late? Xiaoheng stroked her head dotingly and said, how could it be? My mother doesn't need you to set rules. She told me not to wake you up and let you sleep a little longer. There were two messages in his words. First, Princess Xinyang doted on Gu Jiao. Second, Xiaoheng woke up earlier than Gu Jiao. She didn't need to serve her mother-in-law and husband. Gu Jinyu couldn't believe this was true. Even if Lady Yao was so doted on by Marquis Gu, she still had to give old Madame Gu face in the manner. Xiaoheng said calmly to Third Young Master Quan, if there's nothing else, we'll go in first. Young Master Quan, we'll meet again. Third Young Master Quan's status wasn't as high as Xiaoheng's. He hurriedly cupped his hands and bowed. Brother-in-law, take care. Elder sister, take care. Gu Jiao couldn't be bothered to argue with Gu Jinyu. She turned and walked up the stairs with Xiaoheng. Be careful. Xiaoheng held her hand and reminded her of the box on the stairs. For years, shouldn't they have given up on her long ago? Why did they seem even more inseparable than when she had met them before? Gu Jinyu's heart was filled with jealousy. Why did all the good things in the world happen to Gu Jiao? In what way was she inferior to her elder sister? She called out to Gu Jiao. Is there something else? Gu Jiao asked. Gu Jinyu said arrogantly, no, I just wanted to say that elder sister's veil is very beautiful. Elder sister originally didn't wear a veil, but I didn't expect that in order to see me twice, she would wear a veil. Actually, elder sister, you don't have to be like this. Why do you have to feel ashamed in front of me? Gu Jiao said, I feel ashamed of my inferiority. Third Young Master Quan had also heard that the new wife of the young Marquis was an ugly woman. One had to know that young Marquis Xiao was the #1 handsome youth in the entire capital. To have an ugly wife was really a pity. At this time, many commoners had gathered around to watch the show. Even the passing carriages had stopped. They all wanted to know what this ugly wife of the young Marquis looked like. Was she ugly to the point that both man and God would be enraged? Chapter 930. There are novels with connotations that can't be found online here. A person's rationality would not collapse overnight. To be honest, Gu Jinyu's actions today were not wise. Even if she made Gu Jiao make a fool of herself in front of everyone, it would not benefit her in any way. It was an action that harmed others without benefiting oneself. But after Gu Jiao returned, Gu Jinyu had suffered too many blows from Gu Jiao. Her rationality had been eaten away until there was not much left. She did not care what she could get. As long as she could make Gu Jiao the laughingstock of the capital, she would accept it even if she hurt herself and the enemy by 1,000. It was not the first time Gu Jiao's appearance had become so ugly. But in the past, she had only been a mediocre little female doctor. No one had any requirements for her appearance. Now that she had climbed up the social ladder and married the young Duke of Zhaodu, there would naturally be people who would feel that her appearance did not match. This marriage was like a fresh flower being stuck in cow dung. And men all cared about face. His wife had embarrassed him so much in front of everyone. The young duke would probably have a knot in his heart and would not dare to go out with her in the future, right? Gu Jinyu thought with schadenfreude. She looked at Gu Jiao and Xiao Heng with a mocking gaze. She felt that Gu Jiao must be furious, but the truth was the opposite. Gu Jiao's expression was very calm. "Elder sister, are you not angry?" she asked. Gu Jiao glanced at her and said, "I'm not angry. I just feel that you are very pitiful. There is so much light in the world, but you only see darkness." Gu Jinyu's eyes narrowed. "Let's go," Gu Jiao said to Xiao Heng. Gu Jiao was actually a young girl who loved to be beautiful, but she would not have strange thoughts because she loved to be beautiful. She didn't feel inferior because of her ugly appearance, nor did she feel proud because of her beauty. She didn't care what others thought of her, and she didn't want to tear off her veil just because of a few words of provocation. Xiao Heng didn't care what other people thought of him. They might laugh at him for marrying an ugly wife, but he didn't want Gu Jiao to be wronged, not even a little bit. "Wait a moment," he said to Gu Jiao. After that, he looked at Gu Jinyu and said in a low voice, "You said that my wife feels inferior in front of you. Then let me ask you, when my wife was saving lives and helping the injured, what did you do? What did you do when my wife invented the bellows? My wife fought on the battlefield, guarded the borders, cured the plague, and defended the country and its people. Where are you, Gu Jinyu?" His gaze swept across the crowd of onlookers who didn't mind the commotion. "My wife has made outstanding military achievements in ancient Moon City and was personally conferred the title of Protector Infanta by His Majesty. Which one of you didn't obtain stability in this world with the blood of my wife and the soldiers of the 3 armies? What right do you have to criticize her appearance? It's Xiao Heng's good fortune that my wife is willing to marry me. I've been waiting for this marriage for 4 years. I begged the Empress Dowager and Uncle Emperor to finally set the wedding date. My wife is the most beautiful woman in the world. There's no need to prove it to anyone. If we're talking about feeling inferior, it's all of you who should feel inferior in front of her." His words made everyone blush with shame. As a woman, she had done something that even men couldn't do, but they were criticizing her appearance. Gu Jinyu's heart was in turmoil. She had originally planned to embarrass Gu Jiao, but she didn't expect that the young duke would confess to Gu Jiao in public instead. This cleared up all the unfavorable rumors about Gu Jiao and the wedding. He was the one who begged for this marriage, it was his good fortune, it was him. He was the one who wanted to marry her. He waited for 4 years just to marry her with his real identity. Why? Why was Gu Jiao able to meet such a good man? Xiao Heng sighed and said, "Wife, appearance isn't important anyway. If they want to see it, let them see it. Everyone, what happened to not proving it?" Gu Jiao wasn't someone who liked to wear a veil. Last time, she wore it at Yao Shi's request. This time, it was to give Dukan a surprise. Yuya came down from the carriage. She coldly looked at Gu Jinyu and came to Gu Jiao's side. She harumphed and said, "Some people want to seek their own humiliation. Young miss, help her out." Chun Lu rolled her eyes. We don't know who's the one seeking humiliation. No matter how much you flatter yourself, you're still ugly." Gu Jiao's veil was blown open by the wind. Chun Lu looked at that indescribably peerless face and her throat couldn't make a sound. How could it be like this? She had clearly seen the eldest young Mrs. face in the jewelry store last time. She didn't look like this. Where was that eye-catching red birthmark? Why did it disappear without a trace? Gu Jinyu's shock was no less than Gu Jiao's. Chun Lu had only seen Gu Jiao once, but Gu Jinyu had seen her up close countless times. She had even drawn Gu Jiao's portrait with her own hands. No. Impossible. Impossible, she looked in disbelief at that flawless face. She could not accept Gu Jiao's transformation from an ugly girl to a heavenly beauty. She had already lost to Gu Jiao in everything. The only thing she was proud of was her own appearance. But now, even her appearance had been ruthlessly beaten. Saying that she was better than her was already praising her. Before Gu Jiao took off her veil, her face could still be seen. After the veil was gone, she instantly lost all color. All the light in the world seemed to gather on Gu Jiao's face. Gu Jinyu had completely withered. No. No. It's not like this. You're not my older sister. You're not. You're not. Enough. Don't talk so much. Third young Master Quan could not take it anymore. The people around were pointing and gossiping. He had married such an ignorant woman. He would not have the face to go out in the future. He gritted his teeth and glared at Gu Jinyu. He cupped his hands and said to Xiao Heng, "Brother-in-law." Xiao Heng said indifferently, "Don't call me brother-in-law. We're not close." After saying that, he held Gu Jiao's hand and walked into the Duke's public house. The rest of the people were still immersed in Gu Jiao's stunning appearance and did not regain their senses for a long time. Which damnable rumor spread that the young Duke had married an ugly wife? Was it purposely ruining the young Duke and his wife's reputation? If he had really seen her, then he was blind. If he had not seen her and still spread this rumor, then he was bad. Stupid and bad. It's her. It was her last time too. Yes, she came to the Duke's public house to cause trouble. She was so eccentric. She was scolded badly by the Duke's public house steward. The old Duke ignored her. He even told her not to call him grandfather. How did the Marquis of Changping's public house marry such a woman? The crowd began to point fingers at Gu Jinyu. Third young Master Quan only felt that he had lost all his face and wished he could find a hole to hide in. It's all because of you. After saying that, there was no longer a trace of pity for Gu Jinyu in his eyes. He looked at Gu Jinyu with disgust one last time and left in the horse carriage. Chun Lu hurriedly chased after him. Young master. Young master. Young miss hasn't gotten into the horse carriage yet. On the day of her return, Gu Jinyu was thrown out on the streets by her new husband. The real despair was that the last trace of superiority she had in front of Gu Jiao had disappeared. She had completely lost. But actually, she did not lose. Because Gu Jiao had never competed with her. Steward Zheng had been in the backyard adjusting Duke An's new wheelchair. When he heard the commotion and went to the front to show off his skills, the battle had already ended. Aya. He wrung his hands. He felt that he had missed out on 100 million. Duke An was teaching Xianyuan Qi how to play chess in the backyard. Liaochen was being chased by Taoist Master Qing Feng and could not bring his father around the capital. Xianyuan Qi could only accompany Duke An in the residence. You can stop here with this step. Duke An had just finished speaking when the chess piece in Xianyuan Qi's hand fell on the chessboard with a bang. Why are you? He looked at Xianyuan Qi and followed Xianyuan Qi's shocked gaze to the entrance of the garden. The young girl was dressed in a long green dress and had a slender figure. She held Xiao Heng's hand and walked over leisurely. They looked like a couple who had walked over from the Sanqing stone. They were so compatible, as if they were born for each other in this lifetime. Of course, Xianyuan Qi and Duke An's focus was not on this, but on Gu Jiao's face. There was no veil or birthmark. She had regained her beauty. Gu Jiao came to Duke An's side. She bent down and put her face in front of him. She smiled like a child who was playing tricks. Are you surprised? Are you surprised? Duke An raised his hand and touched her cheek. I'm surprised. I'm so surprised. Xianyuan Qi looked at the childish Gu Jiao, and a trace of emotion flashed across his eyes. Compared to her appearance, the change in her temperament surprised him more. Brother, if you were still alive, you would be very happy to see her like this, right? Duke An and Xianyuan Qi did not know about the chastity mark, but now that they knew, they did not know what to say. This mistake was too big. Xianyuan Qi secretly put forward the plan to beat up the abbot on the agenda. Xiaoheng took Duke An's place and continued to teach Xianyuan Qi how to play chess. The father and daughter went to the courtyard to open the gifts. Xiaoheng carefully selected each gift. In order to show how much he valued his son-in-law, Duke An wanted to see each gift one by one. After that, he asked someone to bring in a big box. "What is this?" Gu Jiao asked. Duke An sat in his wheelchair and smiled. He said, "The state preceptor asked someone to send it over. He said it was the wedding gift that he promised you before." Gu Jiao immediately remembered. Ah, the weapons that Jin Kingdom offered as a tribute. Such a big box. Are they all for me? Duke An was amused by her impatience. There are 2 more boxes. Here it comes. Here it comes. Steward Jing ordered the servants to bring in the other 2 boxes of weapons and opened the lids. Gu Jiao began to choose carefully. Jin Kingdom had spent a lot of money this time. They offered all good things as a tribute. Suddenly, Gu Jiao's gaze fell on a long and narrow mahogany box. "Miss wants to see this?" Steward Jing cleverly walked over and opened the mahogany box. He presented it to Gu Jiao with both hands. Inside was a long sword made of dark iron with peacock feathers that shone with cold light. When Gu Jiao saw it, a strange feeling arose from the bottom of her heart. She held the sword in her hand and looked at it carefully. When she pulled the sword out of the scabbard, the cold light reflected in her eyes. Suddenly, an image flashed in her mind. It's this? In the dream of the battle, she saw her own ending, dying under the sword. Chapter 931. Duke An looked at her and said, "Jiao Jiao, what's wrong with you? Is there something wrong with this sword?" Duke An loved Gu Jiao dearly, so he saw every little expression on her face. Gu Jiao didn't know how to explain for a moment. Duke An knew his precious daughter too well. She was amenable to persuasion but not coercion. He said with a worried face, "Jiao Jiao, you must tell father anything. Don't hide it from me. Otherwise, I will be worried." Godfather was also father. He called himself that on the day of his wedding, so Gu Jiao didn't think much of it. His tone was so soft that it was hard to resist. But where did this come from? Just as Gu Jiao was thinking about how to say it, Xiaoheng and Xianyuan Qi came over. As soon as the 2 entered the room, they noticed that the atmosphere was a bit strange. "Father, Jiao Jiao." Xiaoheng greeted and asked, "Did something happen? Your expressions are strange." Duke An looked at Gu Jiao, as if waiting for her answer. Gu Jiao sighed helplessly. "Okay, Steward Zheng, please take everyone away first." "Okay." Steward Zheng called the servants in the room out. They sat around the square table. Gu Jiao sat on Duke An's left, Xianyuan Qi on her right, and Xiaoheng on the opposite. "Speak," Duke An said. "I had a dream." Gu Jiao told him about her dream of dying under the sword. "It's just a dream. Jiao Jiao, don't take it seriously," Duke An comforted her. It wasn't clear if he was comforting Gu Jiao or himself. Xianyuan Qi's expression turned solemn. He remained silent. "What else did you dream of?" Xiaoheng asked. Gu Jiao thought for a moment and decided to tell the truth. "I dreamt that the Yan Kingdom was at war with the Liang Kingdom and the Jin Kingdom. The Xianyuan army and many others died at the hands of Chu Feipeng and Gong Sunyu. She was dead. Jing Kong was dead. Everyone was dead." Xiaoheng finally understood why she wanted to personally lead the Black Wind Cavalry into battle. She wanted to change everyone's fate. In fact, she had done it. She had killed Gong Sunyu with her own hands. She had spun the wheel of fate. It was his Jiao Jiao. How lucky was he to marry such a good Jiao Jiao? He gripped her hand and said softly, "Gong Sunyu is dead, and Chu Feipeng has become a cripple. Everything that happened in the dream will never happen again." "Okay." Gu Jiao nodded. Xianyuan Qi suddenly asked, "Is that swordsman dead?" Dukan looked at him. "This is just a dream. Why did you really believe it?" From his point of view, those dreams on the battlefield could be interpreted as nervousness before the battle. Xiaoheng also looked at Xianyuan Qi in surprise. Judging from Xianyuan Qi's tone, it seemed that he also believed that Gu Jiao's dream had a special meaning. Xianyuan Qi. Did he know something? Gu Jiao was focused on thinking about the sword. She did not spare any extra brainpower to think about Xianyuan Qi's reaction. She shook her head in a daze. "I don't know who that swordsman is, so I can't be sure if he's dead or not. Many people had died in this battle. Perhaps that swordsman was already dead, or perhaps he was not. Moreover, the battle in Puqing happened 9 years earlier than in her dream. In other words, she would only meet that swordsman 9 years later. That swordsman might still be a child. Maybe after 9 years, he wouldn't be a swordsman anymore. He would not be like Gong Sun Yu's 4 subordinates, who were already malignant tumors. You have to be careful." Xianyuan Qi did not want to be careless when it concerned Gu Jiao. He asked again, "Is that swordsman from Jin State? Or from Liang State?" Gu Jiao shook her head. "I'm not sure either." She knew nothing about the swordsman. She was stabbed in the heart from behind. If it were not for the extra perspective in her dream, she would not even know what kind of mask the swordsman was wearing. "Can you draw that mask?" Xiaoheng asked. "Let me try," Gu Jiao said. Xiaoheng went to get a brush and paper. Gu Jiao's brush was not very good at drawing, so she sketched with charcoal. After she finished, she was quite satisfied. "Something like this." She put the drawing on the table. The 3 of them stared at the fanged mask in the drawing. They really could not imagine its origin. "And this sword," Xianyuan Qi said. "Write a letter and ask the state preceptor about the sword's origin." And Guogong nodded. "Okay." Gu Jiao paused and said, "About this sword, I suddenly remember someone. Maybe we don't need to ask the state preceptor. Just ask him." After the newlyweds left, and Guogong sat in his wheelchair and turned to look at Xianyuan Qi, who was deep in thought. He voiced his doubts. "You seem to really believe in Jiao Jiao's nightmare." Xianyuan Qi said, "She can see in her dreams." And Guogong was stunned. Xianyuan Qi said, "She has been rewriting everyone's fate. Now, it's someone's turn to rewrite hers. It would be best if that assassin died. If he was still alive, he would find him personally and kill him." It was June in the capital and the weather was hot. A master and servant walked listlessly on the busy street. Peddlers pushing stalls passed by them from time to time, almost knocking into them. "Be careful. How can you walk?" The guard in gray dodged to the side and used his body to block his master. The peddler who was scolded by him saw the sword at his waist. He was angry, but he didn't dare to say anything. He rolled his eyes and left. "Master, oh master, how long do we have to stay in Zhao country? That monk won't tell us anything. We can't beat him or persuade him." "We can't," as the guard in gray spoke, he felt that there was no movement behind him. He turned around and was shocked. "Master? Where did you go?" Master Mingyu was put in a gunny sack. Gu Jiao dragged the small gunny sack into an alley. Here, the carriage of Marquis Xuanping's residence had been waiting for a long time. Gu Jiao threw him into the carriage. She clapped her hands and jumped in as well. She sat down beside Xiaoheng. After the battle, Gu Jiao didn't move her body. Her hands were itchy. She looked at the gunny sack on the ground and said seriously, "I don't think he will confess obediently. We have to torture him." "I'll confess." The person in the gunny sack said. "Gu Jiao. I haven't said what I want to ask." Gu Jiao's raised foot froze in midair. She felt very wronged. Xiaoheng smiled gently and held her soft hand. His thumb gently rubbed her fingertips. He said softly, "I'll compensate you when we get back." Gu Jiao said, "I want the kind that is fermented by Jiang." Xiaoheng laughed softly. His eyes sparkled. "Okay. The person in the gunny sack, hello? If you want to interrogate, then interrogate. Don't give me dog food." Gu Jiao released Master Mingyu from the gunny sack. Master Mingyu sat down on the stool beside Xiaoheng. He waved the fan in his hand and said, "What do you want to ask?" "Ask. This master is in a good mood today. I won't argue with you." Gu Jiao looked at Xiaoheng. "He's stubborn. Can I beat him up?" Master Mingyu's body trembled. Why did this little girl always want to beat people up? "Wait, little girl. What happened to your face?" The light in the carriage was dim, but his eyesight was very good. He could clearly see that breathtakingly beautiful face. He almost couldn't shift his gaze away. Heavens, was this little girl poisoned? How did she become such a beauty in just a month? Xiaoheng said, "Okay, you can beat him up now." "Master Mingyu." "I won't look. I won't look." He closed his eyes, filled with the desire to live. "No." Gu Jiao said. "No, you." He was only halfway through his sentence when he felt something flying towards him. He instinctively raised his hand to grab it. It was a sword. The familiar touch made his heart tremble. He suddenly opened his eyes and looked down at the sword in his hand. In order to let him see it more clearly, Gu Jiao lit up the oil lamp on the small table. Gu Jiao saw his reaction. Gu Jiao had a rough idea of what was going on, but she still asked for confirmation. "Is this the sword you're looking for?" "Yes, this is it." Master Mingyu did not deny or hide anything. He stroked the sword in his hand in disbelief. Because he was too nervous and excited, his arm and fingertips were trembling. "It really is in your hands." Gu Jiao did not explain that she had only obtained it today. "Where did this sword come from?" "Don't lie. I'm afraid you won't be able to leave the carriage alive." A cold light flashed in Master Mingyu's eyes. Killing intent burst out from his body. However, it only lasted for a moment before he groaned and clutched his chest. The killing intent also dissipated. "Are you injured?" Gu Jiao asked. "No, it's not an injury." As for what it was, he did not want to say more. He turned to the two and said, "I'll tell you where it came from. Can you return it to me?" "Not for free." "Name a price." He said, "Return it." Xiaoheng said indifferently, "Tell us first. If we're satisfied, we'll consider whether to agree to your conditions." Gu Jiao nodded. "That's right. That's it." A trace of conflict appeared in Master Mingyu's eyes. Logically speaking, he could not reveal his identity. However, in order to take back the sword, he could only betray his promise. He said resignedly, "It's my master's sword." Xiaoheng asked, "Who is your master?" Chapter 932. Novels with content that cannot be found online can be found here. Sir Mingyu frowned. Clearly, he was conflicted about what to say next. "It's fine if you don't want to say it, but I can't give you the sword." Xiaoheng stretched out his hand and acted like he wanted to take the sword back. Sir Mingyu hurriedly hugged the long sword. "I'll say it." Gu Jiao said fiercely, "Say it, or I'll beat you up." Sir Mingyu suppressed his anger. He was getting weaker and was no match for this girl. He had no choice but to lower his head. "Have you heard of the sword hut?" he asked. The couple nodded in unison. When Gu Jiao went to the eastern border of the Yan Kingdom to attack the Liang Kingdom and the Jin Kingdom, she repeatedly fought with the people of the sword hut. After the battle, the Jin Kingdom surrendered, but there was no news about the people of the sword hut. It was unknown whether this sword hut was the same sword hut. Sir Mingyu said, my master is the master of the sword hut, the leader of the sword hut. This sword is called Xian Yu and is the leader's keepsake. I came to the Zhao kingdom because there was a traitor in the sword hut who escaped with the sword. I came to find its whereabouts. But who would have thought that the moment I found it, it was snatched away by that stupid monk? Gu Jiao said, "Did you say Liaochen?" Liaochen did not snatch your sword. He picked it up. Sir Mingyu said, "I don't believe it." Gu Jiao laughed. It's up to you to believe it or not. Sir Mingyu wanted to say something but stopped. There was no point in investigating the monk's actions. The important thing was that Xian Yu had been found. He could finally return to the sword hut. Gu Jiao said again, "How many sword huts are there in the world?" Sir Mingyu said without hesitation, "Only one." He thought of something and said, "But we can't rule out the possibility of some small sects using the name of the sword hut to swindle people." Gu Jiao touched her delicate chin. "Is the sword hut that colluded with the Jin kingdom's royal family?" Young Master Mingyu was slightly stunned. The royal family of Jin Nation? Ah, you're talking about that? I guess so. That's a branch of the sword hut. Only 2 of them are from the inner sect. Gu Jiao asked, Sky Splitter and Enhan. You know them? Young Master Mingyue was surprised. Gu Jiao thought to herself, not only do I know, but I'm also very familiar with it. I've fought with Enhan, I've fought with Heaven Splitter. It was no wonder that Long Yi and Enhan were so powerful, but the masters of the sword hut at the border were so weak. It turned out that only the 2 of them were inner sect disciples. Mr. Mingyu snorted and said, "The Jiang who does not know that the sword hut is divided into the inner and outer sections. You are lucky to have met me. Otherwise, you would never have known that the sword hut that interacts with the Jin nation is just a branch." Gu Jiao was puzzled. "Why are you colluding with the royal family of Jin nation?" Young Master Ming Yu's face darkened. "We're just friends, what do you mean by collusion?" "I'm not sure about the details. I'm not in charge of it. However, the 2 people you mentioned just now, according to seniority. Perhaps I should call them senior brothers. Who's older and who's younger?" Gu Jiao asked. Young Master Mingyu said, "Enhan is the eldest senior brother, Sky Splitter is the youngest. Now, I'm the youngest. When they went to the branch, I was still young, so I didn't meet them. I only heard about them from my master." Gu Jiao nodded. "Continue." Young Master Mingyu looked at her strangely. "Are you asking about my sword or my senior brother?" Gu Jiao said, "I'm asking about both." "Why did they go to the branch?" Young Master Mingyu thought for a while. "It seems to be to kill someone. Kill the second master of shadows, Xianyuan Qi. That year, Long Yi came to Zhao Nation with such a mission. However, for some unknown reason, Long Yi gave up his mission. Thus, Enhan replaced him and stayed in the branch. Together with the royal family of Jin Nation, they secretly carried out the annihilation of Xianyuan Qi and the Shadow Division. Long Yi. I miss him a little." Gu Jiao whispered. Xiaoheng held her hand and didn't say anything. He also missed Long Yi. He missed him very much. He didn't know if he had found the answer he wanted. "Are you done asking? Can I take the sword now?" Young Master Mingyu asked. "I can't yet." Xiaoheng took the sword. He said angrily, "You don't keep your word." Xiaoheng said, "Neither too fast nor too slow. I only said that if your answer satisfied us, we might consider it." He gritted his teeth and said, "Then, is there something you're not satisfied with?" "I didn't hide anything." Xiaoheng said without changing his expression. "We're satisfied, so we're considering whether to give you the sword or not." Young Master Mingyu was made a fool of, so he was furious. "Have you seen this before?" Xiaoheng took out Gu Jiao's sketch paper. He turned his face. "Humph. Why should I tell you?" Xiaoheng said, "It seems you don't want your master's sword back." Young Master Mingyu coldly glared at him and looked at the fanged mask on the sketch. He said, "I've never seen it before." Xiao Heng looked at him seriously. "Are you sure?" He sighed. "You're just a mask. If I've seen it, then I've seen it. If I haven't seen it, then I haven't seen it. Why should I lie to you?" Xiao Heng looked into his eyes without blinking. "Last question, where is the sword hut?" After half an hour, the gray-robed guard found his master in the alley, who was supporting himself against the wall and gasping for breath. He walked over in large strides and supported his master's arm. He worriedly said, "Young master. Are you all right? Why did you leave me here alone?" "It's nothing." Young Master Mingyu covered his chest. "I met the young Marquis of Zhaodu and that girl from Jadewater Alley." The gray-robed guard was shocked. "Those two? Did they bully you?" Young Master Mingyu shook his head. "No, they only asked me some questions. The origin of the Xianyu sword, my two senior brothers, and the location of the sword hut." The gray-robed guard frowned. Why did they suddenly ask about this? "Then, did you tell them everything?" Young Master Mingyu looked in the direction where the carriage disappeared and said lightly, "I told them a little." In the carriage, Gu Jiao played with the long sword in her hand and asked Xiaoheng, "What do you think? Did that Mingyu lie?" Xiaoheng said, "He didn't lie, but he didn't tell the whole truth either. He hid something." Gu Jiao said, "Oh?" Xiaoheng said, "It's not strange. Every sect has its own secrets." Gu Jiao pointed at the paper on the table. "Then is the map of the sword hut he drew real or fake?" Xiaoheng said seriously, "It should be real." Also, he said that he had never seen that mask. It doesn't seem like he was lying. They still didn't know who the swordsman in Gu Jiao's dream who killed her was. Xiaoheng stroked her hair and said softly, "Don't worry. If he is still alive, we will definitely find him." They were no longer alone and helpless. Behind them were the royal families of two countries, the Imperial Preceptor Hall, the manor of Marquis Xianping, and the powerful Black Wind Cavalry and the Shadow Troop. Gu Jiao shook her head. "I'm not worried." Xiaoheng took her hand and smiled. "That's right. It's not easy to get married. Don't worry about anything. Just wait to be the wife of the Imperial Preceptor." Gu Jiao blinked. "Wife of the Imperial Preceptor?" Xiaoheng smiled. "I forgot to tell you. Grand Secretary Yuan proposed the Imperial Preceptor examination to my uncle last year. My uncle agreed. But for some reason, the examination was postponed for a year. It will be held next month." Gu Jiao was surprised. "You don't plan to be the prince of the Yen Kingdom?" Xiaoheng smiled. "The identity of the prince was given by my parents. The position of Imperial Preceptor was obtained by me through the examination." Gu Jiao raised her eyebrows. "You speak as if you have already passed the examination. What if you don't?" Xiaoheng looked at her gently. "I'll be punished by my wife. But if I pass the examination, you have to reward me." It didn't sound like a serious reward. Gu Jiao said seriously, "Today's account hasn't been settled yet, but you are already thinking about the future." Xiaoheng held her soft hand and leaned close to her ear. He said in a low and magnetic voice, "My wife means that we should go back early and settle today's account." Gu Jiao said, "I didn't say that." Xiaoheng said, "You did." Gu Jiao was speechless. The two returned to the princess residence. They first went to Princess Xinyang and paid their respects to her and Marquis Xianping. Then they played with Xiao Yi. Xiao Yi was getting more and more energetic. She lay in the cradle and kicked her legs happily. Princess Xinyang asked about their return and whether they had gone to visit Lady Yao. "We went," Xiaoheng said. They went to the Duke's residence in the morning and Jadewater Alley in the afternoon. They only went to catch Master Mingyue at dusk. Father, I have something to say to you, Xiaoheng said to Marquis Xianping. It has to do with the sword hut. During the war at the border, the person who had interacted with the sword hut the most was Marquis Xianping. In the end, the elders of the sword hut had all died at his hands. Come to the study. Marquis Xianping put his hands behind his back and strode outside. Princess Xinyang glared at him and muttered, "That's my study." The father and son went to the study next door. Eugene brought over a bowl of black medicine and looked meaningfully at Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao felt her hair stand on end. What? Princess Xinyang said, "Drink it." Gu Jiao smelled it. She was a doctor, so of course it was not difficult for her to recognize the medicine. This is, Princess Xinyang admitted, pregnancy medicine. Drink it while it's hot. When it cools, the medicine won't be effective enough. Gu Jiao was speechless. Should I tell you that I've already used little Tao Tao? Princess Xinyang glanced at her and asked, "Why aren't you drinking it? Are you afraid it's bitter?" "Fine, I'll drink it. There's no baby anyway." Gu Jiao raised her head and drank the pregnancy medicine in one go. Chapter 933. You're saying that the people of the sword hut might kill Jiao Jiao? In the study, Marquis Xianping listened to his son's narration. It would be a lie to say that he was not surprised. However, he did not feel that his son was making things up. Xiaoheng said seriously, "Jiao Jiao's dreams have always been very accurate. Back then, you almost lost your life to the mudslide. It was thanks to her that you saw the storm and the mudslide in your dream." Marquis Xianping was a person who always had his head tied to his belt. Everything he had was obtained through his own martial arts. If it were anything else, he would definitely scoff. However, this matter concerned Gu Jiao, so he was very cautious. Those bastards from the sword hut are all dead. He was somewhat annoyed. If he had known that this would happen, he would have left a few alive. Xiaoheng said, "Those are all outer sect disciples. Their understanding of the inner sect is limited. They are not as valuable as Mingyu." Marquis Xianping said thoughtfully, "I'll capture that guy another day and interrogate him." Xiaoheng did not object. One had to be merciful. Sometimes, being merciful to one's enemy was being cruel to oneself. "Father, have you seen any ace from the sword hut wearing this mask?" Xiaoheng handed the sketch paper he carried with him to Marquis Xianping. Marquis Xianping took it and looked carefully. He shook his head. No. Why would the people of the sword hut wear masks? This question stunned Xiaoheng and Gu Jiao. Because this was an established fact, Gu Jiao and Xiaoheng did not question the irrationality of this phenomenon. However, Marquis Xianping was a bystander and immediately sensed that something was wrong. Xiaoheng quickly came back to his senses and said, "I was almost led astray by you." And Han and Shirtian both wore masks. I'm guessing that only the inner sect disciples would wear masks when they come out to carry out missions. Marquis Xianping nodded. This makes sense. I'll get to the bottom of this. You can focus on preparing for the upcoming exam. Xiaoheng looked at him in confusion. Did I tell you that I'm going to take an exam? Marquis Xianping snorted, "Do you think I won't ask if you don't tell me?" He was now a father who cared for his son, and would not be indifferent, or pretend to be indifferent, to his learning. Xiaoheng laughed. "Thank you, father." Marquis Xianping said with an unruly expression, "Why are you thanking your own father? If you really want to thank me, give birth to a little nephew for Yi to play with." Xiaoheng, there are two big things in life that cannot be avoided, urging marriage and urging children. Xiao Yi was about to sleep. The two of them bid farewell to Princess Xinyang and Marquis Xianping and returned to their own courtyard. As soon as he entered the room, Xiaoheng asked, "My mother didn't say anything strange to you, did she?" "What strange words?" Gu Jiao asked. Xiaoheng said, "For example, urging you to give birth to a fat boy or something like that?" No, Gu Jiao said. Xiaoheng secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Unexpectedly, before he could finish his sigh of relief, he heard Gu Jiao say, "She just gave me a bowl of pregnancy medicine." Xiaoheng. As expected of his mother, she was even more ruthless than his father. Xiaoheng didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Tomorrow, I'll talk to my mother and tell her not to do these things in the future." Gu Jiao said, "It's fine. Actually, it's just some medicinal herbs that replenish blood and qi. There's no harm in drinking it." Xiaoheng thought for a moment. That's fine too. It was better than telling his mother that they didn't plan to have children for the time being. "Do you want a baby?" Gu Jiao asked him. The two of them had never discussed this topic in depth. It was Gu Jiao who took out the contraceptive measures after getting drunk, and the two of them seemed to have accepted it naturally. Xiaoheng smiled and said, "You're still young. It won't be too late to give birth when you're older." Gu Jiao lowered her eyes. "What if I don't want to give birth?" Xiaoheng's eyes flashed with a trace of astonishment. He didn't hesitate for too long. He stared at her and said, "Then don't give birth. In any case, there's still my older brother. At worst, I'll just let him carry on the family line." Gu Jiao took a step forward and pressed her forehead against his chest. "Rub my head." Xiaoheng smiled gently and gently rubbed her head. Gu Jiao felt his comfort. It was the intimacy that she hadn't been able to obtain from her parents when she was young. After a long time, she said in a low voice, "I'm a little monster. I'm afraid that if I give birth to a baby, it'll also be a little monster." This was the first time she had said that she was afraid in front of him. She had never been afraid of anyone or anything. War, bloodshed, plagues, and death, she had never shown a trace of fear. Xiaoheng's heart clenched, and he hugged her tightly. "You're not a little monster. You're my Jiao Jiao." Gu Jiao didn't say anything. She just leaned quietly in his arms. She knew that Xiaoheng wasn't her parents in her previous life, and neither was she. They wouldn't treat their children like that. But there were some shadows in her subconscious that she couldn't control. She could bear all the pain in the world, but she didn't want her baby to be full of wounds. "It hurts," she said. "They don't want me. It really hurts." Duke's mansion. It was late at night, but Dukan didn't feel sleepy. He went to Xianyuan Qi's courtyard. Xianyuan Qi always went to bed early. As expected, the lights in his room were still on. Dukan pushed the wheelchair into the room. "Can't you walk?" Xianyuan Qi pushed the door open and pushed him in. Dukan smiled and said, "I can't walk too much." "What's the matter?" Xianyuan Qi stopped the wheelchair beside the square table and sat down opposite Dukan. Dukan said bluntly, "You seem to know Jiao Jiao very well." "We fought together," Xianyuan Qi said. Dukan remembered that Gu Jiao and Xianyuan Qi fought against Gong Sunyu and the Jin army in Ghost Mountain and Pu City. He nodded and said, "Is that so? But I feel that you know more about her than that." Xianyuan Qi didn't answer him. Instead, he asked seriously, "Why are you so quick with your words?" Dukan fell off the horse and was in a vegetative state for 3 years. It was much worse than Xianyuan Qi. Dukan smiled and said, "Because I'm smart." Xianyuan Qi's face darkened. He went to the door and said, "Goodbye." Liao Chen returned to Dukan's mansion in the middle of the night. He was chased for 3 days and finally got rid of that guy. He climbed over the wall and returned to the courtyard. After walking for 3 days, he didn't know if his father went out to look for him or if he was worried sick. He immediately went to tell his father that he was safe. Father really didn't sleep. "It seems that he was very worried about me." Liao Chen knocked on the door. "Come in," Xianyuan Qi said. Liao Chen pushed the door open and entered. He saw his father sitting in front of the window, carefully wiping a wolf tooth pendant with a handkerchief. This pendant was his father's personal item. He had worn it for decades. It was said that it was a birthday gift from the First Lord of Shadows. He had treasured it until now. He smiled and said, "Father, I'm back. I'm sorry that I ran into some trouble these days and made you worry." Xianyuan glanced at him and decisively put away his pendant, as if he was afraid that his own son would take it away. Liao Chen was speechless. "You don't have to be so guarded against me. I won't steal it." Xianyuan snorted. "Who knows?" Liao Chen was speechless. Xianyuan said lightly, "I'm not worried." Liao Chen was stunned for a moment before he realized that his father was answering his first question. He expressed his confusion. "I've been missing for 3 days. You're not worried?" Xianyuan said calmly, "Qing said that you should go and chase after your wife. He told me not to look for you." Liao Chen was speechless. "Shengguan Qing, come out. I promise I won't beat you to death." Xianyuan martial arts were so good that he woke up halfway after getting drunk. Seeing that his son was not there, he wanted to find his son. Shengguan Qing had an idea and came up with this plan to fool Xianyuan. In the name of congratulating Xianyuan, he once again made Xianyuan drunk. "Where's my daughter-in-law?" Xianyuan asked expectantly. Liao Chen was speechless. On the 22nd of June, little Jing Kong and Shengguan Qing finally returned to the princess mansion after a 3-day tour of the capital city. Little Jing Kong got off the carriage and ran quickly to the Lanting courtyard. Shengguan Qing couldn't stop him even if he wanted to. Looking at the little guy's small back, Shengguan Qing, who had lost a layer of skin, sighed wearily. "I can only help you this much, brother." It had only been 3 days and he had already broken down. He really didn't know how his brother had taken this little guy from Zhao State to Yen State. Also, a new gun was not enough. Stinky brother should at least give him 3 guns. "Young master." A servant saw Shengguan Qing and hurried over to salute him. Shengguan Qing said stiffly, "Come here and give me a hand." "I can't move." The little monk had squeezed out all his energy. Little Jing Kong was mercilessly stopped by his brother-in-law as soon as he entered the Lanting courtyard. His bad brother-in-law held him and took him to the practice room. "I want to see Jiao Jiao," he said with a dark face. "Jiao Jiao is not awake yet." "I'll take you to see her later," Xiao Heng said. Little Jing Kong looked up at his bad brother-in-law. "Why is she not awake yet? Is Jiao Jiao sick?" It was no wonder that little Jing Kong asked this. Gu Jiao's work and rest were too regular. She was always the one who got up early in the family. She would only get up a little later when she was not feeling well. Xiao Heng said calmly, "She's not sick. Jiao Jiao slept late." "Why did Jiao Jiao sleep late?" Little Jing Kong asked. Of course, Xiao Heng could not tell him the real reason. He could only say, "Jiao Jiao is getting married. She's a newlywed and has a lot of things to do. For example, the luggage, dowry, and so on. She needs to organize them. She did bring a lot of things on the wedding day." Little Jing Kong nodded seriously. Then he looked at Xiao Heng disapprovingly. "Why didn't you organize them? Why did you let Jiao Jiao organize them? You're too lazy. You didn't put in any effort at all. Even Xiao Bao is more diligent than you." Xiao Heng, who had been working hard all night, was speechless. Chapter 934. The Lanting courtyard had prepared a separate practice room and backyard for little Jing Kong, so he could play to his heart's content. After putting him down, Xiao Heng went to the study to do his own things. Shengguan Qing was carried into the study by 2 servants. His cheeks were thin, and he looked miserable. Xiao Heng was tidying up the desk and was shocked by his appearance. "What happened to you? Were you beaten?" Shengguan Qing motioned for the servant to help him to the chair opposite the desk. The servant helped him to the southeast corner. He shook his head and said, "I want the seat over there." That seat was facing his younger brother, and he could show his miserable state without any blind spots. It had to be said that the three of them had excellent wisdom and talent when it came to showing themselves. After he sat down painfully, he said to the servants, "Okay, you can leave." The two servants left without saying a word. Xiaoheng flipped through the books in his hand and picked out the ones that needed to be dried. He glanced at him and said, "You are my father's son. No one in Zhaodu would dare to beat you, right? Let me guess, you want a gun again?" Sheng Guanqing gasped. What kind of monster was his stinky younger brother? Could he see through his thoughts at a glance? He opened his mouth. Xiaoheng didn't give him a chance. "Don't deny it. I saw through it." Sheng Guanqing's handsome face darkened. In the next second, he removed his disguise and casually placed his feet on the table. He crossed his hands behind his head and leaned his body against the back of the chair. He said casually, "Tell me, where did I expose myself?" Xiaoheng said with amusement, "You didn't expose yourself. I tricked you." Sheng Guanqing's body shook. "That girl tricked me, but you tricked me too. You two are really a match made in heaven. I don't care." He turned his face and said angrily, "I'll lose half my life if I have to take care of the little monk for you. No matter what, you have to make me at least 10 new firearms." 2. Xiaoheng bargained. Sheng Guanqing withdrew his feet from the table and sat up straight. He stared at Xiaoheng and said, "Don't you always cut the price by half when bargaining?" Xiaoheng thought for a moment. Then, 1 round? If the 2 swords were half and half, it would be 1 sword. Sheng Guanqing narrowed his eyes dangerously. "I'll tell the princess's mother that you bullied me." Xiaoheng said calmly, "You've already cured the poison, yet you're still being bullied by a weak scholar like me. It seems that you don't practice the horse stance enough." The corner of Sheng Guanqing's mouth twitched. 3, no less. Xiaoheng, deal. Sheng Guanqing asked, "Are you not going to struggle this time?" "If I had known earlier, would have said 4 rounds. Sheng Guanqing returned to his courtyard after the daily "Can't Beat My Younger Brother" series ended. Little Jing Kong finished practicing, reading, and doing his homework. It was almost late in the morning when Gu Jiao finally came out of her room. He jumped down from the swing and ran towards Gu Jiao with all his strength. "Jiao Jiao." He opened his little arms and was about to throw himself into Gu Jiao's arms as usual. However, he stopped in time when he was halfway to her. He gathered his qi in his lower abdomen and stabilized his lower body. His little feet were firmly nailed to the ground, and his little body swayed as he tried not to fall to the ground. He raised his head and looked at Gu Jiao in disbelief. He pointed at her face with his little finger. "Jiao Jiao." Gu Jiao smiled and walked forward. She raised her hand and patted his little head. "Wow, what have you been doing? You're tanned again." On the wedding day, he was still a boiled egg. Now, he was almost a shiny little egg. "Ah." He quickly covered his head and said with grievance and resentment, "It's all Brother Qing's fault. He took me with him on the boat for 3 days. I've become dried fish under the sun." Gu Jiao thought of that scene and laughed until she bent over. She laughed very happily. Little Jing Kong was addicted to her smile and felt very happy. "Jiao Jiao." He looked at her left face curiously. "Why are the flowers on your face gone?" "Flowers?" Gu Jiao was stunned. She suddenly realized that little Jing Kong did not say the word fold just now. He had grown up and was no longer the 3-year-old monk who had just left the mountain. Gu Jiao felt an indescribable feeling in her heart. Was it relief? Or melancholy? There seemed to be a trace of reluctance. She wanted to rub him back and be the little dumpling who followed behind her all day long and called her Jiao Jiao in a childish voice. When he opened his eyes and did not see her, he would cry until the sky was dark. He would let her plant kisses on his little face and water them every day while waiting for them to sprout. He would always sit on the threshold and wait for her to come home. Jiao Jiao, what's wrong with you? Little Jing Kong saw that Gu Jiao suddenly looked at him and did not speak, so he could not help but ask her. His little eyes could not hide his concern and worry. No matter how much he had grown up, he was still her Jing Kong. Gu Jiao stroked his little head and said softly, because I've grown up too, so the flowers are gone. The 6-year-old little Jing Kong thought about it seriously and combined all his written knowledge and agricultural knowledge. He said, like the begonia flower? Will it bear fruit when the flowers are gone? The pea seedlings he planted in the countryside would bear fruit when they grew up. Gu Jiao thought about it and said, I don't know yet. Oh. He thought about the pea seedlings in the countryside again. He was not sure if all of them had borne fruit, so he decided to plant a few more to observe. Little Jing Kong looked at Gu Jiao, his big eyes full of innocence and innocence. He said, Jiao Jiao, don't be sad. Even without the flowers, you're still very beautiful. You're the most beautiful. Children had their own unique sense of beauty. In little Jing Kong's eyes, Gu Jiao was the most beautiful girl in the world regardless of whether she had a birthmark or not. On the other side, Marquis Xian Ping personally went out and caught young Master Ming Yu and his bodyguards near Jade Water Alley. He brought the two of them back to a place in Marquis Xian Ping's mansion that specialized in interrogating disobedient people. A person like him, whose hands were stained with blood, was secretly not a gentleman. The carriage stopped at the gate of the courtyard. The bodyguards lifted the curtain. Marquis Xian Ping took a handkerchief and wiped the blood on his hands. He said lightly, Chang Jing is not here, so I have to deal with such trivial matters personally. The bodyguards did not dare to say anything. Young Master Ming Yu was not easy to deal with. Ordinary secret guards could not do anything to him. Marquis Xian Ping threw away the handkerchief that he used to wipe the blood on and got off the carriage with a cold expression. Young Master Ming Yu and his bodyguards were tied up in a secret room that did not see the light of day. They were hung on a wooden frame. The bodyguards were not able to withstand the beating and had already fainted. Young Master Ming Yu was still conscious. He had not been tortured for the time being. The injuries on his body were from the fight with Marquis Xian Ping. He opened his arms and was unable to move because of the iron chains. The blood at the corner of his mouth meandered down and dripped onto the cold floor along his dusty chin. He looked at Marquis Xian Ping coldly, his eyes full of murderous intent. Marquis Xian Ping walked onto the execution platform fearlessly, like the king of the night. Young Master Ming Yu's murderous intent was instantly suppressed by his aura, like a clay ox entering the sea. Young Master Ming Yu's eyes trembled violently. This man was very dangerous. Marquis Xian Ping said arrogantly, I don't like to talk nonsense and I'm not used to beating around the bush. Tell me honestly who you are, who Shi Tian is, and what is your relationship with the Sword Hut. Also. As he spoke, he gave a look to the bodyguard at the side. The bodyguard understood and went forward to pull open young Master Ming Yu's lapel, revealing his strong and muscular chest. Above his heart, there was a dark red and black area. Marquis Xian Ping narrowed his eyes slightly, so you were poisoned by a venomous insect. No wonder your skills have been eaten away and you can't use them. Young Master Ming Yu gritted his teeth and turned his face away, I won't say it. Marquis Xian Ping smiled faintly, you don't need to say it. I have already guessed it. Young Master Ming Yu looked at him and frowned, what have you guessed? Marquis Xian Ping chuckled, you secretly escaped from the Sword Hut. That sword was also secretly brought out by you. But without it, you can't go back. Young Master Ming Yu's pupils suddenly contracted and he looked at him in disbelief. Marquis Xian Ping paced a few steps in front of him and said thoughtfully, it seems that the sword is the key to going to the Sword Hut. There must be some passage or mechanism that can only be opened with it. No wonder you were so generous as to draw out the map. You were certain that we couldn't get onto the island. Even if we did, we would all die in those mechanisms. Young Master Mingyu couldn't believe that this was true. Marquis Xian Ping of the Zhao country. He had stayed in the Zhao country for so long. How could he not have heard of such a person? But wasn't this person a brute with all brawn and no brains? Why was he completely different from the rumors? Marquis Xian Ping turned around and walked down the steps leisurely. He waved his hand and said carelessly, "Kill him." "Yes." The bodyguard cupped his hands and pulled out the long sword at his waist. Young Master Mingyu's heart skipped a beat. Didn't he want to interrogate him? How far was this? He didn't say anything about Shirtian or his background. Did he not want to know anything about it? "Aren't you being too careless like this?" Marquis Xian Ping turned around and smiled arrogantly. "With the map and the key, you no longer have any value. Whatever I want to know, I will naturally be able to find out when I get to the island." The bodyguard's sword chopped down at his head. Young Master Mingyu almost instinctively blurted out, "I am the young master of the sword hut. The sect leader is my father." Marquis Xian Ping waved his arm and shot out a hidden weapon that knocked away the bodyguard's long sword. Young Master Mingyu had never felt death so clearly before. His entire body was covered in cold sweat. It mixed with the blood and stuck to his clothes. This man was too terrifying. Did he really plan to kill him, or was he certain that he would confess? What was worse was that people didn't have time to lie in the face of death. Everything he said was true. Damn it. Marquis Xian Ping looked at him with a smile that wasn't a smile. "Then, young master of the sword hut, happy working together?" Chapter 935. After coming out of the secret chamber, it was getting late. Marquis Xian Ping went back to his courtyard and asked someone to prepare a hot bath. Steward Lu looked at him strangely. "Didn't you just wash up after practicing in the morning? I've never seen you so clean before. What do you know?" Marquis Xian Ping took off his blood-stained clothes, revealing his strong upper body. His body was covered with scars. It was the body of a general who had been on the battlefield for many years. His muscles were firm, strong, and well-defined. Steward Lu was a man, but he couldn't help but say that he was very envious. He put the clothes into the basket and sighed. "I know, you're going to see the princess." Marquis Xian Ping raised his hand to untie his belt. "I'm going to see." "Forget it, I'm too lazy to talk to you." After bathing, Marquis Xian Ping changed into dry and light clothes, then went to see his precious daughter. Today, the whole family was eating at Princess Xinyang's place. Little Jing Kong, Sheng Guanqing, and the newly married couple. When Marquis Xian Ping entered the house and saw the big family, he was in a daze. Little Jing Kong looked like a young Xiaoheng. It was as if he had returned to the past, but it wasn't just the past. Gu Jiao, Sheng Guanqing, and Yi were also there. He had been alone all these years. He was not used to the sudden bustle. "What are you doing?" "The food is getting cold," Princess Xinyang said lightly. "You're here." He calmly sat down beside Princess Xinyang. Princess Xinyang's rule was to eat without talking, but she couldn't stand Yi, who was just 6 months old and couldn't stop talking. Little Jing Kong responded to her from time to time, and Sheng Guanqing and Xiaoheng bickered. The meal was lively, and there was a bit of the atmosphere of a common family. After eating and drinking, Marquis Xian Ping and his 2 sons went to the study. Princess Xinyang and Gu Jiao took the 2 little guys for a walk. By the time they returned from their walk, the conversation between the 3 of them had also ended. The brothers' courtyards were in the same direction, so the 4 of them left together. Sheng Guanqing snatched little Jing Kong's toy, and little Jing Kong chased him all over the mansion. The 2 of them were in hot pursuit. The newlyweds held hands as they strolled along the flower-filled path. Xiaoheng told him about young Master Mingyue. Gu Jiao did not expect Marquis Xian Ping to act so quickly. It was really surprising. Xiaoheng looked at Sheng Guanqing, who stuck out his tongue and made a face at little Jing Kong. He couldn't help laughing and said, "My brother and father are usually not serious, but when they meet someone they care about, they will risk everything." Gu Jiao nodded. Xiaoheng smiled gently and said, "There's no need to be envious. They're your brothers and father now." Gu Jiao, "Then I'll envy myself." Xiaoheng smiled. Gu Jiao said, "So, young Master Mingyue is actually the young master of the Sword Hut. Then, are he and Long Yi fellow apprentices?" Xiaoheng nodded and said, "Yes, his father is the master of Long Yi and Enhun. Long Yi and Enhun are both orphans. They are also the first batch of children to survive the purple grass poison." Gu Jiao asked, "Are the people of the Sword Hut using the purple grass poison to cultivate men of sacrifice?" Xiaoheng said, "He's not sure. He only said that he had this guess." Young Master Mingyue's situation was somewhat similar to Chang Jing's. They both lived on the island and were also the young masters of hidden sections. However, young Master Mingyue's situation was not as optimistic as Chang Jing's. He was not the son of the island master's wife. The island master's wife could not bear a child, so she adopted a nephew from her maternal family. She wanted him to inherit the Sword Hut. Who would have thought that not long after, a maid on the island gave birth to a son for the island master? Young Master Mingyue left the island without permission to look for new purple grass. Who would have thought that not long after he left the island, he would be hunted down? Not only did he lose his mystic moon sword, he was also poisoned by the other party. This kind of poison came from the island. If he wanted to detoxify it, he had to return. However, without the mystic moon sword, he could not break the mechanism at the entrance of the island. Gu Jiao suddenly realized, so it was like this. Xiaoheng said, "Mingyue said that if this kind of poison is not used, it will take effect very slowly. Once the internal force is used, it will produce a large amount of poison. No wonder he did not fight with us." Gu Jiao touched her chin. "I'm really curious about his strength. I also have a question. If the mechanism on the island can only be opened by the sect master's sword, how did the rest of the people return to the island?" "They can't return." Xiaoheng said, "In the past, when the people on the island went out to do something, they only needed to send a signal when they returned. Then, a disciple would take the mystic moon sword and open the mechanism. Since the disappearance of the mystic moon sword, the mechanism has never been opened. The people on the island have never returned." Thinking of something, Gu Jiao frowned and said, "So, Long Yi can't go back either?" Xiaoheng said, "What he said is the truth that he knows. But maybe there are still things on the island that he does not know." Gu Jiao thought that this made sense. Xiaoheng continued, "No matter what, with the young master of the Sword Hut in our hands, the following actions will be much easier." Gu Jiao nodded, "Yes." To be honest, this incident happened suddenly, but she did not feel that it was very difficult. Perhaps the most difficult days had passed. Now, she did not have to tread on thin ice no matter what she did. "Do you have a plan?" she asked. Xiaoheng told her the result of the discussion between the three of them. "There are two plans. First, release the news of the mystic moon sword and lead the people of the Sword Hut to come and find it. Second, go to the Sword Hut personally. The Sword Hut is not far from the Dark Night Island. If the first plan does not work, my father said that he would go and see Chang Jing on the way." Little Jing Kong played with Shangguan Qing and exhausted all his strength. After taking a bath, he was listless. He carried his small pillow to the wedding room. Gu Jiao thought that he wanted to sleep with her. However, he rubbed his eyes, yawned and said, "Jiao Jiao, I'm going to sleep. See you tomorrow." Gu Jiao said in a daze, Okay. See you tomorrow." Little Jing Kong went out with his small pillow in his arms, looking sleepy. Xiaoheng had gradually let little Jing Kong get used to sleeping alone since 3 months ago. The effect was obvious now. Children had to grow up. They had to be separated from their parents and learn to grow their own wings. The next day, after sending little Jing Kong to the Imperial College, Gu Jiao and Xiao Heng went to Pushui Alley. Qinghe Academy was on holiday today. Gu Yan and Gu Shaoshan were both at home. They were very happy to see Gu Jiao and her brother-in-law. Gu Shaoshan put down the half-filled water and walked over. He said, "Sister, didn't you just come back? Why are you back?" Gu Jiao raised her eyebrows and said, "You don't want to see me?" "No. I. Gu Shaoshan scratched his head and stammered. He did not know what to say. He liked his sister very much and wished that he could see her every day. He was afraid that his sister would not stay in the mansion and make his parents-in-law unhappy. Princess Xinyang was a very open-minded mother-in-law. If Gu Jiao really stayed in the mansion and did not go out, she would be worried. What's more, today was a special day. Gu Yan saw through it but did not say anything. He greeted his sister and brother-in-law and looked outside. "What are you looking at?" Gu Shaoshan asked him. "Here." Gu Yan used his eyes to signal Gu Shaoshan to look outside. Gu Shaoshan looked carefully. Another carriage stopped in front of the door. Eunuch Qin, who was in disguise, helped his great-aunt, who was dressed like an old lady, out of the carriage. "Great-aunt." Gu Xiaoshuan's eyes lit up. "Is your foot okay?" Eunuch Qin corrected, "It's my foot that is not okay." The Empress Dowager fell and he became a human cushion. Gu Shaoshan coughed softly and asked, "Is Eunuch Qin's foot okay?" Eunuch Qin limped into the room and gave Gu Shaoshan a look that said, "Go figure it out yourself." "Is Eunuch Qin's temper so bad?" Gu Shaoshan scratched his head and said to his great-aunt, who was sweating profusely and was about to get a heatstroke, "You don't like to go out on hot days, right? Why did you come here to play the Yi card?" "Yi card, huh?" Empress Dowager Zhuang rolled her eyes at him and entered the room with a sour face. Gu Yan said to him, "Fool." Then he also entered the room. Gu Shaoshan was confused. "What's going on?" Gu Jiao curled her lips. "You've even forgotten your own birthday?" "His birthday?" Gu Shaoshan was stunned. There were 5 children in the family. Gu Jiao and Gu Yan were fraternal twins. Xiao Heng and little Jing Kong's birthdays were on New Year's Eve. They were easy to remember. Only his birthday was lonely. It wasn't a special day, just like him. What's so good about a small birthday? He curled his lips and muttered. The tip of his nose was sour and his eyes were a little hot. Recently, the family was busy with his sister and brother-in-law's marriage. He even forgot his own birthday. "No way, Gu Shaoshan, are you crying?" Gu Yan had unknowingly grown out from behind him. Gu Shaoshan quickly wiped his tears and said seriously, "I'm not. I'm a man. How can I cry?" Gu Yan snorted. "You haven't even grown all your hair. How can you be a man?" Gu Shaoshan asked back, "Have you grown all your hair?" Gu Yan was full of superiority. "I'm older than you." Gu Shaoshan stretched out a finger. "Just 1 year old." Gu Yan looked up at the sky. "That's still big." The two bickered. Suddenly, Yuya rushed in a panic. "Oh no. Something happened." Gu Jiao heard the noise and came out of the room. She asked Yuya, "What happened?" Yuya rushed in front of Gu Jiao and grabbed her arms. She sobbed and said, "Madam took Xiao Bao to the tea house to buy snacks. The tea house suddenly caught fire. Xiao Bao and Madam are trapped inside. They didn't come out." Chapter 936. Today was Gu Xiaoshuan's birthday. Early in the morning, Ao Shi brought Gu Xiaobao to the tea house to buy tea and snacks. She never expected to encounter such a situation. A madman actually set fire to the tea house. The fire on the first floor had been extinguished, but none of the customers on the second floor dared to rush out. There was no other reason than the madman had splashed kerosene all over the corridor and even the backyard. He stood on the roof with a torch in his right hand. There were several large holes in the roof that faced the stairs and corridor. No one could guarantee that the madman would not throw the torch at them the moment they tried to escape. Yuya was able to escape because Gu Xiaobao shouted that he wanted to eat candied haws. She went across the street to buy a skewer. She had just paid when the fire started. The tea house was at the corner of the east end of Chang'an Avenue, not far from Jishui Lane. When Gu Jiao and Xiao Heng arrived at the scene, the nearby officials were also alerted. To prevent unnecessary harm, the officials used their bodies as a wall to keep the people far away. The shops across the street were crowded with onlookers. At this time, the Rinshou temple token was useless. Fortunately, Xiao Heng was an official from the Ministry of Justice. The Ministry of Justice is investigating. He handed his Ministry of Justice warrant to the officials. After checking the warrant and confirming that it was authentic, the official's expression softened. Then, he looked at Gu Jiao. "Who is she?" Xiao Heng said without a change in expression, "A doctor invited by the Ministry of Justice." The commotion was too big, and many people were injured. The officials did not suspect anything and let the two enter. When the two arrived at the front of the tea house, they unexpectedly saw a familiar figure. Gu Jiao blinked in surprise. Tang Yueshan? Tang Yueshan's left hand was clutching his abdomen, blood seeping from his fingertips. His face was pale and his breathing was rapid. He was injured. He heard Gu Jiao's voice and turned to look at Gu Jiao. At the same time, he saw Xiao Heng. He frowned and hesitated. It was obvious that he was embarrassed and distressed. The two of them looked at the arsonist on the roof at the same time. The arsonist's hair was unkempt, and it took them a lot of effort to recognize him. Tang Ming? Gu Jiao was puzzled. "It's him," Xiao Heng said. The last time he saw Tang Ming was 2 or 3 years ago. At that time, no matter how dark and despicable he was in his heart, he was at least a playboy on the surface. He was like a completely different person from the crazy arsonist in front of him. "What happened?" Gu Jiao asked Tang Yueshan. She glanced at his abdomen. "You're injured." Yueshan, Tang Yueshan, did he do this?" Gu Jiao was referring to Tang Ming. With Tang Yueshan's martial arts skills, it would be difficult for anyone to hurt him in a one-on-one fight, unless the big shots intervened. Tang Yueshan sighed. "After I returned to the capital, I found him hanging out with some shady people. I had a big fight with him, and he ran away from home. This morning, I found him lying in a gambling den, taking cold food powder with those people. Cold food powder was a drug used to treat typhoid fever. However, it had a side effect. It could make people feel absent-minded, which was similar to ecstasy. Long-term consumption could be addictive. No wonder Tang Ming's mental state seemed abnormal. Tang Yueshan's mood was complicated. He was angry and annoyed. I beat those people, beat him up too. I ordered him not to have any contact with them in the future, or I would kill them all." Gu Jiao asked, "And then he attacked you?" Tang Yueshan said bitterly, "He wanted to kill himself. I went to grab the knife and accidentally injured myself. As the saying went, don't wash your dirty linen in public." To outsiders, they were uncle and nephew. However, Gu Jiao and Xiao Heng knew that Tang Yueshan and Tang Ming were actually father and son. Now that things had turned out this way, it was really embarrassing. "What are you going to do?" Gu Jiao asked Tang Yueshan. With Tang Yueshan's archery skills, he could shoot him down with one arrow. The problem was that the torch in his hand would fall after he fell. It would be terrible if it ignited the whole tea house. Tang Yueshan looked at the delirious Tang Ming on the roof and said with difficulty, "I want to calm him down first and lure him down. But he doesn't seem to be listening to me now." Gu Jiao said, "He just took cold food powder. His mood is unstable. You talk to him here. I'll go up and catch him. Tang Yueshan stopped her. No. There's kerosene all over. Gu Jiao said seriously, my mother and brother are in the tea house. Tang Yueshan choked. After a while, he awkwardly squeezed out a few words. I'm sorry, Gu Jiao said calmly, let's not talk about this for now. Let's stick to the plan. Okay. Tang Yueshan clenched his fists and agreed. You have to be careful. Xiao Heng reminded Gu Jiao. I understand. Wait for me here. Gu Jiao said and turned into the back of the tea house through the alleyway. The back of the tea house was burned into a mess. The fire was extinguished, but there were still many small flames left. The officials extinguished the fire while trying not to make too much noise. They were afraid that they would provoke Tang Ming on the roof. Tang Ming's body was on the verge of collapse. It was as if he would fall down with the torch in the next second. Tang Yueshan hurriedly said, come down. We can talk things out. I won't stop you from making friends. Just do whatever you want to do. Uncle won't stop you. Uncle. Tang Ming seemed to be provoked by this word. He suddenly became alert and looked at Tang Yueshan mockingly. The 5 minerals powder was so strong that he could not see clearly. But even so, he could still recognize that this person was his good uncle. He suddenly laughed crazily. Uncle. Uncle. Are you my uncle? Are you? Do you dare to swear to the heavens that you're my uncle? The onlookers all looked at Tang Yueshan. What did Tang Ming mean? Tang Yueshan was his father's younger brother. Didn't that make him his uncle? Everyone's attention was focused on the first word, biological uncle. Could it be that Tang Yueshan was not Old Master Tang's biological son, so they were not uncle and nephew? That was impossible. Tang Yueshan looked very similar to Old Master Tang. Everyone who saw him believed that they were not father and son. Tang Yueshan's cheeks were burning. Come down first. We'll talk at home. Tang Ming roared, who wants to go home with you? Do you dare to tell the whole world what you've done? The onlookers were even more curious. It seemed that there was a big problem in the Tang family. Xiao Heng said indifferently, Tang Ming, what do you think of your mother by doing this? You don't care about others, but don't you care about your mother? Once the relationship between father and son was exposed, Tang Yueshan would be criticized, but Mrs. Tang would not be able to escape unscathed. Mrs. Tang could not bear the loneliness and seduced her brother-in-law. If such a reputation was spread, Mrs. Tang would be drowned in the public spit. Perhaps Xiao Heng's words had awakened Tang Ming's last bit of rationality. He swallowed the shocking secret that was about to come out of his mouth. Xiao Heng said airily, your mother will be worried. Come down quickly. Tang Ming sneered. You want me to come down? In your dreams. Xiao Heng asked Tang Yueshan in a low voice, is there anything he wants in particular? Tang Yueshan had an idea. The Tang family bow. Tang Ming had always wanted to get the Tang family bow and become the heir of the Tang family army. Unfortunately, Tang Yueshan was never satisfied with him. Just before Tang Yueshan went to war, the two of them had a conflict because of the Tang family bow. Tang Yueshan remembered that his tone was a little harsh at that time. Is it because of this that he went to take the cold food powder tomorrow? Tang Yueshan was insensitive when it came to family matters. Only now did he realize that Tang Ming had always been trying to be the heir in his mind, even if he was almost crippled by Gu Jiao. But he never gave up. He worked hard to practice martial arts and recover his body. He was full of expectations and wanted to take over the Tang family bow, but his father strongly opposed it. He said that he was not worthy. Xiao Heng said decisively, give him the Tang family bow. Tang Yueshan was stunned. What? Xiao Heng said calmly, announce that he is the next owner of the Tang family bow. Tang Yueshan's face changed. No. Xiaoheng said, is the bao more important or your son more important? Tang Yueshan frowned. Both are important, but, no buts. Xiaoheng said and stopped arguing with Tang Yueshan. He looked at the man on the roof and said, Tang Ming, if you die, the Tang family bao will belong to someone else forever. Hearing the Tang family bao, the obsession in Tang Ming's heart disappeared. At this time, Gu Jiao slowly climbed up the wall. Because it was covered in kerosene, it was very slippery. She almost fell down several times. Xiaoheng's hands, which were hidden in his wide sleeves, suddenly clenched. He said to Tang Yueshan, if you don't give it to me, your son and Jiao Jiao will die. Tang Yueshan gritted his teeth and went to the carriage to get his Tang family bao. Tang Ming looked at the bao greedily. Tang Yueshan took a deep breath and said with difficulty, come down. I'll give you the Tang family bao. Tang Ming said coldly, give it to me first, then I'll come down. Give it to him. Xiaoheng said. Tang Yueshan gritted his teeth and threw the bao in his hand onto the roof. Even though Tang Ming had been poisoned by the cold food powder, he was still vigilant of his surroundings. However, the moment the Tang family bao flew toward him, he completely forgot about everything. All that was left in his eyes was the Tang family bao. He held the torch tightly with one hand and eagerly reached out with the other. Now was the time. Gu Jiao leaped up and grabbed onto the roof with one hand. She pulled up forcefully and flipped her entire body in the air. She landed steadily behind Tang Ming and kicked him down with one foot. Chapter 937. Tang Ming and the torch in his hand fell to the ground together. There was an empty space in front of them, so it was fine if the torch fell. As for what kind of pig head Tang Ming would become, Gu Jiao didn't care. Gu Jiao stretched out her hand and caught the Tang family's bao. Tang Yueshan ignored the injury on his upper abdomen and flew up to catch the falling Tang Ming in midair. The torch fell to the ground, but it didn't cause any injuries. He paused in midair and looked at Gu Jiao, who was playing with the Tang bao, and said fiercely, don't touch my Tang bao. Gu Jiao nonchalantly said, oh. She arrogantly touched the Tang bao from head to toe, not even letting go of the bowstring. Tang Yueshan. Tang Ming's acupoints were sealed by Tang Yueshan and he was sent to the carriage. With the crisis averted, the officials rushed into the tea house to save the people. Gu Jiao and Xiaoheng found Yao Shi and Gu Xiaobao in a room at the end of the second floor. The ones who were scared out of their wits were Yao Shi and Gu Xiaobao. Gu Xiaobao was a quiet child, but sometimes, when he was too quiet, it made people's hearts ache. Xiaoheng carried Gu Xiaobao over. Gu Xiaobao lay in his brother-in-law's arms, not moving at all. They were scared out of their wits. Gu Jiao helped Yao Shi, whose legs were weak, up and asked, Mother, are you hurt? Yao Shi rubbed her chest and said in a shaken voice, No, we're not hurt. Your hand is bleeding. Gu Jiao noticed that the back of Yao Shi's right hand was covered in blood. Yao Shi raised her hand and looked at it, saying, Maybe I accidentally knocked it just now. Gu Jiao looked at the injury on her hand. It was an open wound, but it wasn't too serious. She said, It's not safe here. Let's go out first. The four of them went downstairs. Their horse carriage was parked nearby. Gu Jiao first went to the carriage to clean up and bandage Yao Shi's wounds. Xiaoheng sent Yao Shi and Gu Xiaobao back to Jade Water Lane while Gu Jiao went to treat the other injured citizens. Tang Yueshan didn't leave. He was waiting for Gu Jiao. However, he did not rush Gu Jiao. He waited until Gu Jiao finished treating the last patient before calling Gu Jiao to his carriage. Tang Ming had fainted, and his pulse and breathing were unstable. Tang Yueshan said awkwardly, I know you hate Ming, I won't blame you if you don't want to treat him. Gu Jiao said, he doesn't need me to treat his illness. If he quits the cold food powder, he will recover without any medicine. Tang Yueshan found it hard to believe. Really? Of course. Gu Jiao nodded. She didn't lie to Tang Yueshan about this. The grudge between her and Tang Ming was over. Tang Ming had paid the price for what he did in the past. As long as Tang Ming didn't provoke her again, she wouldn't kill him. It's not that easy to quit, she emphasized. I will accompany him, Tang Yueshan said. Gu Jiao looked at him in surprise. The Grand Marshal of the world's armed forces had such a profound side to him. Tang Yueshan said sadly, he already knows that he was wrong. The reason he indulged himself like that was all because of me. He holds a grudge against me, and my eldest brother. He had deliberately raised him astray, and that was why he had such a personality and a sense of right and wrong. Tang Yueshan didn't say these words. He said guiltily, these 2 years, he tried very hard to change himself. He wanted to prove to me that I was the one who cruelly denied him time and time again. Gu Jiao asked, why did you deny him? Is it because you don't like him? Tang Yueshan shook his head. No, he's my son. How can I not like him? He denied Tang Ming for other reasons. Gu Jiao asked curiously, he did so many horrible things. Have you never thought of abandoning him? Tang Yueshan said firmly, never. If he did something wrong, I would hit him, scold him, and punish him. But I will never abandon him. Gu Jiao was deep in thought. Tang Ming's episode had a slight impact on Gu Jiao's thoughts. It wasn't strange for smart and sensible children to be doted on by their parents. But for a son like Tang Ming, Tang Yueshan had never thought of abandoning him. Gu Jiao sensed a power from Tang Yueshan that she had always been lacking in. This power affected her, causing her state of mind to change. When they returned to Jade Water Lane, Madame Yao and Gu Xiaobao were already fine. Madame Yao was playing cards with her great-aunt in the courtyard. Gu Xiaobao was pulled to the backyard by little Jing Kong, who had just returned from school, to comb the horses' manes. The 2 horses were lying on the ground. The Horse King rolled his eyes in disgust. But it couldn't kick the horse because the Black Wind King would beat it. Although it was already 3 years old, it was still no match for the Black Wind King. It was a story sadder than sad. The Black Wind King was very friendly to human children. Gu Xiaobao's small body lay on its neck. He had just experienced a scare. The Black Wind King's strong and gentle aura comforted him. Gu Xiaobao was not so scared anymore. In the evening, Xianyuan Qi and his son, as well as Dukan, came over. Dukan was very particular when he visited. He would usually choose when her great-aunt was also present. The 3 of them gave Gu Xiaoshan the birthday gifts they had prepared. Gu Xiaoshan was a little confused. It was just a small birthday celebration. Why were there so many big shots? Then, at night, Gu Changqing and Gu Qingfeng also came over. Looking at the birthday gifts stuffed in his chest, he became a little confused fruit on the tree. There's no need to make such a big fuss. I'm only 17 years old. I'm not even 20 years old. Are you celebrating my birthday, or finding an excuse to come to Jade Water Lane? Gu Qingfeng squinted his eyes. What do you think? Gu Xiaoshan had an epiphany. He clenched his fist and said, of course it's to celebrate my birthday. The Gu brothers were speechless. Gu Qingfeng laughed dryly. It's good to be a little naive. The weather was hot. Dinner was placed in the courtyard. Tonight, the old chancellor was in charge of cooking. He cooked a table full of Zhao country specialties according to the children's tastes. He also cooked a few Yan country dishes according to Dukan and Xianyuan Qi's tastes. Little Jing Kong said, young master, I want to eat brown sugar glutinous rice cake. The old chancellor said without hesitation, no more. It's gone so fast. Empress Dowager Zhuang muttered. She also wanted to eat it. The old chancellor coughed lightly and said to little Jing Kong without changing his expression, there seems to be some glutinous rice flour left in the jar. I'll go and take a look. Little Jing Kong crossed his arms and snorted. Grandaunt has it when she eats it, but I don't have it when I eat it. Granduncle is biased. The old chancellor was flustered. What are you talking about? I just remembered that I have it. I'll make it for you. I'll make it for you now. Then, he went to the kitchen seriously and made a bowl of brown sugar glutinous rice cake. He sprinkled white sesame seeds and put it in front of Empress Dowager Zhuang. It was 108,000 miles away from little Jing Kong. Little Jing Kong, who couldn't even reach with a ladder, was speechless. At the end of the dinner, Gu Shaoshun ate a bowl of longevity noodles. Little Jing Kong and Gu Xiaobao each got a small bowl of longevity noodles. Today was Gu Xiaoshun's birthday, so she didn't force the children to practice martial arts. Xianyuan Qi went to the backyard to play with little Jing Kong and the others. Gu Yan dragged Gu Changqing to his granduncle's courtyard when no one was paying attention. What's the matter? Gu Changqing asked Gu Yan. Gu Yan said, give me special treatment. Gu Changqing was stunned for a moment before he realized that Gu Yan wanted to continue practicing the boxing technique from last time. Gu Yan's motive for practicing martial arts was very simple. He wanted to show off to the little monk. He didn't expect himself to become a martial arts master or a swordsman. Gu Changqing didn't care about his motive. Practicing martial arts could strengthen the body. As long as he was willing, he had no reason not to teach him. He looked at Gu Yan lovingly and said, you've finished learning the boxing technique from last time. I'll teach you a set of palm techniques. Gu Yan's eyes lit up. Iron sand palm? The kind that can stay in hot sand for a long time? Gu Changqing smiled. No. If you want to practice to that level, you won't be able to do it without 7 or 8 years of hard work. Oh. Gu Yan only wanted to show off quickly. He didn't want to practice hard. Gu Changqing taught him a set of palm techniques that looked impressive, but in reality, could only be used to strengthen his body. It was late at night. The children were tired from playing. Gu Jiao and the others also went home. Grandaunt was old. Gu Jiao and Xiaoheng didn't tell her and granduncle about the sword hut. Xianyuan Qi and Dukan knew about it. They asked Xiaoheng in private and got the information from young Master Mingyue. They sat in the carriage with little Jing Kong, who was sleeping soundly as soon as he got on the carriage. Xianyuan Qi was carrying little Jing Kong. Horse King and another Black Wind horse were pulling the carriage. With Horse King, the carriage was fully automatic. Black Wind King walked at a leisurely pace and stared at it. He didn't want it to run off to some corner to play. Xianyuan Qi said, are you planning to try and spread the news to attract the people from the sword hut? Xiaoheng nodded. That's right. If this plan doesn't work, my father will go to the sword hut personally. The people from the sword hut won't come, Xianyuan Qi said with certainty. Why? Gu Jiao looked at him in confusion. He said, the young master of the sword hut has been missing for many years. If they wanted to come, they would have come long ago. Your father just had a daughter. It's inconvenient for him to be separated from his wife and child. Zheng and I will go this time. You're tuning into the Dreamy Chapters YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.